Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi, and the final day of Week 10 is upon us now. We're going to start the day with Snake taking on M3. Snake, 2-0 victory, and M3 unfortunately 0-2 yesterday, so on paper, sort of looks like it's already decided.
Yeah, it certainly does, and especially with the way Snake played their games yesterday.
Yeah.
They came up with something different. We really threw the challenge out there. What is Snake going to do to improve on this 5.6 patch? And they answered. The Smite top lane, Shyvana running around the map. Flandre went absolutely off in Game 1. Game 2, a little bit
questionable.
rockier. Yeah, with the Trundle pickup as well as a Volibear making an appearance, but they looked good yesterday, Snake.
Yeah, and we're going over World Elite versus King, of course, the final game of the night last night. And as you can see, World Elite, they had a lot of jungle control, but still only going 1-1 means massive things for World Elite. But Spirit on that Nidalee was ridiculous in that final game.
Yeah, he certainly was. He played pretty well, but overall, World Elite are in that bad position now where even if they win everything, do everything right, they are reliant on other teams losing. Yeah. So we'll get to see them play a little bit later. Their Game 2 versus Energy Pacemaker, and one of the only teams still below WE on the ladder. So you would think that if WE has a chance of taking a series, it will be that one against EP, but a lot is on the line for them this weekend.
Yeah, only 2 more matches for them. Of course, it is against Gamty and Energy Pacemaker, so looking a little bit easier down the road here for World Elite, but still, it's going to be rough, especially considering the fact that they're relying on other teams. And M3, one of those teams here as well, at the bottom end of these standings. And if M3 continues this slump, then things could be looking a little bit better for WE, but not so much for M3.
Yeah, exactly right. And M3, we've really tried to get them to pick it up, but they have still been floundering.
Yeah, floundering. No, that doesn't quite work out. And Flandre has been picking up some new champions there in the top lane. Does have the Shyvana under his belt now, the Trundle as well. He's basically Darian from Moscow 5 or Gambit Gaming back in the day. I was very, very excited about that one. But building the Ravenous Hydra on Trundle and then not actually doing all that much in the game. We'll see whether they're going to take this matchup against M3 slightly, more seriously, maybe not trying out as many crazy picks because, of course, that mid lane's still looking very contentious, and Dade had a brilliant performance yesterday despite the result.
Yeah, he certainly did. Game 2, he had a much better performance. Game 1, he picked up the Vladimir, didn't really do much, but if we take a look at Flandre, he was playing a lot of the super tanks up there, going a little bit more aggressive of late, throwing some curveballs. That's what we were expecting. Beast, he was the impressive one yesterday for me, went with the Gragas jungle.
Yeah.
The Volibear didn't work out fantastically, but at least he's showing that on this patch with the tanks, his champion pool's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and Barker, not so much on the mixing up the champion pool, still playing the Lulu, the Azir coming back into the repertoire now as well. Barker more than happy about that one. And Crystal, we saw him back on that Draven, the late game beast that he is, and his Callista managing to almost single-handedly win that final team fight there to secure that 2-0 victory. And Ella, he's still playing Thresh Jenner.
Yeah, that's all he needs to play, really, is just the solo peel for his team. And
yeah,
I think that a lot of Crystal's success has to be given to Ella this season. He's one of the breakout supports for me. He's done a terrific job in nearly every single matchup. His vision control is pretty good as well, so he does a lot for his team. And we take a look, they're looking pretty relaxed today, Snake. They moved up into that second position with the 2-0 yesterday. I believe they're 1 point clear of OMG. So if they take another 2-0 here, they're nearly skipped out to secure second place outright.
Yeah, and it's actually quite interesting. The point difference is 1 point, but they have exactly the same score as far as those standings are concerned. 27 victories and 13 losses, OMG and Snake sharing that one. But Snake having a few more 2-0 victories. OMG have just been splitting a whole lot just recently.
Yeah, and that seems to be the way with OMG at the moment. They seem to be, I guess, taking their foot off for Game 1 and then really slamming it through for Game 2.
Yeah.
Snake, on the other hand, they really haven't missed a beat. Their second game, I'm not going to say that they were outright trying different things. They definitely mixed it up a little bit, but they still look good overall.
Oh, yeah.
So was a serious team comp. Take a look at Looper. He played the Singed into the Shen last night. Didn't really work because a little bit of a lack of AP. I think O'Reilly's needed to be picked up, but you can see 5 champions, 5 games. He started to get a little bit more Looper-esque.
Yeah, and Condi there as well, trying out the Sejuani there in the jungle has been very, very powerful for a lot of our players. but not quite finding it there. And Dade, some interesting pickups, has gone back to the Vladimir just a little bit, but his Azir just looked so powerful despite the fact that they lost that game.
Yeah, certainly. He was the one for me that really did good things. SMLZ, of course, the substitute support, back onto the lineup, played some Urgot, is known for that. Game 2 on that Kog'Maw, his target selection wasn't great, and that might have even cost them the game. You also take a look at Love CD, playing a lot of peeling support for that support champion as well.
Yeah, and also, you know, having a Kog'Maw on your side, it does mean that the Nami is going to be a little bit more ever-present, but Love CD has been great at supporting that bottom lane, but you have to think that it was Candy and Love CD. It was about that incredible synergy that they displayed, especially with the likes of Kalista Thresh, that they were making do beautiful things there in the bottom side of the map. But we'll see whether SMLZ can pick up that similar synergy that Candy managed to achieve, and we'll see whether he's going to continue flashing forward on Kog'Maw in these fights.
Yeah, certainly. That was one of the, I guess, low points of that game, flashing into his death.
Yeah.
In the second last team fight, I believe. That was probably what swayed the game back yesterday into IG's favor. And take a look at the M3 lineup. Everything is on the line for these guys. They
not as
really
many smiles either.
Need the win. They're equal 8th or 9th with Starhorn Royal Club, and not much to celebrate going into this season. They're 4, 7, and 8 if you go wins, ties, and outright 0-2s. So
yeah.
On the 19 points, it's funny because 7th is only 21 points. There's only 2 points in it. If they can pick up the 2-0 here, they'll skip into that 7th place and feel a little bit more secure, but it's just so hard from here on out.
Yeah, and it's very interesting as well. M3 actually getting the 2-0 against Snake the last time that they met up, and this was when Snake was going through their troublesome phase.
Identity crisis.
They had an identity crisis. You can see the graph up the top there showing you exactly where the identities were struggling the most here. It has been towards that jungle and the mid lane as well, but M3 did manage to get the 2-0. We'll see whether they'll be able to fight back in this last one. Of course, both teams matching up in these best of twos twice in a season here in the LPL, but look, we'll see whether Snake can fight back on this one.
Yeah, certainly. And look, Snake definitely went through an identity crisis. They started to pull themselves back through the other side now with the change of the patch. But Rise being taken away from Dade, this was a ban that we saw both games in the IG series.
Well, Dade is one of the best Rise to ever play.
He's not one of the best Rises. He is the best mid-Rise. He is fantastic. Along with Alex Ish, probably the only other player that can make a claim like that, who played a fantastic mid-Rise. Dade really is signature for his tier champions back when the likes of Jace, the likes of Rise, these ramp-up late-game carries, used to love to play them. So now it's back in vogue. I don't think he's going to see it.
No, well, definitely not this game. We'll see whether it gets through in the next one. Sejuani is going to be the follow-up ban. Very blue-themed here for Snake, but she is so strong on this current patch. And M3, they don't want to see Ella's Janna, and I like that ban away. And Crystal, the focus of the Kalista, of course, escaped the ban list in one of the games yesterday, and that still didn't go so well.
Yeah, certainly didn't.
But no Urgot either.
Up. Azir is up. So this feels like we've gone back in time a month, Atlas. But if they want to take the Xerath, you can nearly guarantee Dade will take the Azir into the counter pick. He's shown that he's willing to do it. The Urgot ban is the interesting one. Respecting the lane bully potential coming out there. Also the fact that Urgot in a 1v1 lane just performs better than most AD carry. Really is that bully. And we see that Grungle has probably been picked up, that Gragas jungle. Beast played it yesterday. I think it's remarkably strong on the patch with the percentage health damage coming through from the W. Being lifted on the creeps, clears pretty well, has good sustain, and just becomes an absolute nuisance. You cannot peel him off.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that's going to be paired up once again with that Shyvana in the top lane. We'll see what FLICKR wants to bring up there. Of course, has been mixing up his champion pool. He's probably the player on the side of Snake that takes care of any champion pool issue ever. That guy just plays everything. But Nautilus has actually got through here. Might be in the jungle. We've been seeing it a lot in that support position, often paired up with the Urgot, but of course banned away this time. Condi going to lock that one away. He could be jungling it. Lupa could be playing it in the top lane. We could have a jungle Maokai. Who knows what's going to be going on, but we'll see how it shapes out as M3 lock in a few more champions. Snake now looking to follow up, and the Morgana, the classic flex pick there for multiple roles, is going to be locked away for Barker. And Beast this is definitely a game where you can pick Trundle.
Yeah, Trundle, the more tanky teams get, the better Trundle is going to be. And he's been picked up again by FLICKR. Won an extremely aggressive build yesterday with that Revenous Hydra, and it just meant that the tank Rengar in the top lane, which was an interesting pick, if I do say so, with the smite, couldn't do anything. FLICKR could just out-duel him at every point of the game.
And FLICKR was incredibly far behind that game as well. Got almost tripled in CS at the beginning there just because of the lane swap and how that managed to work out. SMLZ might actually be the first Corki to actually be picked up here on the 5.6 patch.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way, and it's locked in. That is
scary.
Bizarre.
That is very, very bizarre because Corki, not a whole lot of tank busting ability there, Spawn.
No, he certainly doesn't. More known for his burst damage. He's going to have to deal with a Trundle and a Gragas at all points of the game in his face, and that's not something you really want to do. In the 2v2 does have some synergy with Nautilus. Of course, if Nautilus is able to land any of his CC, I think he has about 19 moves that have CC.
Yeah, I think Papa Smithy and I went through it, and it was about 3 million, I think, was the number that we got to at the end.
Yeah, his kit is just riddled with CC. So if anything locks down what looks to be changed over to...
No, Crystal has to play the Draven.
So if he locks down the Draven, there is a lot of damage that can come through, and it's actually the Karthus in the mid lane. So Xerath ignored, Azir ignored.
Yeah.
Instead, something new, the Karthus being picked up.
And Barker just showing that, yeah, okay, you guys might be talking about my champion pool, saying that maybe it's suffering just a little bit, but he has the option to go to his comfort picks. Not this time. Going to be picking up that Karthus to take into the mid lane. And Snake sitting pretty comfortable there in second position, but we'll see whether this is going to be a team comp that they're serious about and definitely want to get working for them, because as soon as they make these things happen, that has to be banned away in the playoffs, and that is something that other teams are going to have to be looking at.
Yeah, it certainly is, and a little bit more of a standing composition coming through from M3. Looks like Snake definitely adjusting to this patch very well, and M3 kind of stuck a couple of patches ago, because if that team comp had have come out,
yeah, I think we would have said, oh, Nautilus support, this is so inventive, but of course hasn't been this weekend. It's been banned away. It's been picked up every time it's been left open. And Flandre is going to be taking that Trundle into the top lane. Beast on the Gragas as well, the Grungle. And it's very interesting because we've got the Lee Sin versus Gragas matchup, and they work fairly similarly.
Yeah, they're exactly the same champion, nearly. I call Gragas at the moment good Lee Sin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was wondering whether you actually wanted to coin that one there.
Because they both have percentage damage on their main clear ability, the Q for Lee Sin and, of course, the W for Gragas.
Yep.
They both have a slow in the Q and the E for Lee Sin, so they're very remarkably similar champions. Both traverse terrain very well, have a good Sightstone build if you so want it, and the ultimate is what it's all about, knocking that all-important carry back into your team. Gragas is maybe
the easy mode
a little
version.
bit better because he splits the rest of the team away as we go through the lineup. So I really do like what Beast has got here. Of course, with the Cinder Hulk, just becomes unbearably difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and he's just going to be a massive tank in that front line as well. And like we said, Corki not very good at busting down these tanks. We'll see what the build is going to be that comes through from SMLZ, whether he's going to go for a Blade of the Ruined King Corki that we've seen a lot from a lot of the Corkis here in China as well, trying to go for more of that percentage health damage burst, but otherwise, not entirely sure how this one's going to work out.
Yeah, I want to see what he does. Does he go for the single damage? Does he pick up Zerka's Greaves, mix it up? Maybe even an Infinity Edge. There is a lot that you can do in here, but we'll have to see.
We will, as we'll get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our first game of the day, the final day of Week 10 here, and already M3, they have spotted out Flandre lurking towards this top side, and it looks like M3, they may have got the lane swap here as well. Minions haven't quite spawned yet. There is still 20 seconds on that one, so Snake, they can answer this if they want. You can see everyone on M3 moving around. They don't have the wards just yet, but Ella is going to be able to get that lane swapping scouting ward down just in time.
Yeah, so we see that a very deep expedition coming through from M3. Ward going to go through between turrets, not poking out, so they won't be able to clear it. And looks like the early invade will be successful, but with the lane swap, it'll just be a bit of horizontal jungling, Atlas.
Yeah, a little bit of horizontal jungling, but you have to think that that's going to be scary here for Flandre. Of course, Trundle not so great in the lane swap situation. Of course, he's very healthy with that King's Tribute passive, able to give him back some of his health, but not going to be all that able to farm, especially not from range, which Looper is going to have no trouble doing.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look to be that way. So the freeze will come through top if Corki can get up there. Freeze in the bottom lane. No, Corki doesn't get up in time, so no freeze will be had. We see that Draven, he grabbed the wave nice and early, so they're going to have a massive deep freeze, and straight away, Barca just pushing in this mid lane. Yeah,
and Barca now probably going to have a bit of a free lane here as well. Sort of is what happens when you have these lane swap situations. Often that jungler is going to be needed to break freezes and just relieve pressure from top lane. So, of course, this mid lane is going to be relatively unhindered, unless we're going to have a similar situation where, you know, the mid laners tend to get a whole lot of friends turning up very early on in the game. But we'll see whether that does come through, as Karthus probably will be needed to be kept down here, because he can go off in the late game if allowed to. We saw King demonstrate this yesterday.
Yeah, well, the overall late game composition coming out of Snake is just absolutely massive. They have the Trundle, who only gets better as he is able to ramp up with those items and steal some of the resistances on the other team. Not to mention the fact that they've got a Karthus Draven, two fantastic hyper carries that are just going to, as they pick up items, go absolutely berserk, and really too many champions that need to be focused down in these team fights.
Yeah, and Crystal is able just to last hit freely here. Of course, hasn't done quite so well as far as picking up all of the creeps is concerned. SMLZ having a great time. Is ahead by 4 CS, yeah, but it means basically nothing.
But Crystal's wave's pushing into him, so he hasn't had the chance to CS the creeps yet, because more are dying on his side. Ooh, a little bit of a scuffle between Dade and Barca. Nice dancing shoes out of both players. Actually, nothing hitting there.
Yeah, it was just the defile. Oh, yeah, it's going to get tagged by that Sonic Wave. Condi just going to make sure that he understands.
This is very bad for Beast. He took some damage, and now they're going for a 4-man tower dive on. Or they might have pulled out because the support is there as well. So we'll have to see whether they go for it. That's a lot of experience if they do commit that will be lost.
Yeah, the Gromp is going to be taken down again, though. So M3 having a bit of a monopoly on that side of the Snake jungle here at the same time. Beast sort of relegated to sitting under that top turret for the next little while. He's going to be able to head over and pick up some Raptors for himself. Barca clearing out this mid wave. More than happy here, as he's going to take an Arcano Pulse for it. But Dade, he's pretty low as well.
Yeah, Dade just trying to keep pushing him in there. Now that he's got some extra points into that queue, going to have a much better time farming. As we see the refreeze. That's very cheeky, but the pillar breaking that. Flandre did this yesterday. Very impressive. Flandre is just such a smart player. You see how well he understands the lane. He uses the pillar to catch all the creeps pushing back in, and it pretty much neutralizes a wave. That's the first time I've ever seen that done, and really is brilliant play coming through.
Yeah, making sure that even in this lane swap situation, he's not going to get zoned away from too many of these creeps, as Crystal, the wave still very close to his house, but is able to clear that one out now. And Looper heading into lane, but has to contend with a lot of axes from Crystal.
Yeah, and Looper's down there by himself. There's a couple of members in his side of the jungle just trying to clear out wards right now, in Condi as well as Love CD, but not really much support coming down for that Maokai, so needs to be careful. Make sure he doesn't get dove down there, because there is a huge wave now stacking up.
Yeah, huge wave as well as a Morgana there as well, hanging out to try and help out. And of course, these creeps are going to do a fair bit of damage. If the Twisted Advance is going to come through, as far as like Looper actually trying to get any follow-up damage on a potential dive, the creeps are just going to turn and melt it.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's what they're going to look to do here. So you see they're going back up top lane to try and give another visit into Flandre. They've got this gank here as soon as they want it.
Yeah, there is the frozen domain there as well. Oh, brilliant Pillar of Ice as Flandre is forced to use that flash. Dredgeline not going to find him, but he's still going to fall down. First blood goes to SMLZ, and the Corki starts rolling.
And I want to point something out there that Love CD did. He threw his dredge line, so even if it didn't hit the champion, it was going to take him to the wall, which meant that he would be in range for that auto attack as Condi goes in for an invade.
Yeah, looking to try and get some damage down onto Beast. Of course, the body slam still available. Actually heading in here, forced to flash away from the dredge line. He probably knew that Love City was hanging around.
Yeah, he had to know he was there because of the fact that Love City had come in. I'm surprised they're not going for a dive on FLICKR here. Not yet level 6. They still had 3 members up there and knew that the jungler had to go back without flash, but they choose not to go for it. Looper gets nailed by a bind, but he's going to be fine. And just going back to that Nautilus play, all it meant was that as soon as he got the dredge line to the wall, he was going to be in range for the auto attack. And because it's not reliant, it's not like a Blitzcrank where it's the only piece of CC you have for closing the gap and then getting, I guess, anything done in there. Nautilus still has a lot in his kit as long as he can get in range of the champion.
Yeah, his auto attack is CC. It's just silly. So he's going to be able to get in range for that Riptide as well, and I haven't actually seen that used exactly that way, so we'll see whether it is going to continue up there in the top lane. But Love City headed back to base, has picked up some items for himself. The turret now under fire. There are some nice dark bindings have come through here from the Snake bottom lane. Looper has to be a little bit careful. He's going to head back, but has the teleport, and Beast, he's started up the dragon. Yeah,
he started up the dragon with the W, will fly through it. The passive keeps him nice and healthy as well. Really can't, I guess, stress how strong Gragas is on this current patch. As far as tanky sustained junglers go, sure, he doesn't have the damage that Lee Sin is going to put out, but as far as, I guess, just being able to survive and farm the jungle is fantastic. Leveling that W first, as you can see there, for the extra damage to the creeps, and he solos a dragon pretty much with the support half health.
Yep, no worries there at all. Condi on the top side of the map, so they're not going to find that one. Dade.
Oh, this is a 3v3. There's members everywhere in this mid lane.
Yeah, this is going to be a big skirmish here as Ella is in perfect vision of Dade, so she's going to stay back there a little bit. Actually tries to get a little bit of follow-up damage there onto Barker, but both of these champions very high range. Looks like Snake looking to take away this blue buff though, as Beast does have Smite available, is going to steal it away. And the dodges coming through the fancy footwork, but Looper flashes into the Twisted Advance here as well. Oh my goodness, the ult to come down the heel from Crystal. Beast dodges all 3 of the bolts beautifully, and Barker now may have found himself in an unfortunate state as there's a resonating strike on top of him, but Dade with absolutely no mana has nothing to give back into this trade, and it's going to be a free steal, but nothing else to really go down here.
Yeah, nothing went down apart from a couple of summoner spells coming through. As in the top lane, Corki went extremely low. SMLZ able to get back to the turret for a little bit of a shield, so he won't fall down. But FLICKR bullying out in this lane, even after that kill went across.
Yeah, and he's got a Doran's Blade. He's also picked himself up a cloth armor as well. But at this stage of the game, he needs magic resist if he's going to be going against this this Corki. Seems to have not mattered, though, as far as that trade was concerned. Whirling Death is going to clear out some minions here on the bottom side. Crystal actually calling that one back relatively quickly. You can see taking down the turret. And this is the objective snowball that Snake like to do when they have this Draven. Move him around the map, pick up as much global pressure as they can. And as soon as he manages to pick up a kill, that's when things go ridiculously badly for whoever is taking on Snake, because Crystal just able to use that champion so beautifully when ahead.
Yeah, and they pick up the first turret, but more importantly, they have a 30 CS advantage on their AD carry. Crystal just doing so much better in the 2v1 lane, had much more support, and FLICKR, he was able to bully, and we're seeing it again. Even though they're swapping FLICKR back into the 2v1 lane, he's picked up a pickaxe.
Yeah, he's going for the Ravenous Hydra yet again. So heading back to that one. Cinderhulk has been already completed now from Beast as well. So going for that tanky jungler. We'll see whether we're going to have any more Cinderhulk Lee Sins on the map, which I highly doubt.
I definitely hope not, because Warrior just synergizes so well with his kit. Bit of a fight.
Yeah, there's the shocking ult to come through from Dade. He is going to get skirmishes saved as Barker immediately exhausted in this fight, but Defile still doing some work. Looper picking up the first blood in this one, but Dade falls down to Barker's damage. Condi as Crystal, the adoration stacks coming down, and that's a double kill now for Barker as well. The collapse from Snake, too powerful in this one.
And we see teams do this against Snake a lot, where they fight with their AD in the bottom lane because Snake have rotated Crystal top after the dragon and turret. And they just always lose the fights as they go in for a dive.
Yeah, Love City now in a whole lot of trouble. Look at the burst potential. Barker laying waste to that Nautilus.
Yeah, and Beast is just so tanky with the red buff. good luck getting away from him because he's just got all of the follow-up seed. See, they're going to pick up 2 outer turrets for it. Let's take a look at that again. So Condi thinks he's caught Alla out here, but some nice dodging come through. And from there, the whole team is collapsing. And there's only 4 members coming through for M3. There's just no way they're going to make it work. A very good kick through Beast, actually, from Condi there. But with Crystal collapsing, with all the damage coming through from Barker, it's just never going to be a one-team fight for M3 without the Corki.
You have to give that almost entirely to Ella, though. Dodging out of the way of the Sonic Wave, forcing the Flash Shocking Orb out from Dade, overextending into that fight, and then drawing so much of the aggro, and then everything was on cooldown. M3 couldn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly right. So just not picking the fight they wanted. They've got all 3 outer turrets now, and all of a sudden, what was a reasonably close game, 4,000 gold in the advantage of Snake.
Yeah, and 3-0-0 on this Karthus as well. Already has that Rod of Ages completed. And in a 2v1 situation, Crystal, with the Berserker's Greaves and the Bloodthirster completed now to SMLZ, who has no Trinity Force yet, is more than happy to go 2v1.
Yeah, exactly right, especially with the red buff on. We see that Beast actually looking for a bit of a gank here. He's found them.
Yeah, he's just walked straight into the brush there as well. Body Slam lands. There's the slow. Rocking out the Valkyrie there as well. Condi is here as the Dreadline comes through, but Beast just gets a black shield and wanders out casually.
Yeah, exactly right. You saw there how tanky this guy is. With that Cinder Hulk, he's got himself some MR as well, probably going towards those Mercury treads. Or maybe a Locket of the Iron Solari to help his team out against some of the magic damage coming through from the Maokai, the Corki, as well as the Xerath. That's actually a lot of poke damage that you have to take into account, so wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But across the map,
here? That's a top lane split pushing Karthus, and they've got Flandre in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, they're just trying to, with the teleport down, Flandre really can't impact the fight if he's in the top lane, whereas Karthus, he can always throw out his ultimate. So
yeah, and Barker actually picked up the teleport as well. This is another time that we haven't spoken about the teleport Karthus that Assassin brought out yesterday.
Yeah, so just utilizing that. Wow.
Oh my goodness, SMLZ in a lot of trouble. A few of the spinning axes not going to proc on him though, so he's going to be taking less damage than he otherwise would, but that is still a massive chunk, and not a lot of follow-up available here as Crystal's just so good at barely dodging these skill shots. As I say, it is going to get caught and destroyed by the depth charge.
That's a very bad mistake from Crystal because he had complete control over that lane.
Yeah.
And just ran head first into a Nautilus, who realistically still had flash. So even if he dodged that skill shot, was going to die anyway. As Dade, he might be caught out here as well.
Yeah, that's the flash into the Pillar of Ice there as well. Dark Binding's going to land. Dade, the Requiem's there as well. Flandre picks up the kill in the end, and there was nowhere for that guy to go.
So 2 mistakes in a row. Dade has no vision over the bottom side of the jungle and no support in his own jungle. Goes for a little bit of a wander down mid lane, gets caught out and killed. Crystal does the exact same thing on the other side, and we see might be a third person because SMLZ, he's extended so far down this lane.
Yeah, that's actually the flash into the explosive cast, getting the flash out of the AD carry. You might think, oh, he flashed away from the ultimate, doesn't do anything, but that is a huge cooldown for a very short one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Flash was used by Beast, so it was just matching summoner spells. But Flash on jungler versus Flash on AD carry, I know which one I would rather going into a team fight. And it's going to be the second Dragon falling to Snake here, uncontested.
Yep, not a whole lot that M3 can do to it. And of course, Snake, they have a lot of damage here as well. As soon as that Dragon goes down, actually giving back a lot of health to Flandre at the same time with that King's Tribute. So Beast hanging out there, of course, not actually going to be able to get the health back because Flandre not even there. And we'll see how this one pans out as Flandre thinking about heading back to base, but Crystal does have an extra pickaxe now, going for that Last Whisper as his next choice. And we'll see whether he continues with his new Draven build, which has incorporated a little bit more crit into it.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer and an IE came through yesterday from Crystal on his Draven build, and he was absolutely massacring people in the late game.
Yes, and it was no real difference, but it was just a different item to do exactly the same thing that Crystal tends to do on that champion. Condi going to take down some Raptors. Crystal still here on the bottom side. SMLZ not going to find the rocket here as he walks straight in, gets stood aside here at the same time as Phosphorus Bomb gets basically ignored by Crystal. The W getting spammed. There's the heal as well. Welling Death And there's the revenge kill for Crystal. Looper comes in, but I don't think Crystal minds too much as FLICKR. He's teleported in from the backside. There's the flash coming through. Depth charge gonna land on a Crystal, and there it is. All the ultimates come through. Condi ends up picking up the kill as FLICKR gets exhausted, but low health bars now for M3. FLICKR, of course, will still be able to do damage once he survives again. Ella nails the Dark Binding. The Ignite's there as well, and Karthus might be dead, but is still able to do a little bit of work as Looper's going to fall down. In the end, a 3 for 3, sorry, as Karthus finally hits the death chamber.
Yeah, so 3 for 3 coming through, but all of it going across onto Condi, and this Karthus is just ramping up even further. 4-1 and 2 now, able to pick up another kill. And you really don't want to be picking up kills as Lee Sin at this point in the game. It's funny, we'll take another look at it, but just give some kills to Dade. They didn't do it yesterday, they're not doing it today. But Looper comes in here, very good 1v1 from Crystal, but then he committed so much, his heal, so many of his abilities to get in close from there. Really was just going to be bad news for his team because he was out of mana. The snipe with the ultimate came through from Condi. That was okay, that one. This one here, a little bit selfish to take the kill with a Q follow-up. And then he chases into his death, actually. Luckily, Alla was a recipient of that bad mood. And Dade finally got the shutdown kill on the way out. But all 3 of those kills could nearly have been picked up by Dade there. And that would be a 4-2-3 Xerath in the mid lane, who is extremely fed going into the 20-minute mark of the game, looking much better than what he is now with an extra 600, 700 gold.
Yeah, and the thing is sort of Draven, you don't want to be dying here at the same time, but he just picked up a kill after, as that team fight was heading through there, so he's not going to be too worried. Does have an extra longsword, so didn't manage to get the full last Whisper, but Snake's still in a very good position despite what looked like an even trade.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's what I'm getting at. Even though that was technically an even trade, when you look at the kill distribution, just so much more in Snake's favor, snowballing their already fed carries.
And speaking of snowballing, Dade is probably going to want to have a few more of those kills gifted over to him because he's gone back to his old ways and picked up a Magi's.
Well, he's just thinking, I'm getting all these assists out of nowhere that I don't want. I need to get something for them, so I may as well turn him into a little bit of AP.
No worries. Ravenous Hydra completed by FLICKR, demonstrating its effectiveness on Looper here on the top side, zoning him away from this creep wave. And does have a whole lot more pushing power now as well. Condi paying a visit there to the top side, going to take down some Krugs as Snake looking to put some pressure on in the enemy jungle. And
Snake owned the whole map that isn't the turrets of M3. They've just every single blue buff that's come up. I think there's been one nearly stolen away from Dade.
Crystal probably critted that for a massive amount of damage. Actually, no crit, just that's how much spinning axes do.
Might run some in his actual build.
Maybe.
A lot of ADs still run 1 crit yellow.
1 crit yellow? I like the 1 crit blue.
Do you run it on blue?
Yeah. Of course, it doesn't matter. You're only getting about 0.02. That rounds up to 1. Not bad at all. Dade clearing out some minions in the mid lane, and Crystal not wanting to overextend too far. Of course, learnt his lesson a little bit from that last one.
Well, it's just the fact that Nautilus still has all of this CC, and it looks like it will be the Blade of the Ruined King coming out of Corki as a second item. So SMLZ changing up his build for this tanky meta, going back to the Blade of the Ruined King. Of course, we saw it be very popular at the start of the season. People then went towards the Bloodthirster for the extra turret damage in what was a very fast push meta. Not surprised we see it go back to the Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, and Crystal now using the Whirling Death to clear out this minion wave. SMLZ picking up as much farm as he can, has still been behind. And yeah, the gold 2,000 in favor of Crystal is insane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and a lot of gold in favor of FLICKR in the top lane as well, who's just been involved in more kill participation. So really is a balanced game at this point. M3, they're definitely not out of it yet. They scale very well in their own right. And the one thing I do like about the Xerath-Karthus matchup is that Xerath has the ability to kill Karthus before he gets into a fight. Yeah. With all the long-range poke coming through, particularly late game. And that's an extremely greedy build coming through from Beast in FLICKR in the mid lane. He hasn't picked up a Zhonya's Hourglass, went for the death cap. So they're looking to finish this one early. So there definitely is a window coming through for M3. They just need to play it extremely well. Less margin for error coming through.
Yeah, and of course with that death cap though, I mean, Death Defy is still there, so he doesn't really mind too much if he dies. So maybe just thinking, if I can get myself into the right position in this fight, then I can just die and get a whole lot of leeway. Maybe the Requiem then after the fight is done and pick up some kills that way. Sonic Wave not going to find Beast there in the mid. And you have to think that that tier is very close to stacked up, as Crystal just going to beat down this dragon on his own. Yeah,
he certainly is, and he's gone away from his build yesterday. Apparently that's just for snowballing. This one here today, a little bit more normal as the ultimate comes through from Dade. Not able to grab that one there. Good smart securing the dragon. Is back to the Trinity Force as the third item.
Yeah, actually decides not to go for the Ghost Blade as well, so still a bit of a change-up, but I do very much like the Trinity Force coming through from Crystal. You get to capitalize on being able to reset your W so much more. As Beast might have been caught out here as well, but he's so tanky. There's the explosive cask as well, just sending Madade a message. Is Barker going to clear out this pink ward, and Beast, he's almost back to full health again.
Yeah, there is absolutely no way you kill him at this point in the game unless you're bringing your AD carry to the fight. He just does so much work as Love CD gets caught out there, has to use his flash. They're just trying to get position around the top side of their jungle, but it's not working.
Yeah, and Crystal just... No one can come near that creep wave because Crystal's just going to auto-attack them for half of their health. It doesn't matter who it is. Of course, that Last Whisper already being built up, and he has so much follow-up, what with the Rage passive of the Phage as well.
Yeah, so Crystal, he's in a good position. I still think in a 1v1, if Corki gets a jump on him, he nearly can win the fight. Really is about this Karthus. Karthus can just add a 600 damage spell from anywhere on the map as soon as a 1v1 breaks out, and that's the danger of trying to duel anything on the map at the moment if you're M3. Karthus is just going to make it an unfair fight.
Oh, the steal away there, so Crystal not going to steal away the Raptor. And I say steal, that is Condi locking up his own Raptor. He managed to get it. Cinderhulk completed, of course, by Beast, but the Warrior Enchant did come through from Condi this time, so they're going to have a little bit more damage available in these fights. Does also have the Aegis of the Legion. They're going to want as many of those as possible, you have to think, just to try and weather the storm of this Karthus damage. And having a couple on the team is fine. Of course, the users of that item are going to get double dipping of that particular aura. But having extra shields from the Locket of the Iron Solari when that Requiem's coming through can save lives.
Yeah, it certainly can. You really can have one for the start of the fight when you go in and first initially dive on him, then with shields. But still not a bad item. Very cost-effective coming through there. And I like the build Dade's gone for. He's literally just swapped out a Death Cap
for Magias.
For a Magias.
Yeah, I like it.
Very cheap, and we see Baron actually started up here from Snake, and we talked about how tanky Beast is. He's using his passive as well. They're flying through this, and he's not taking very much damage.
Yeah, and Ella with complete monopoly of the vision here as well, just scoping around. Doesn't actually clear out that one, but look at how quickly that Baron fell down. Snake with just complete control. In the meantime, Flandre attempting to steal away a blue buff, but Dade with a very cheeky move steals that one for himself.
Yeah, so they secure their own blue. They just have to give up a Baron for it. So that was the answer of when they were going to get it back. I'm sure Dade is happy.
Got the blue, guys. Don't even worry about it.
Nailed it.
Yep. But, of course, Snake still in complete control of this one. 8,000 gold is the lead now with the Baron buff, now wanting to take down the last remaining inner turrets. Of course, mid lane and bottom lane look to be where they're going to be standing. Crystal pushing out the top wave as well, making sure that someone has to deal with it. This Flandre is going to buff up some creeps and head around here. Of course, 3 members, probably a few too many for Flandre to deal with, despite having that subjugate and it being so powerful in these skirmishes, just making him so tanky.
Yeah, he certainly is extremely tanky at this point of the game. Going for some flat resistance. Normally with the subjugate, you do want some health coming through there a little bit earlier, but he's very beefy at the moment, is Flandre, and we'll have to put up a very good fight, particularly with those Mercury treads coming through. So
yeah, you can imagine wants to build that Spirit Visage pretty soon as well. Just wanted to get some extra armor. The cooldown reduction very, very strong for both his short cooldown abilities. If you can just chomp every second auto attack, it's very, very strong. But having that Pillar of Ice available more and more often is definitely very, very good, because it's just such a great tool in these fights. As Flandre smacking down this turret, and the fact that you can chomp turrets means that you deal with them very quickly.
Yeah, it also means that his Dentist build doesn't look great at the end of each month, but really does come through incredibly quickly. It was funny because when they hit Rengar's ability to do exactly that, use his Q to auto reset, and get a lot of work done there. It was kind of like Trundle is the only person left that can do it. And does it extremely quickly.
And does it with his face, which is also a little bit interesting. But Beast actually going to knock Looper back into Crystal here as well. That is not a tank. Look at this damage coming down. Whirling Death, definitely named correctly as, Looper does get the passive proc. A lot of health back here as well. The Requiem actually dodged by the Twisted Advances. Looper picks up Beast and Crystal gets exhausted. Right as the Arcane comes through as SMLZ trying to hit him with some moves. And oh my goodness, the snipe from Dade picking up more and more gold. And Magi stacks as Flandre. He's going to fall down here as well. SMLZ doing a lot of damage there in the backline as, oh my goodness, Ella gets stunned up by Dade. He's charging the Arcano Pulse, and that's more kills for this Xerath. And that Magi is now looking like a brilliant purchase.
4 for 1 in favor of Masters 3 coming through from that fight. And they jumped on Looper. Looked like they had him chunked out. All of a sudden, the shield came through from Lee Sin, came through from Love CD, and they just couldn't burst the last bit of his health down. Fantastic collapse coming through, but it was all about that long-range sniper sitting on the bottom side of the fight, taking pot shots at anyone he wanted. Dade had an absolute field day there, Atlas, and starting to ramp up now on this era.
Yeah, this is double-digit Magi stacks as well, and now has a whole lot more money to go back and spend as Beast. He is going to find M3 attempting a bit of a dragon here, and it's going down very quickly. Condi going to secure that one as well as Love City has to deal with the big barrel man, actually body slamming himself in there. Oh, explosive cast, not going to find it. As M3, they take their first dragon and they're out of there, and that's going to put the timer back a little bit here for Snake because they had a complete monopoly over that objective.
Yeah, they certainly did, and the gold advantage is absolutely still there for Snake, don't get me wrong, and the fact that they've got scaling, but now they have to worry about their positioning in these team fights because Dade is the Fed member. He's gone back, he's picked himself up a needlessly large rod. The way Dade plays, that is not a Zhonya's Hourglass. That is a death cap coming through, definitely. Let's take a look at it. And they really expend so much here to try and grab Looper's Dragon's ultimate, as well as the Whirling Death coming through afterwards. And from there, it was all about the shields. One shield, second shield comes through. All of the abilities being used, and the passive got procced twice in very quick succession. Looper walked out of there healthier than what he was when he began. And SMLZ, he's a pretty aggro AD carry, just looking to get in the way of everything. But Dade, from the bottom side, no one's come near him the whole fight. Has just been taking pot shot after pot shot. And more importantly, weaving that red buff auto attack in whenever he can to make sure the slow's coming through, just making it even easier for himself.
Yeah, wasn't a problem there at all. And Flandre actually spent a lot of his time tanking a turret as well, which definitely wasn't working out there for Snake. And see whether they can orchestrate these fights a little bit better moving forward, because that's a Trinity Force now completed by Crystal, and he's decided that he wants to at least be able to ignore the first spell coming through from Dade. Looks like a Banshee's Veil is going to be the next option.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's what he's moving towards, but the thing about picking up a defensive item means that technically SMLZ, as soon as he grabs another 1,000 gold, will be doing comparable damage. With the build he's going for there, I don't like the Spell Pen boots. Get rid of them, pick up some Zerka Greaves, get some free hits through, because with the Blade of the Ruined King, as well as that Last Whisper, if you're an auto attack based Corki, you're going to be shredding through some of these tanks.
Yeah, that's true, and the fact that you get Sheen procs there as well from the Trinity Force, you're definitely going to be doing a whole bunch of damage. The fact that you get on-hit effects using that as well, that is going to be massive burst, so the Squish is going to be taking a whole lot. The Blade of the Ruined King and the Last Whisper, as you mentioned, also going to be helping out heaps for him as well. So, Crystal.
And as far as two-item spikes go for AD carries, Sork Boots Trinity Force is probably the luxury. That's the best you can get as far as being as strong as you want on an AD carry at about the 15-minute mark of the game, depending on how quickly you get there. But when it gets to this late game situation, Zerka Greaves is just so much better in every single way.
Yeah, because you're relying on auto attack damage to get most of your work done, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And it's all about the fact that if they're engaging onto the likes of Looper, if Condi and Love CD can keep you safe, you just get so much more time free hitting. And we saw it in the last team fight.
Flandre, though, now is going to be clearing out as much of the vision as he can. M3 not going to let this Baron go down for free, as Frozen Domain going to be used by Flandre to get himself to safety. Baron up in 10 seconds as Crystal's going to clear out this top wave. And we'll see how this one's going to go. Of course,
if they can stall this out until they get the Blade of the Ruined King, until they get the Death Cap on Dade, they might have a chance. Still so far behind, 8,000 gold still. Throwing a couple of extra 100 since the last time we looked in, just for some good measure.
And you have to remember as well is that Crystal was sitting on a massive stack of gold in that last team fight, only had the Phage portion of his Trinity Force, now has a Spectre's Cowl and a Trinity Force on top of everything. And FLICKR,
he finished off 2 items.
Yeah, finished off 2 items, now has a Ruby Crystal there as just a bit of a celebratory item on top of it. And if that's going to be a Warmogs as well for this Trundle, he's going to be so big in these fights.
Yeah, certainly is. But the Death Cap's been finished up for Dade. So he's looking very good as far as AP goes at this point in the game. Karthus still maybe a little bit ahead, but Dade, he's done a very respectable job throughout this game. 8 of 10 kill participation. Really is trying to put his team on his back. Looper, he's getting a little bit tankier. Still so far behind where he needs to be. 80 CS down. That's just been an absolute nightmare. And I think that FLICKR is going to do this to tanks more and more as people, they keep taking tanks into a very good top laner like that, especially an aggressive top laner. He will make them pay for it.
Yeah, and what better than Trundle to do so, as Ella's going to get smacked on by this Baron that's still mad, Barker. Don't head back in there. That's a little bit frightening as Beast is going to throw a barrel over the wall, body slam his way out here at the same time, but a lot of sustain on this Gragas means that he's not too worried. Lots of wards being expelled in this Baron pit, and Baron getting very, very frustrated at this Xerath shooting him in the back of the head every now and again.
Yeah, so Dade, he's got the blue buff. He's happy to keep that one up. The problem is they have no one to send against Trundle. Even if they send Maokai down there, because there's no Sunfire or anything picked up, Trundle can just take a couple of pot shots at the turret, walk back out, and then heal up off the next wave because he's got all the lifesteal. He's got his passive as well as the Spirit Visage coming through, so he is absolutely fine. Looper only really has the option of tanking the creep wave just off the turret and hoping he can clear it out in time.
Yeah. Crystal. Whoa, Ellie, yeah, taking a massive shot from that Arcono Pulse as Beast is going to body slam his way out, and they have to respect Dade here with 4 items, and that's a lot of Magi stacks as well, sitting on 11 at this stage, and it's a lot of extra AP, not ignorable, and a lot of the times that Dade's picked up this Magi, he hasn't managed to get the stacks for it. This time is working out in their favor, and with the extra 30% AP from that as well, with the Death Cap, working quite well. FLICKR may be caught out here just a little bit. Death Charge going to be thrown down as there's a Sonic Wave out of nowhere at the same time. FLICKR looking to try and turn this one back around as well, as M3 might be a little bit split here. FLICKR just tanking up so much damage. Will have to get out of there now because his health bar starting to slow down as Dade might have found himself into this fight. There's in fact the ultimate to come through, but Ella is going to be safe for now. FLICKR somehow still alive, managed to get back to base as well, does have the teleport. He's looking to come back around, back into this fight here as well. Looper's going to engage, but FLICKR just launches into the backline. Looper is trying to tank up, but Crystal takes him down. Barker so incredibly low, needs to get in position of this one. Oh my goodness, the hook not going to be there. The kill onto Dade, the Requiem here as well, as SMLZ running for the hills. That is the biggest Trundle I have ever seen, and the triple kill comes through now for Crystal. And when he gets hold of a team fight, he never lets go.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't, but that team fight was all about one Trundle pillar that nailed Dade as well as SMLZ against the wall, and they could go absolutely nowhere. FLICKR with the home guard teleport, we've talked about it all season, is the best teleporting top lane in the league, and probably picks up the win for his team just off that.
Beautiful play coming through, and FLICKR really defending his lackluster performance, you might say, yesterday on Trundle, and managing to really come through with a huge one here. And that Trundle, he was tanking up 4 people for so long before getting out, teleporting back in, and he soaked up so many cooldowns. There wasn't a whole lot that M3 could do about it, but still looked like, especially towards the mid-game, M3 had some abilities to get into this one, but Snake just controlling the map so much more. 3 dragons uncontested at the same time, and there's Barker. He's not looking too psyched about it, but you just got to win, buddy. You're feeling good.
Yeah, you must be feeling good. People not feeling good? Looper and Condi did absolutely nothing that game.
No.
Really were lackluster performances, especially from Looper in that top lane. FLICKR absolutely smashed him at every point of the game.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you're picking the likes of Maokai and Lee Sin, who honestly, they just don't quite fit into 5.6 as much as they did in the previous patches.
Yeah, I think Maokai still has a position as a sole tank. We saw that one team fight where they looked like they spun it around. He was extremely tanky, but Lee Sin, I definitely agree. Just not the playmaking. You kick someone back in your team, who are you going to kick? You've got no one to kick into your team.
No. You certainly don't want to kick a Karthus in there, and I'm just thinking about it. Maybe Crystal, that he's going to get black shielded. It's a struggle, ladies and gentlemen, but we still have another matchup here for Snake and M3. We'll see whether M3 can manage to get a point on the board or whether Snake is going to pick up another 3, trying to get towards that top spot that EDG have pretty much on lockdown. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn, and we're in for our second game between Snake and M3. Snake managing to take that first one in rather emphatic fashion.
Yeah, they certainly did. There was a couple of hiccups throughout the game, but they really turned it on with that team fight in the top half of the map. It was about 14 minutes. Before then, they were down by a kill. After that, completely ran away with it. Bacchus Karthus, pretty good.
Bacchus Karthus, pretty good. And FLICKR definitely having a great game on that Trundle. And Crystal's Draven does not need a mention here as M3. They're going to ban that one away. And Rise also going to hit the bench again as well. Dade not going to see that one, as you mentioned before. And Looper actually banning the Maokai, which is very interesting. I mean, FLICKR, he's moved away from that. He's sort of past that at this stage.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's trying out new things, and I really like what Snake is doing heading into playoffs. Still playing the games very seriously, but with different compositions, proving that, hey, we are not a one-trick pony. We don't just play Protect the Crystal like a lot of people have criticized us for. We have threats all over the map, particularly in the top lane, and you need to take us seriously.
Yeah, and the Urgot going to be taken away here. That is an understandable ban. Almost exactly the same bans to come through here from Snake, but on the red side this time around. And anything sticking out for you here, Spawn, as far as first pick potential? Yeah, the Kalista is there.
Yeah, Kalista is the one thing that you probably don't want to give away. The other thing is something like a Janna, something like a Thresh, just that Ala plays so well. But it will be the Kalista, making sure the Crystal, he hasn't got the Draven, he hasn't got the Kalista. What's he going to pick up as a third string AD carry? Yeah, hang on.
Crystal plays a lot of things. So he could actually pick up the Kog'Maw here if he wants to. Does have a few other options.
Yeah, Kognami is available if they want to go a bot lane mount, right? Beast, he's taking another look at the Grungle. That went very well. And actually, Baka, he said, you got to have it last game. I didn't enjoy it very much. I am taking my Xerath back, Dade. And we'll see what Dade plays into it.
Yeah, Dade now with an opportunity to take a little bit of time to pick up his option. Of course, Azir is available as well. Dade and Baka, both fantastic Azir players, but what with Xerath always historically having a decent time against that champion, he may not decide to go for it. As Condi, he's looking at a Jarvan here as well. And he's more than happy to stick back a few patches.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. And the classic M3 bottom lane coming through. Love CD and SMLMZ going for the Candy Love CD bottom lane that they use to such great effect with the Kalista as well as the Thresh.
Yeah, now Snake looking at some options here as well as Crystal. He's actually hovering the Corki this time for himself. I don't know about that on this patch. I just don't think it's quite the same pickup as the Kog'Maw. Going to make a whole lot more sense if he wants to go that route. Clicking on MF for a second.
That's a hard lane though. If you go the Kog'Maw, no sustain coming into the lane. Doesn't really have the benefit of Nami giving you that speed boost to get your auto attacks in and out. True. Look for a lane swap to come through here, and through Looper's summoner spells, I'm going to make a bold prediction and say there is a potential Hecarim about to be locked in.
There may potentially be a horse to be taken into this top lane, and Snake, I mean, they have the option of picking whatever they want against it, but we'll see what they decide to do because, of course, he wants to build a Trinity Force. I mean, the Trundle, not necessarily the best pickup here.
Yeah, and that's definitely what I think it's for. Go a little bit more aggressive in your build path, get something done. And we'll see exactly how that one works out. Dade taking a long look at LeBlanc in response to this Xerath. It is locked in.
My goodness, and we've seen Barker deal with LeBlancs before, but of course Dade has a bit of a team on his back. He definitely wants to perform this time round, and if there's a playmaking champion in the mid lane, it's most definitely LeBlanc.
It certainly is, so we'll see exactly how he goes with that one. He's had some up and down games.
Yeah.
I actually had one very good LeBlanc game from memory where around a dragon fight he went crazy, and I kind of changed my opinion about the pickup altogether, but we'll see exactly how it can go.
Speaking of exactly how it can go, it is going to be FLICKR having a look at the dragon once more. The horse versus dragon matchup.
This could be just, once again, FLICKR completely ignoring his top laner and taking Smite.
Yeah, he is. He's done it again. He wants to build that Cinder Hulk, and he wants to just not even consider Looper as being a part of this game.
Yeah, so for those that didn't watch yesterday, FLICKR did this in game 1, I believe.
It was.
And just didn't lane. Just pushed the wave out and then went and just counter jungled everything. He killed, I think,
800 Gromps. There were so many dead Gromps that game. I was so upset. My goodness. It was a, hashtag save the Gromps, please, because the whole Snake lineup, they were killing every Gromp on the map whenever it respawned. And apparently Dragons, they're not a fan of frogs. That's just not a thing.
And he had the glowing fist going from the crowds. Yeah. We get to see it again, Atlas. The Shyvana with the smite.
Oh my goodness. No flashes to be had in that top side of the map. That's not what you want. When you've got a long-range ultimate like that, don't take flash. Dade into Barker here in the mid lane. The LeBlanc versus Xerath. Pretty old matchup here as far as if looking back to the start of the LPL is concerned. And SMLZ up against Crystal now, a very aggressive Cogmore player.
Yeah, certainly is. You rounded out with the Thresh versus Janna. Very old matchup, and a lot of pressure now on SMLZ and Love CD to get ahead in this lane. Dade needs some help on this map, guys. Someone needs to step up and actually, I guess, assist in some of the heavy lifting if M3 are going to have any hope of making playoffs. I want to see who it is. You look towards the bottom lane, maybe Looper on Hecarim can have a better showing, but Snake looked like they were fairly comfortable.
Yeah, Snake didn't really feel under too much pressure that last game. Of course, able to take out every dragon that they felt like apart from that fourth one, but then just winning a team fight. We'll see whether it happens again, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, M3 taking on Snake for the second time here today. Unable to quite clinch a victory last time, but we'll see whether that can turn around here. As Snake, they're going to find Looper hanging out in his own jungle. Probably not where he wants to be, but he is going to be safe. The burnout from FLICKR allowing him to get a few extra auto attacks off, but meaning that he can't clear out wards instantly.
They're going to kill this ward. Good move from Condi. They're just dropping the flag instead. You could see exactly what they were going for there. They wanted to be able to get the auto attacks off to kill that ward, but scattered it with the flag. Actually a Sentinel running around in the jungle as well.
Yeah, there's a whole lot going on here. A lot of backs to come through, as well as Dade's going to take away that ward there. And M3 create a bit of havoc here as far as removing vision is concerned. They've got the 2v2.
They've actually scouted it out. In one way, I think this suits Shyvana very well, because going to be able to bully the Hecarim at least early and go do some counter jungling. But, Crystal and Alla want nothing to do with it. The immediate recall coming through.
Yeah, they see them walk past that ward there, as well as Condi. He's going to start this Gromp. And they definitely did not want the standard lanes upside down situation. And that's going to mean that no free is going to happen here on the bottom side. A lot of creeps are going to die as Cogmore has to walk this whole way through. Beast starting off on the red buff here as Looper is able to take away the Raptors. Often dangerous, but FLICKR, he's actually going for a potential blue buff. And just going to take away possibly just the little Sentinels here.
Yeah, so he's going to look to take away the Sentinels, then probably move towards the Gromp, you would think. And just pick himself up as much gold and experience as he can get in the early game. Shyvana, with the change to a W, doing extra damage to minions, flies through the jungle early, but you have to remember that these guys hit very hard. Looking for some support from Alla to come through. He wants the shield over the wall. Yep. Will it be enough? I still don't think it is.
No, he's running back again as well, as this is definitely a struggle. Ella saying, okay, I'll hold your hand. I'll tank this one up for you. It'll be fine. And then finally the smite comes back up here as well. FLICKR going to head back to base. Does have a slight advantage as far as the creep score is concerned, taking a couple of those camps, but still wasn't necessarily all that successful.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask the question of FLICKR again. He goes the Ruby Crystal start, but does like 3 camps of jungling. Just pick up the Hunter's Machete.
Yeah. Of course, it doesn't help him in lane, I guess, which might be the argument.
But he can upgrade it. He can go back right now. He's taken enough gold to upgrade it into his Skirmisher Saber, if he so chooses.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really have the excuse available.
And he's still jungling. This is the thing. It's not like he's now in a lane with boots and much better off. He's still trying to jungle.
Actually, the Scuttle Crab is there. You may as well take that, FLICKR. You've got the smite almost back up again. I'm not going to go for that one
That is
either.
one of the more frustrating buffs to actually try and take. Oh, nice combo coming through from Dade.
Yeah, beautiful chain going to land there as well. Actually manages to get the tether at the same time as Lupa. Actually getting followed here by a lot of members. Ella forced to use that flash straight away as the devastating charge from Lupa is going to come through. But Crystal with that shield, the Eye of the Storm, giving him a lot more AD, able to answer back with a fair bit of damage with that W also. Kalista still on that top side, so it's not going to be a swap back here from SMLZ as Flandre going to make it towards this top side. Only level 3 to the level 4 Kalista, but Flandre probably going to still be okay in this lane as Lupa actually able to pick up some farm here under the turret, and Crystal wants to freeze this one back up.
Yeah, so it looks like they want to freeze it both sides of the map. And SMLZ trying to freeze it on the top side, although Flandre from that will be able to pick up a lot of CS as it pushes in because he doesn't really have to worry about being harassed. All the creeps will do exactly that and take off more health than you actually took off the dragon.
Yep, and Flandre just smites away the cannon creep there as well, just because he can. And Snake, they're going to start off the dragon here, noting the fact that they have a few extra members there on the bottom side. Teleport was used by Flandre, so of course they don't have that support. Lupa can actually come in if he wants to, but they have no vision around here to M3. They don't know that this dragon is going on. They probably think that there might be something there, but the Stormkeeping Beast very healthy, and Ella just going to switch up, grab a bit of that one as well. Actually, Crystal going to get knocked back there, forced to use the flash. That is a big deal, but the dragon does eventually fall here for Snake.
Yeah, it certainly does, and this is weird coming out of Lupa and Condi. They just shoved that wave really hard, and now it's going to freeze on Lupa.
Interesting.
So that was a strange life choice 101. And once again, Flandre, he's just still jungling. I'm really going to push this Hunter's Machete as far as it will go. If you are still jungling at the 6-minute mark, you're a jungler. Just buy a Hunter's Machete.
Yeah, he might be sort of building it just to confuse people, but when you've taken Smite, Flandre, people know that you're probably going to build a jungle item.
So he gets a very early Barmy Cinder. That is one thing that we can note from that, as Dade takes half of his health from a combo.
Yeah, Barker really managing to lay down some pain here. Does only have an extra amplifying tome, and looks like he is potentially going to be going for the Athene's Unholy Grail also, but now level 5 has a whole lot of points into that Arcano Pulse, and it's starting to really destroy these waves, and Dade going to have to use his abilities to take them down as opposed to getting some extra harass onto Barker, as Flandre and Ella, they are going to clear out some wards here on the top side. The duo is still here as well, as there's the ultimate to come through from Dade. Does land the chain as Condi's come around. He does try to slow him down on the way in as Barker has used the barrier. It's not enough, and Condi again picks up the kills, and Dade just wants first blood, man.
Look at his face. He's like, do not gank my lane anymore. Stay away from my lane. They get the first blood. It's fantastic coming through from M3. As that was the highest hook that missed on an X-axis, I think.
That was very cool.
That was pretty cool. But yeah, Dade, he just can't catch a break.
No, he really, really can't. And I mean, we're talking about this like it's great that the team's getting kills, but don't give it to your jungler when you've got a mid lane that really wants to snowball here, as Shane is going to land on a beast, but he just does not care at all about any damage that's coming through because he's Gragas. He's going to have that Cinder Hulk pretty soon and just be a pretty tanky fat guy.
But a much different early game coming through here for M3. They can pick up the first turret whenever they want. Of course, that fortification falling away now, I think. About the 7-minute mark, maybe the 8 that one dissipates. So they look like they can get that going. In the bottom lane, Lupa, he's having a little bit of difficulty now with the Void Puppy.
Yeah, Crystal with a very cool green skin, sort of the hipster skin, bit of an old one.
Oh,
actually, SMLZ going to use the Fate's Call to get Love City under the tower there as well, but Ella, he's going to be fine. Love City tanking up this turret a lot. The teleport to come through from Lupa. Beast just makes his way underneath the turret.
Hit the turret once, guys.
Yeah, the creep had it. Don't you worry about that. Snake maybe relying on that a little bit too much, but Love City falls down. Flandre's up in this fight, but in comes Dade at the same time. A double kill now. He's picking them up, as you can see, off the backside of this one. And it's a 2-for-1 in the end as Flandre fell. And Barker is just saying, team, what are you doing fighting? I'm in the mid lane.
And more importantly, they were able to grab the first turret. So they'll be able to match the all-important first rotation that comes out of Snake. Looks like Crystal will also be able to pick it up in the bottom lane, but this isn't going to be the case of where Snake is dictating the pace of the game, running M3 around. Won't even get the turret, so M3, they're 2,000 gold in the lead.
Yep, 2,000 gold in the lead, and there's no response to come through at any time soon for Snake. Of course, having a Kog'Maw on your team is definitely fantastic for the late game. Xerath no slouch either. We saw Dade doing fantastic things on him in the last matchup, but Shyvana as well. I mean, we haven't spoken about her here in the LPL, but she definitely scales beautifully towards that later stage of the game. So many resistances from that Dragon's Descent are going to come in. And now Crystal does have at least half the way towards...
But they're really looking to pick on the no flash pickup here from FLICKR. He's going to have to ultimate out, and there's nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, Dade actually going to land the chain here as well. Does get locked down from it. FLICKR with no more ability to move, and he is definitely going to fall down. The cute little smite, and Dade picks up his 3rd in a row.
And they're starting to give the kills over to the assassin. You could see them pull off their Atlas. Yep. Dade demanding the gold this time around, and he's in a real position to shut out this game.
Yeah, Beast going for a steal here on the red buff, but the bottom lane are collapsing on it. He doesn't necessarily have as much of the control as he would have otherwise had, but no vision available here for M3. They're just going to take down the Krogs, unbeknownst to them, losing a red buff in the meantime. Barker looking to at least cheat towards this bottom side. They want to put some pressure on, and Snake, they need to start making moves because they're getting dictated to by M3 this time around.
Oh, this might be the move right here. Condi's being caught.
Yeah, there's the shocking orb to come through as well. The ultimate comes down from Barker. He does manage to at least move around this map a little bit, but Dade picks up yet another kill. The flash coming through from Barker picks up one, and we'll see whether Dade can answer with any more as the shocking orb comes down. Nice Arcano Pulse to get at least half the health off of Dade, but he's not finished just yet. The Mimic Distortion to come through as the chains land. Oh my goodness, the Arcano Pulse was there to save Ella, but Dade, he's looking very scary now.
He certainly is, and that was a good move from Condi, throwing himself back into the fight, trading the kills 1 for 1, because at this point of the game, no one is stronger than LeBlanc if you are able to get some kills. Maybe Ari, throw her up there and deleting people off the map in the mid game, but you can just see from that how much damage Dade is going to do, and FLICKR, he's got his boots too now. Hasn't gone for any of the Mercury treads to try and get away from the CC that's being provided here. Instead, looking to deal with Kalista in the late game with the Ninja Tabby coming through. But,
oh my goodness, dodges out of the way of the abilities, gets a cute little auto attack in. Of course, both of these mid laners now with the red buff as well. They want to be trading auto attacks, but using the distortion out on an angle like that means that Barker just has no idea where Dade's going.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. Very unpredictable movement. Barker being able to shove in that lane, but Dade, he's ranked up that W now, can push back, and we can see even Looper not having a great time, but he can go up and farm against this. Whoa.
Yeah, for the next little while. Condi attempting to try and get in here.
That was just a very well-read play coming out of Crystal and Alla there. They were all away before that gank even eventuated.
Yeah, but it does give an opportunity for M3 to go for this dragon as well. Speaking of dragons, FLICKR going to head back, might be able to pick up his Cinderhulk. Actually decides not to here. He has the teleport, but they're going to let this first dragon for M3 go. And that's an evening out of the dragons.
FLICKR sheds a single tear for a long-lost cousin in a faraway land.
Yeah, a little bit sad. Of course, isn't quite a dragon at the moment. But, you know, when that descent comes through, might have to take a little bit of a moment's silence there for fallen brethren. Dade going to make his way back towards that mid lane as well. M3 were looking at making something happen there on the bottom side, but again, Snake with some heads-up decision-making. And just head back there. And Phage being picked up now from Crystal, has a dagger now in his back pocket as well. Also with a pink ward, so a little bit of extra vision available for our Snake lineup, but almost towards that Trinity Force where Kog'Maw is going to have a big spike of power. And it is great that you can have a hyper carry like this, able to build a Trinity Force to give yourself at least some sort of ability to make an impact in this mid-game.
Yeah, definitely agree, and that was really the resurgence of Kog'Maw when the Trinity Force build came through. It's just such a clean power curve for a late-game hyper carry. It's not like the Vayne where you have a noticeable dip.
Was it Genja that started it off?
It certainly was. The Time Lord.
Oh my goodness, I believe Snake might actually be Moscow. It's not true, of course. Genja didn't play very much Draven, definitely not to the level that Crystal's able to. Is Condi just going to
I like how that's why you don't think it's them. Not because you can obviously see Snake sitting in their seats, just because Genja didn't play Draven.
It's about spirits, you know, it's about the spirit of the team, you know? Maybe if Dade was in the mid lane, because then you've got the Rise there as well. Beautiful. Okay, I think we've gone too deep on this one. FLICKR going to continue farming there on the top side of the map. You can see the bottom lane of M3 are going to head back as well. Beast spent a lot of time in the enemy jungle, but Condi also going to get wise to it, stealing away the red buff here, as Lupa was hanging out at the same time.
And Lupa's doing a really good job of playing FLICKR's game. He's taking a wave, then roaming towards the mid lane, seeing what he can get done. As Dade goes in deep again, gets half the health. Needs to be careful because there is a Gragas around the lane, but Dade's having a much better performance than we've seen in the laning phase. Dade's been playing much better throughout the mid-late game, but honestly got smashed yesterday by Rookie in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Today, his laning phase even looks on point. He's really showed up to play.
Yeah, and we have sort of had our doubts here about his LeBlanc in the past. Actually, oh my goodness, dodging away as best as he can. Not one of the bolts going to land from Barker. Dancing shoes were on.
And that is the first time I have ever seen Barker throw out a Xerath ultimate and not hit one.
Yep.
Fantastic play coming through from the mid laner of M3. And Barker maybe a bit of frustration creeping in because he threw a couple of those a little bit wide.
He certainly did, and Dade didn't really have to move at all for the last couple, but it was still very well juked. I mean, I guess if he had to let them go through and he stood still, he would have been hit by at least one of them, so you have to hand it to Dade just a little bit, but for moving. Yeah, aim wasn't exactly true here for Barker thus far. We'll see whether it is actually a sign of frustration or whether, you know, it's just maybe just that one miss that we're going to go to. Of course, Crystal has completed the Trinity Force. Double Cinderhulks now available for FLICKR and Beast, as FLICKR might have been caught, forced to use the Dragon's Stem, but still gets locked up as Dade looking to try and create some pressure. FLICKR in a whole lot of trouble, and that is the 1v1 against the tanky Shyvana.
Yeah, and maybe regretting not picking up the Merc Treads because he was held in place for a very long time from the Ethereal Chains, and Dade another solo kill, 5-0-1-1 now, 6-6 kill participation. Having a field day with his Snake liner.
Yeah, the passive was proc there just a little bit in the mid lane. Oh my goodness, here's the gank to come through. Beautiful Howling Gale is there, but Condi, he's going to try and lock up Beast. There's the Fate's Call. He's going to get the Gragas out of it as Lupa comes into this one, but that explosive cast was fantastic. No, the death sentence onto Ella, and SMLZ is going to lock down the kill, and Beast in the end going to die in the back line. Of course, the Ignite on the top lane and not something. Oh my goodness, Barker misses the shocking orbit. Oh my gosh, gets locked down by the chains. There's the ultimate. Is he going to be able to land it? One more bolt. No, another triple miss as he goes for the attempted look at the back to the distortion, and oh, you can see on his face he's not happy with how this one's going.
He is certainly not happy at all, Atlas. What a play coming out, this straight up duel. All the summoner spells being used, and this game has lifted to another level. Snake want the 3 points to really secure second spot, but M3 fighting for their playoff lives. Looking fantastic.
They are looking very much better in this game. I was going to say they're looking great, but of course did have a relative shutout in the last game. This is a very different looking M3. And Lupa now looking to be a menace here in the jungle. He's had a free time now with a Trinity Force completed of his own, 1-0-4, 3 CS in the lead, and this is what we expect from the world champion top laner. He has been caught out a little bit by Beast, but Barker not able to tag him with anything as FLICKR still in that top side. Dade looking to get something done. Look, you can see he just wants to murder people on the Rift.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't. He's in a very good position to be able to do just that. Going back, picked up another blasting one. And through all the kills, and it's been an impressive performance, he still has equal CS, has been able to completely go toe-to-toe in this, as we see, oh, the bait in from Lupa.
Oh, but FLICKR not going to have any of it. The distortion over the wall here doesn't land the chain. That is the combo of the QR, but doesn't quite land enough. Of course, 5.6. That has been nerfed just a little bit. Is Barker going to clear out this mid wave? And FLICKR not going to be caught out this time. Didn't even need to use the ult.
But you can see, even from the really nice tornadoes every single time coming through from Alan. Might be in some trouble, though.
Yeah, Crystal is still here to try and help him out. But there's the Cataclysm to come down. Living Artillery not going to do anything and just spike to death. And that kill probably could have gone over to SMLZ, but we'll give it to him as Dade looking to try and lock down Barker. Another chain's going to land. Death sentence named pretty well here as Love City going to pick it up with the box. And M3 easy transition into the Dragon. And this is looking like basically the same game as last time. but the team names have been switched.
Yeah, it certainly does, and this is the most on point we have seen M3 probably this season, very much playing
apart
as
from
a
their
team.
first performance against Snake.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that the way that Looper is currently playing, not caring about his lane, rotating around the map, being a facilitator, is always been when Looper has been a good player. His laning phase has honestly always been called out for not being that fantastic, always been known for his...
Oh dear, Dade is just toying with FLICKR
That was
now.
kind of amusing to watch, actually. He's always been known for his good teleporting, the fact that he just obnoxiously pushes out waves, doesn't care about his direct laning opponent, and runs around the map, and you see actually Beast being caught.
Yeah, Looper has found him here. Another chain's going to land, but it is going to be the explosive shot that is going to get him out of that one. Oh my goodness, just the ultimate from Looper to lock down that kill as Barker throws a skill just randomly by the looks of things. Is Dade going to lock down yet another chain? I want to know exactly how many he's hit because there hasn't been very many missed chains this game.
Yeah, there certainly hasn't, and he's having a field day, and this is fantastic to see.
Cute.
These guys opening up their champion pools, bringing in new ones, and Looper now with the Trinity Force finished off for a while. He's got his boots too, 2-0 on 4, fantastic game for him.
Yep, Fate's calling to Barker here though in the mid lane. Does manage to land a bit of follow-up damage, but the death sentence is there, and SMLZ locks himself up yet another kill. Actually, his first for the game, now second. Barker is going to fall, and my goodness, this M3 lineup. This Kalista pick seems to have just worked out beautifully, but you have to say, Dade, this is the best we've seen him on this champion so far in the LPL.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. It's really up to him and Condi to dictate the flow of the game. Give some credit to the jungler. Condi's been absolutely omnipresent this time around.
He has.
Crucially, he scores in the correct order, 2, 1, and 6.
Yeah.
Has given over a lot of the kills to the carries, really made sure that Kalista, as well as the Hecarim and LeBlanc, are in the positions they need to carry these games out. The tanks, they get tanky incidentally because of the new Signature Hulk item. Everything you pick up pretty much has health on it if you are a jungler.
True.
The lockets, the Banshee's Veils, things like that. So you get a lot tankier than you would have otherwise. And just being able to give all that gold over for some damage means that they're just cutting through FLICKR and Beast quicker than you would otherwise expect.
But are they still sort of pigeonholed into a mid-game comp, or is having this Kalista and the Hecarim going to really help them out as far as that late game is concerned? Because, of course, Kog'Maw and Shyvana still fantastic in their own right towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah, they certainly are, but I think Hecarim still is probably the best late-game top laner. He just gets so tanky with his W as well.
Oh my goodness, Beast is getting chunked out here. You wouldn't think that he... Oh my good, how did he manage to weave that one in there? Beautiful Howling Gale here as well, as there's the passive going to be popped, but Crystal's here, and that's going to be the kill going over to Beast. Kog'Maw probably would have liked it, but Dade finally gets shut down.
Yeah, he certainly does, and that was just an over-aggressive play. Nearly getting the snipe through was Barker there as well. And now Snake, they're on the aggressive for the first time, and we see them do this time and time again. They finally get a little bit of a window. They try and push it. Let's see if M3 can turn it around. Yeah,
Bioarcane Barrage is allowing Crystal to at least get some shots on this turret. It is relatively low. Of course, they haven't picked up one yet this game. 12-3 is the kill score. 6,000 gold now in the lead here for M3, and a lot of that is to do with the fact that they have every outer turret.
Yeah, and it was just one kill onto a jungler. So in all, yeah, not a great play coming through from Dade, getting caught out like that in the mid lane, but because Snake weren't able to capitalize, it's not going to mean anything.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Sentinel going to be taken down by Crystal as he kills yet another Gromp. Snake the Gromp killers, most definitely on this one, as Barker going to help clear out this wave here just a little bit. And that's going to be no worries at all. They don't have any jungle left, and this is what happens when you got multiple smites. You want to be using them in the enemy jungle. And at the moment, I mean, those smites are not going to be used here because, I mean, there's nowhere for FLICKR to go. He's relegated to, you know, defending against Looper as opposed to pushing like he was the last time he played this setup.
Yeah, it certainly does look to be that way. Can't underestimate how much it will do in a late game situation against the Kalista being able to dive in their smite and get rid of some of the damage that will be coming through.
Yeah, true.
So it still is a good pickup, but you're correct. Throughout the laning phase, it just didn't have the same impact that we saw. Not enough Gromps fell in favor of the Dragon to really get him to that point.
And that was very, very cute from Beast, walking around the vision range of that Sentinel so that it didn't pop off. He's going to be able to kill that one as well. Some nice defensive warding to come from Snake as well. They are at least good at playing from behind here just to try and keep themselves in position, because they're one of the teams that's managed to at least make these Cogmore comps work out, these comps that really want to be scaling towards the later stages. So when they are tested like this with some early game pressure, they are able to at least counter that one a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly are looking to stall this one out for as long as possible. I don't know if they have an outright win in the late game. They definitely are stronger in some positions in the late game, notably the AD carry role, where I think with this build, Kalista does fall away a little bit, and Cogmore is only going to get better. But it's, as I said, M3, they're not a horrible late game comp. They're definitely very mid-game focused, but they can get some things done in the late game, noticeably because there's not that much protection for the Cogmore. Dade, if he keeps going like this, will just kill him.
Yeah, and Crystal not going to be able to do much. Oh, actually, is one of the only AD carries that can do stuff after he's dead. So a Cathian Surprise going to do some work here in the late game. Definitely some value. Arcane Pulse from Barker going to clear out this wave, and he is able to at least answer the push that is coming through. But M3, they have a monopoly of vision around this Dragon buff, and it is going to be the third one available for them. And it was 3-1 in Dragons the last time we saw these teams meet up, which was only moments before. But it was the other way around, and Snake will see how they manage to react to this pressure from M3, because Snake, when they have a lead like that, they just win a decisive team fight. But we'll see whether M3 can still do that themselves.
Might have been caught out. Ooh. He must have...
What?
Okay, so I think they were going to check Baron, and then Looper ran past it, and Dade saw it was safe, so I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to go check it then, and just turn around. What it really looked like, though, was that Dade was a sidekick and read Beast's mind, and when I can sense someone in here, there is a disturbance in the force, I'm not going into the brush.
Yeah, that was his midi-chlorians are definitely going off this game by the looks of things. I'm just going to assume that that's what it was there, as Crystal clearing out this wave now as well. And they're doing a decent defensive job here, as Flandre is going to be able to get the top lane. Every wave that is shoved in does have an answer here from Snake, and not too much grouping is going on here for M3. With a short range AD carry as well, they don't have a whole lot of siege.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of siege, but what they do have is some pretty good neutral control with the Kalista. So as long as Jarvan keeps scaling up, keeps getting tankier, there will be a point in the game where they can start up that Baron and chuck like the 100 spears in it.
Yep.
And then Snake have to come fight, because there's no way you can outsmite it. So you can't even take the 50-50. Some games it's better if you're stalling to just go, all right, we're going to give them this one. We'll try and take the 50-50, give up one death, retreat back into our base. But with the Kalista, you don't have that option. You either outright give it up and not go near it, or you just try and fight for it. And Snake always been a team that likes these scrappy brawls. So in about 5 minutes, you would think that that would be the plan from M3. Secure the next Dragon, Dragon number 4, and then make Snake fight over the Baron buff.
Yeah, or just stall out for the 5th Dragon here as well is another option that they could go for. Of course, that 5th Dragon buff very, very strong. Another chain going to land. Actually, Barker going to get locked down from that one as well. The Ignite's been used, but the barrier's there as well. And Dade, easiest 1v1 of his life, but he's going to get locked down from this one. The Smite Baron to come through even. Baron's been started up. They both have 4 members alive on M3, and without Dade, they may not have the pick potential around this fight. Love City taking a whole lot of damage. It's only down to about 4,000 health as Loopers come in here as well. Dragon's Descent right in amongst it, but look at the Baron damage from that Rend is huge there as Snake getting torn apart in this one. Kalista still at full health as Crystal has to deal with this horse. He's going to die. No, he's not. Not quite yet. The flash into the play. Love City going to take him down, but Kalista picks up the kill, and SMLZ is just wrecking this team fight. Flandre gonna die as well as Looper with a casual auto attack. No, doesn't even manage to take it down as the triple kill for SMLZ. And what a whitewash for M3.
Yeah, M3 coming up massive. The very clear shot call of start the Baron up, and we said that Snake aren't a team to let a team fight go if it is presented 4v4, and they were outclassed.
They were. There was nothing that they could do there, and I thought that maybe with the explosive cast, maybe you could get the Kalista out of the way, but look at that Rend damage. That is insane. 2,000 health? Insane.
Yeah, and this is where it really went their favor. Looper, through the exhaust, is dealing with the hyper carry. No one else at Cogmore can hit because of that Trinity Force being able to get in there. People are trying to peel, but not really that much peel there, and nails him with the hook right here, gets dunked by Condi. And from there, as soon as you get the 1 kill, we say at Atlas, not good at busting these tanks. If Kalista is able to free hit the AD and get the first Rend set off, going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and he certainly demonstrated that in that last fight, and we'll see whether Snake can come back through this one, because of course someone has to deal with Looper. Looper is just an absolute beast in these fights. Flandre now has a Thornmail completed, but with only that Spectre's Cowl, we've seen it done before. Dade, with his Death Cap Athenes, almost a Void Staff as well, he might be able to deal with that dragon.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that's what Dade is looking at. As soon as he gets that Void Staff, no one is safe because there's just not enough magic resist on the other lineup or effective health pool coming through. You have to say the one thing about Flandre's build, hasn't got a lot of effective health in there for the Cinderhold passive to be able to take over. So any little bit helps because it's a good item on a standalone purchase, but this isn't that huge beefy Shyvana that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have the Warmogs completed for that massive health pool, and now the Baron buff is going to be contended for here from Snake. They have to deal with this Siege minion that Crystal is able to auto-attack to death with that Bio-Arcane Barrage, but he has to...
he's got the flank behind here, does Looper.
Oh, Barker is in so much trouble. Look at that devastating charge. That is ridiculous. Dade picks up the kill there in the end as the fight's going to break out. There's, in fact, the ultimate to come through from Kalista there as the Cataclysm comes down onto Beast, but he's pretty tanky. Death Sentence going to land Crystal. Looper's just diving him underneath the turret.
He got it!
And he's going to take him out and might even take down Ella as well. He's not dead. A Cathian surprise there at the same time. What is this? This is insane. Just takes the Lantern, goes on a magical journey outside the base as Flandre, he's getting aggressed on by Dade here, lands the chain. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. And where was this M3 in the last game?
Where's this M3 been all season, Atlas?
Good point.
Looking a lot better. 10,000 gold in the lead. There's still 20 seconds on a lot of the carries. They'll probably just back away, recall, pick up the 4th dragon afterwards. But Looper coming up huge this game. And we talked about how good Snake's lineup looked late game. You got a 4-0-9 pony running around the Rift. He's going to be doing a little bit of work himself.
Yeah, he is the late game. I mean, I don't think M3 really need anyone else here. Oh my goodness, the ultimate comes through, but doesn't even manage to steal away anything. He hits one of the Rite of the Arcanes, but Dade going to survive just by walking away there. And Barker could have stolen himself a blue buff, but decides that he wanted to try and kill Dade. It's not going to be successful again.
Yeah, well, he could have got 2 birds with 1 stone if all 3 had a hit there. He would have got the blue buff and the Dade.
That's true.
Would have been best case scenario. In the end, goes for big damage there. Yeah, and doesn't get either. So we see now M3 moving in to secure their 4th dragon of the game. And I don't care how well you scale, you come up against a 4-dragon, 4-item Hecarim and LeBlanc in the late game, not to mention the fact that SMLZ is now nearly finished up his item build there with the QSS coming through and the Blade of the Ruined King now finished up. As soon as that hits 5 dragons, this game is over in everything but actually being played out.
Yeah, dragon is going to be completed. That's 4. For M3, 6 minutes on the clock here for Snake. We'll see whether they can actually make a move that's going to work out here because Dade just distorting away to wherever the heck he feels like it here on this Rift. And now Snake looking for Looper again. Crystal does have a fair bit of damage, almost has the last Whisper completed, but Looper just runs away.
And I really like what he did there. He made a move towards Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw had flashbacks of the... Oh, wow.
Okay. See you, Barker. As Beast actually going to find Dade here, but of course has the distortion. Is going to try and get out of this one. There's the passive to come through. Lands another chain here at the same time. Love City looking for it. The dive is on as Ella does McHale's himself. He is going to be okay. Flandre in the backside managing to be a little bit frustrating. Death Sentence going wide there from Love City as M3. Low health bars. Snake managing to hold on for now. Only 11 seconds left on Barker. M3 looking to continue. Oh my goodness. Okay, Ella, sorry about that one. Is the Lantern just going to be taken from Love City and Dade gets out scot-free.
Yeah, and it looks like a fun game now for Dade.
It certainly is.
Saying,
I mean, he may not have a smile on his face just yet, but that's just Dade. I'm sure on the inside, he's very happy.
Well, I think what he's actually doing is like, can I have a Lantern, please? And they're like, where do you want me to throw it? Because we actually don't know where you're going at the moment. You just killed a support. And you saw the Lantern was complete confusion. Do I throw it where his first distort was? Was it the second one? He also flashed in there somewhere.
Yep, it's a little bit ridiculous. He has the ability to move around this map. As Ella has respawned now as well, saying, oh, yeah. You're all fancy with your moves. 9-2 and 4 though under Dade. It's not just being fancy, it's been pretty good at the video game, and he's certainly playing well this one. Crystal going to continue clearing out this bottom wave. No one actually going to answer that one. He's going to get back to base safely. Now going to have that last Whisper completed. 3-item Cogmore, nothing to scoff at, but M3, they've got basically 4.5-item Callista, which is very, very frightening.
Yeah, they've got pretty much finished the game, Callisto. Apart from the Mercurial Scimitar, not much more to come through, and you see FLICKR might be the one to check this brush.
Condi uses the enemy Raptor buff, which is always frustrating. He's going to be able to clear out that vision.
And Baron is a very real objective once again.
Yep. Well, Baron actually almost seems like something that M3 can take on a whim at this stage. Look at the vision. It's a Christmas tree of lights as Beast. Not going to get knocked up by Condi here as FLICKR looking to get something done, but Explosive Cast just going to be used to try and stop M3 from progressing.
That is an important ultimate there, because that is all they have to really get rid of SMLZ at this point, and Dade, with just 2 spells, does about a half a piece health, and that's the tankiest member on the map nearly at this point. Beast a little bit far behind, not having a fantastic game, but Baron, that's secure now.
Yep, easily, and Dade making sure that no one from Snake can come anywhere near that pit. Baron's going to fall down. Callista, of course, probably rending that one from about 4,000 health, which is close to its maximum, which is just a little bit ridiculous. Able to really lock that one down. And with the Blade of the Ruined King now as well, there is no realistic way that Snake can do anything because that Baron falls so quickly.
Yeah, and this is the one thing about the Callista build, is that if there isn't enough damage to deal with her, now she's got double life still. Even FLICKR really doesn't do that much with the Thornmail coming through because she just gets so much back. She's not going to kill people as quickly as Cogmore, but it takes a lot to be able to catch up and continually deal with this Callista without the lockdown CC that we're used to seeing in Snake's comps.
Yeah, and these Baroned up minions as well are going to take a lot of Crystal's auto attacks to take down, as well as Dade just being a nuisance here. Pushing through the bottom wave. Looper actually going to use the ultimate here as Barker always seems to be the focus. Going to flash out of the way here as Condi has found his way in. Beast with a bit of a zoning barrel there, as well as Looper is going to take a little bit of an ability from Barker there on the backside. Condi looking to try and take down this inhibitor now as well. It has survived thus far as there's the ultimate to come down from SMLZ. He gets barreled back as well. Condi very, very low as FLICKR trying to be a nuisance. Death sentence onto Crystal though. That is the big deal. The double kill. The inhibitor goes down. Barker's going to get exploded by Dade. And my goodness, M3, they're going to be able to win the game off that one.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. They're going for a second inhibitor. They've already got a creep wave in the base. The surrender actually comes through, and M3, 18,000 gold.
You can understand the surrender most definitely coming through Spawn. That was a very different M3 that we saw on that Rift. And I thought, you know, we saw the Shyvana with the Smite come back. The Cinderhulk Dragon was going to be super cool to watch yet again, but it just did not work that game. Nothing that Snake tried to do worked, and it has to have something to do with the fact that you get Crystal off the Draven Callista and just doesn't really know where to go.
Yeah, without the full-blown Juggernaut behind him was really easy prey. And
was it just that the comp didn't necessarily work here for Snake?
Yeah, I really think it was the pickup of the Janna over the Nami, to be honest. Didn't have a good lane to be able to go to. They had to swap around a lot. FLICKR didn't get far enough ahead with that Smite. And from there, it was all about Condi's map pressure on Jarvan, heavily ganking. Dade, still not smiling, was able to go off in the mid lane and just take over the whole map along with his jungler.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what it takes to actually make Dade smile.
Playoffs.
Playoffs, do you reckon? Because I haven't actually seen it just yet. Well, we will see whether M3 are going to make it into the playoffs. But ladies and gentlemen, there are still 3 more matchups to go. World Elite going to be taking on Energy Pacemaker right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me will be Jake Spawn Tiberi. And we're getting very close to playoffs here, Spawn. We have another big playoff match, World Elite versus Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, we certainly do it. It's so strange to say 10th versus 12th playoff match, but this is live or die now for WE. They split 1-1 yesterday, heartbreaking fashion, losing that first game with a very tanky lineup coming through, but all they can do now, Julian, is hope that they win every game and then pray that either Royal Club, King, M3, someone makes a mistake.
Yeah, playoffs is getting real messy. I believe the top 6 teams have now been clinched. I don't think the positions are quite set yet, except for EDG, but 6 teams have already made it in. So 2 slots left, and there's about 4 or 5 teams still fighting for it.
Yeah, there certainly is. And the funny thing about the LPL is mathematically, anything can happen with that extra point. We've spoken about it for so long, and it really has come to fruition because teams have dropped so much. They've split all over the place. If teams start losing, WE actually have a reasonably smooth run. They face Energy Pacemaker and then Garmty next week. The only 2 teams below them, there's a real possibility they can pick up 6 points, which is huge.
Yeah, and World Elite, they need their 6 points. Again, if they drop any of the first games in this best of 2s, it's just going to be disappointing for them. They need all of the points. That's the thing about the best of 2 format that we've seen. It's the last day of week 10 now today, of course, in the middle of our day. Week 11's coming up. That's our last week before playoffs start, and the race is getting very close.
Yeah, so if we just take a look at it, they're 3 points off Royal Club. And Royal Club, now with that win from M3, are officially sitting in 9th by 1 point, and King is 2 points clear. So between the real 4 teams that are vying for it, there's about 5 points. And as we said, there's 2 games. Everyone else is playing 2 games for the rest of it. It's so back and forth. And WE, we saw after they came back from IEM, completely different team. This was no longer the last place LPL team. Spirit really was stepping up, coming to the forefront as their leader. But it was Aluka that was driving a lot of the changes. He's been playing much better. Their new mid laner, been outstanding, GA. Mystics has added his own spark to the team. If this team had been together from the start, I'm sure we would be singing a different story, but now they just need to get over the line.
Yeah, and even, with playoffs probably not in their future, just get into form for relegation or to go back to your next season. But we're going to go through World Elite. Aluka, he's the tank player now. Poor Pokemon been sitting on IG's bench. Aluka has taken over as the top laner tank.
He is the top lane tank. He will not play anything that is not a tank. And Spirit, this guy plays everything, but especially Nidalee. His Nidalee is so good at the moment. We saw him explode in the last 10 minutes of yesterday's game. Keep it away from him.
Yeah, Shie, big assassin player as well. That's maybe something that will start hurting World Elite on this patch, but if Shie can pick it up or just make the assassins still work, which they're okay. They're not great, but they're okay. We'll see what can happen. Mystic's been mixing it up, though. Big Lucian, big Grace player, and even been mixing in the new Urgot as well.
Yeah, and his Urgot is the Urgot that has impressed me so far. Even in the loss yesterday, looked very good. Yuji, the Thresh player. You can just put it that far. He is a very good Thresh. Plays the Janna okay, but really is all about whether they can get that for him in the first or second round of picks.
Yeah, we'll see. We've seen a lot of teams, especially towards the lower end, really prioritize Thresh as one of their champions, and we've started to see more engaged supports come back in general. Lots of Karthus, lots of, not quite Cassiopeia, but lots of these high damage mid laners. Vladimir, for God's sake, is seeing play. Rise is seeing play and a win in the LPL. So people are moving their CC back to the bottom lane again.
Yeah, definitely, and it's all about those persistent, sustained threats, and the thing about Thresh is that he has multiple spell reels that can come through. Flay isn't the long C cooldown that we're used to, can get more and more of that in there, and he just starts off fights so well, and then the box, one of the most underrated spells in his kit, is just so good.
Yeah, and Spirit is definitely the big player for me here on World Elite. We talked about his Nidalee, how fantastic it's looked. Junglers are swapping away to tank junglers for the most part, but you don't have to play that way. Kakao showed us that there are options on this patch that are viable, that are still Cinderhulk junglers that you can be aggressive with and make plays, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see Spirit play Gragas today.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be surprised at all to see if that's what he decides. We'll go through Energy Pacemaker's lineup. Amazing Jay. Couple of good Gnar games in there, but without Captain 57, hasn't looked his usual buoyant self in the top lane. Got left alone a little bit up there and didn't do fantastic.
Yeah, he's been a strong-looking player all season, but I guess he struggles with that support of his team as Drizzle been playing back, been very impressive on Lee Sin, and unfortunately for Drizzle, that's about it.
Yeah, exactly right. It ends there. Raphael, the Victor player. He's got a couple of different champions in there. The Lulu wasn't impressive at all. I'm not expecting to see that one come back out, but they need something special from him today.
No, we've actually, again, seen a recent mix-up. Zhang Ao has joined them as our AD carry. His Callistas look great. He's looked just solid, I guess, from the bottom lane. But I guess with Kane having a fairly underwhelming season for himself, it's refreshing to see a new AD carry player do quite well.
Yeah, and the depth of the AD carry position really can't be understated in that reason. Rounded off with Shu, who's been completely fine as a support. He's Annie, probably the best there. Very good on the engage heavy supports, but we'll see exactly what EP pull out. There's a reason that they're towards the bottom end of the table. They haven't had the most impressive season, but still very young guys. They're looking to just piece together any momentum heading into the relegations. And right now, very different sides of the bottom half. WE still fighting for that. Mathematically possible. I'm sure Energy Pacemaker can do something to get in there if they want as well. But they really just need to start building momentum, building that teamwork with their new AD carry, and getting some solidity behind their roster lineup because they've swapped it up so many times.
Yeah, just a bit of consistency is really going to help. We've seen that from World Elite, finally gluing together a new roster and having a breakout international performance and coming back home and playing much better, honestly. Again, not like the last place team they were when they left for IEM Katowice, and it's the same for EP. Again, it's the business end of the season, whether you're going into playoffs or trying to make your way back into the LPL for the next split. Every team has something really big to play for soon, and this is a big match for both of them, at least if nothing else, to have a good warm-up for themselves.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and look, you can say a little bit more on the line for WE, so they're probably the most nervous out of it. Energy Pacemaker was even told by their coach in one of their games to just go out and have fun because he could tell that their attitude on the Rift was hurting their performance. That was a Garen performance, and they actually did a much better showing of it when they were just going out there and playing their brand of League of Legends. So I want to see if they mix it up, keep it competitive, but really try and throw some curveballs at teams in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and EP have been the team that throwed curveballs out. They've actually, weirdly enough, innovated a lot from the bottom side half of the table. Early Dragons, crazy picks. Nas been a big one. I think Hecarim was basically Amazing J's job as well. For a team that's sitting towards the bottom of the table, Energy Pacemaker have done a lot of things to influence the LPL.
Yeah, definitely agree. You look at the Victor. Raphael went off in a couple of Victor games. The Hecarim, the Scion. There's a lot of picks that are now popular that Energy Pacemaker picked up first, did something cool with, and then other teams grabbed them and kind of made them their own. That's kind of been the story out of all of it. Raphael not even going to get to look at the Lulu. That's taken away straight away.
Yeah, and Lulu been reasonably popular. Juggernaut's still a thing running around, so not too surprising to see Lulu get taken away. Just such a strong flex. EP, not too long left on their next pick here. I wonder what they do want to take out as their first ban. Using all of their time here, actually, and not gonna ban something apparently.
Yeah, apparently not. Nah being taken away straight away, so don't know if they'll penalize for anything, but that is a dodge ban, and it looks like it might even be a second, because if you don't ban the first time and you wind down the clock the second time.
I mean, we'll have to see. I do like the Nah takeaway from Amazing J. We've seen lots of Nah Sejuani recently to great success, so take that away from Amazing J. And EP, I mean, we talked about it, they do crazy stuff sometimes. This might be another brand of crazy EP things.
Yeah, exactly right. And with so many strong picks, if you just leave them open, especially on the red side, as we get a look at some of the Snake players up in the crowd.
Crystal hanging out, watching the game. Had maybe a reasonably fun series in his last match just sent, probably one of the 2-0, but he's been having a lot of fun. He's always smiling, Crystal.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's such a fun AD to watch play. Whether he's doing very impressive things or face-checking a couple of skill shots, he's just always entertaining. Nautilus being taken away from the support position. We mentioned how Shu very good on the engage heavy supports. Nautilus definitely making a case for being the best tanky engage support at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus is great. We've seen a lot of, again, heavy engage being moved back down to the bottom lane. Kallista's very popular. Late game carries have been a thing, and Nautilus great at tying them down. You can see EP, their analysts are there behind them talking to them, so either they didn't get any bans or they've got something very kooky planned, because no bans there for EP, and we'll see what World Elite want to pick up.
Yeah, so it looks like they are going to... That was a very quick selection of the Sejuani. The lock hasn't come in straight away, so see what happens there. But Nidalee is available if Spirit wants to take that, although Tank Jungle is making a very good case of being dominating at this point in the game. See what they go with.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit, again, is a very flexible, very adaptive jungle player. I've been impressed with almost everything that he's picked up, but I guess for him what's important is that he has a proactive champion. And Sage is a great champion, but she's certainly not proactive.
Yeah, she isn't in the pre-6 especially. You get dictated to by what the enemy jungler does, really relegated to the counter ganking if you do want to go in. Doesn't have a great pre-6 gank, and makes sense. Just lock in the Scion for Raluca. Definitely his most successful champion, if nothing else.
Yeah, love this pick here for World Elite. One of the few teams almost in the world that plays Scion to great effect in Aluka. He's the Scion player in the LPL, so EP, again, for whatever reason, didn't have some mans. Not too sure why, but they're going to have a lot of different things open here, and I think we're going to see something fun from Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, I certainly think we're going to see something fun from Amazing Jay. He kind of has a cheeky grin on his face right now, and as I said, he was a Garen player. I have to give my respect to him for that, but going for something a little bit more standard, something a little bit tanky as well, going for the Urgot as well as the Sejuani.
Yeah, I love these picks. They're very 5.6 Urgot Sedge. No Gnar, of course, available for the big combo that we've been seeing. Actually, again, from EP, they were the first team to really play it on 5.6 in China. But we'll go back over to World Elite, and again, we've seen them find a bit of struggles on this patch, honestly. They seemed very settled in 5.4. Lots of the mid laner and the new AD carry especially seem very comfortable on that patch, but we'll see what they do when I go for.
Yeah, exactly right. And we're seeing some hovers coming through here. Vladimir very strong on the current patch. Persistent damage threats are always going to be good, and it's so hard to burn through him just because of the fact that he gets a lot of health back. And Spirit, we said he needs to be on a proactive jungler. Probably none more so than Nunu. He's going to be up in the face of this Sejuani, trying to keep a level 4 or below for as long as possible.
Yeah, Spirit, one of the best Nunu players in the LPL, and there are a couple of them. Nunu's a champion that seems so good and seemed even better on 5.6. Hasn't seen nearly as much play as maybe we expected, but Dandy, Spirit, and Beast, those are the three big Nunu players, and they're all fantastic at it.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I was honestly confused that Nunu didn't see more play throughout the weekend just because I think he is so good, and you throw in the fact that hyper carries are becoming a thing. He accelerates them by an item by the 20-minute mark if you max Blood Boil second. He's just that good. Gives them a free Phantom Dancer pretty much. Raphael going towards the Cho'Gath. That's an old school lane if you've ever seen it. Vladimir versus Cho'Gath. Maybe used to seeing it in the top lane, but that's going to be in the mid, and that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Cho'Gath Hecarim actually the picks there for EP, so another very tanky lineup, very similar to World Elite's team comp yesterday in one of their first games here. But again, going back to Nunu, love the point about hyper carries, enables them completely, but also very good at picking on enemy hyper carries with all the attack speed reduction.
Yeah, exactly right, and he kind of just sits in their face. Maybe not going to be able to do the same thing as to the Urgot, who relies a lot on his spells to be able to get it going, and the hyper carry of choice seems to be Jinx. That is dangerous. There is a lot of lockdown CC, and the layering that can come out if Drizzle nails Mystic is really scary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about ever picking hyper carries into Urgot. That's part of the reason it's scary to leave Urgot open, especially because he's sort of a flex. Yude does get threshed, by the way. It's actually contested between these two supports, so Shu will be denied it for now. It went very late in this draft, but World Elite have a great looking team comp. Vladimir Jinx especially is massive late game damage, and even Vladimir Nunu's not too bad, just on Nunu's base ulti alone. But it's scary. There's so many tanks here, and a Janna for a bit of disruption and peel potentially. I don't know if I want to pick Jinx in the Urgot, but that's what World Elite have opted into.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and the swap into the Rupture, the Feral Scream, there's, as I said, a plethora of CC to come through here. And it now really is up to World Elite. They need to get ahead early, because if they don't, there's no way you can burn through anyone on EP.
Yeah, and Urgot Janna for a little bit of that bully potential is the bottom lane that EP will take away, and yeah, I mean, World Elite going to look to scale. They've got three good scaling laners in the top, mid, and bottom side of the map. Jinx wants to scale up. Vladimir double dips on scaling. And Sion, he just loves picking up all the tank items.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the one thing I will say in their favor. They will get a point in this game where no one can kill Sion. He is going to become absolutely immovable. So if he's the one that starts off these fights and absorbs a lot of the initial CC, if he can catch some of the skill shots, so funny to say is because you normally don't want to do that, his team is in a very good position.
Yeah, and there's Sion Hecarim, our top lane matchup. Bit more of the carry style for Amazing J. We've seen him be the pioneer Hecarim, and this jungle matchup's the single most important thing in this game.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's about whether Spirit can use that Nunu to keep Drizzle down, or whether the Sejuani becomes a team fighting force.
Yep, FarmFest in the mid lane there, though. Vladimir versus Cho'Gath. You mentioned it as a top lane matchup. We'll get a similar bit there in the mid as Jinx versus Urgot. This is dangerous. You have to think World Elite's looking for a lane swap.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Yuji on Thresh is going to be much more useful than Janna around the map. Shu going to probably have to mirror the matchup wherever the Thresh does go and try and provide some support, but that should be in Yuji's favor.
Yeah, and the early levels are going to be super important, whether it's the swap, trying to exploit Urgot's a few early levels, or just get your laners in a favorable position. Spirit has a lot of work to do here in this game. He's got to be super annoying.
Yeah, I certainly agree. He's looking for some early pressure, maybe looking for some invades. I honestly am interested to see how they pair this one up. I agree it needs to be a lane swap, but from there, it really is up to Spirit to dictate.
Yeah, and Spirit, he's been looked best when he has dictated, so we'll see if he can do it. Let's get straight into game 2. And welcome onto the Rift, everyone, for our first game between World Elite and Energy Pacemaker. Must-win games for both teams, and some pretty interesting team comps, I have to say, Spawn. Very 5.6-esque on both sides.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The persistent threat coming out of both teams with a lot of CC coming through. So more soft CC on the side of World Elite, the slow zone control coming out, but a lot of hard CC on Energy Pacemaker, and they're all about catching out either the Vlad or the Jinx, and then World Elite not having enough to deal with it. And you see the appreciation for the Korean jungler coming through here, let alone the rest of the World Elite members. They're just such a popular team.
I mean, World Elite have always been popular. World Elite, a very different looking team to last year, of course, but you have to feel after that big international performance in Poland that, you know, they kind of come back home to a very warm welcome by fans again.
Oh, certainly would have, and that must have felt great for the team that hadn't really had much success. In fact, there was cries to not even send them and send the likes of maybe an EDG over there, but they certainly proved everyone wrong. And if anyone needed that rallying effort and some more fan support, it was the WE team, and it's made Spirit look even better than what he was. He's really risen to the, I guess, leadership role so well, and across the board we're seeing pretty much standard start here now. One of the Krugs taken, one of the little ones taken only on the side of Zhang Ao and Shu. And Aluka, he's just suiciding somewhere.
Yeah, we talked about level 1 being important. Let's do a quick recap of everything that's happened before 2 minutes. Amazing J's taken a camp and only started with a flash, so he'll go back for a quick shot. Aluka had some potions but killed himself on the bottom. Now, and actually in the bottom lane, some aggression here from Mystic, and this is how you beat the Urgot lanes. You pressure him very, very early.
Yeah, exactly right. And the Flay is just such an important tool, not only just because of the CC, but because of the auto attack that you get off it. It's an absolute slap level 1, if we're going to be honest. And we see in the top lane, early game.
Going in now onto Drizzle, level 2 for Amazing J and the Sejuani, forcing the flash out of Aluka, and we don't talk about the early pressure. Zanga down the bottom, going to walk into the choppers. Great play back there. Mystic going to look in the exhaust. Forced to be used out there. Mystic will flash forward, and first blood goes to Jinx.
And what an aggressive flash in. Saves the heal, gets excited on the way out. That's the start that we're looking for. And because Spirit's got the extra level, he's able to move up. But the real person that's suffering now is Cho'Gath. He can't get near the creep wave to make use of that passive, and GA looking to bully. Drizzle has to come in for another early game.
Yeah, Drizzle forced to come in, just wards Vladimir off the midsection of the map. Actually just walks past GA, but all this pressure is great. It's a very weird isolated mid lane, but if you have to pick an early winner, it's probably Vladimir, weirdly enough.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's just because Vladimir, this is what he was really famous for in the top lane as well. You can stack the lane, and against people that like to auto-attack last hit under your turret, like Cho'Gath, for example, is a really good invade coming through.
Oh, great hook landing as well. Spirit actually going to get the blue buff. Drizzle, though, maybe going to get aggressed on UJ, follows the hook, but Spirit just wanted the buff.
Okay, so Cho'Gath likes to auto-attack under here, so Vladimir can just walk up and Q whenever he wants and throws out his E. Stays very healthy in the lane, and Cho'Gath, you can see, already used both potions, needs to go back and shot, probably get a flash to try and stick with this Vlad.
Yeah, and it's just a bit easier to control the waves in the shorter mid lane as well, which is where Vladimir excels.
Yeah, exactly right, and he's a pushing person, always has been. That's where he got a little bit punished in the top lane. You used to see people do crazy things with Vlad where they would push that quickly, they would go to like Wraiths back then, or Raptors now, to try and pick up a camp in between. And you can see that's really where he's doing well at the start of this game. And Urgot, he's back in lane. Early kill did go across, which meant a pickaxe for Mystic. Like the fact that he went for the early shot. This is something that Name did fantastically yesterday. If you get ahead in a lane, you need to spend your gold. Don't get greedy, go for the BF sword, go back, pick up whatever you can. He was picking up daggers and crazy things across the board to just eke out advantages to punish the lane that he's winning.
I mean, this is not the first time we've seen some punishment as Shu going to get grabbed up there. Cork will land in as well for the slow bit of minigun trading, but Shu just going to take a good chunk of damage as Spirit now going to come into the top lane. Aluka channeling the knockup, following for the slow. Spirit going to come in. He's got the blue buff. Drizzle will join in for the 2v2. Amazing J's use the ignite there. Aluka has to kite away, but damage still coming through. Spirit chasing in there. Can't get away from the Nunu. Great slow back in there. Aluka gets the first kill. Spirit getting low. Eats a minion and walks away.
And this is the frustrating thing about dealing with a Nunu as a tank. you just can't shrug him off. You don't have the gap closers required. There's no flash to get away from him. He just slows you forever, eats creeps around you, ice blasts you in the back. He's honestly the biggest pain if you don't have burst to deal with.
Especially in a long lane like top. As soon as you're overextended and he walks on, your heart just sinks because you know you just can't get away.
Yeah, and it's honestly obnoxious the way he just follows you, hurling stuff at your back. It's really not a fun way to play the game, and you see that Aluka, the beneficiary of that, he's gone back, grabbed the Barmy Cinder. Something we haven't talked about is Sion does great with a Sunfire Cape. The build path so much smoother now. Probably a better mid-game item for it.
Yeah, we're in a tank meta, by the way, and Sion's probably pretty good as far as that goes, as Raphael and Shie will continue trading here in the mid lane. Raphael went for a very optimistic-looking dive. Good rupture there onto Vlad, but won't get anything further done. And Shie, because Raphael had to leave to try and dive the top lane, Shie's now ahead 10 CS in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's also the early shop that came through. He shop when it was at his turret because Vlad got the luxury of being able to push out that last wave. And see that that's just all in Vlad's favor. Actually walking around and trying to sweep out any wards that he has. Mystic in the bottom lane has only been able to grab a CS advantage. UJ was back in base. Now they're looking to get aggressive again.
Gonna ride the Nunu in there. Spirit looking in. Great flash play through the tornado. Zhangao will dodge the hook though, but Mystic gonna come in. Exhaust down again, but still moving through. Great chompers to block him off, and Mystic, easiest kill of his career.
Yeah, able to get in there. A really good flash over the tornado there from UJ to make that one happen. And just recognizing that there still wasn't a flash available on Zhangao, just picking on the AD carry player. But something I want to point out, and this is the difference between good League of Legends teams and great League of Legends teams, as there's a gank coming through.
Yeah, gank's coming through now for Aluka. Ulti used by Amazing J. Aluka maybe can't get out of this one. Wants the silent ulti, but needs to clear some space. Very nice blocking forward there to prevent the ulti, but Aluka just a little too tanky and will get away.
Yeah, so he gets away with the walking.
Spirit now coming back into the mid lane, actually pressuring onto the Cho'Gath. Raphael does have his ulti, so we'll have to be a bit careful, but just some harass coming through, and Spirit, again, just being annoying.
Yeah, he's just trying to out-gank early, and that's so weird to say it for a Nunu, but if you can keep getting the snowballs down, you're going to do a good job, and might find himself a pink ward for his trouble here as well. But what I wanted to hit on is that as soon as that kill was secured, the support stopped hitting, and the jungler stopped hitting. That was only up to the AD carry to take the kill in the bottom. Fantastic.
Hook there, landing as well. Ultimate used by Shia, going to go for the tower dive potentially. UJ even covering with a lantern, but they don't overcommit. Just force Raphael out of the lane and keep pushing.
Yeah, just continue to bully out this Cho'Gath, 10 CS, and across the board, the support player and jungle player have been absolutely massive for WA. So far, every single bit of advantage they have has been afforded by those two players, but it's Aluka and Mystic who are the real beneficiaries of it.
And you know what? That sounds like a pretty good League of Legends team if you're telling me that there's a bot and jungler helping the carries get really big in their solo lanes. And it has been the Nunu pressure. It is a bit weird to talk about gank pressure from a Nunu, but that's what he does. He sticks on the enemy jungler, always able to spot him up, and just walks into the lanes for pressure.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can't underestimate Blood Boil Nunu. The auto attack with the red buff do a lot of damage early game, and that's really been what it's about. He's also going to be able to grab his own blue here because Vlad doesn't really need it as far as the cooldown reduction goes, as well as the... he hit it.
Yeah, actually, E coming in there, but Mystic will take your Q and back away. This is where Jinx can struggle a bit, but Mystic has had a fantastic time in the bottom side.
Yeah, as soon as you get that far ahead, even if you're getting a little bit of harass, you've got a BF sword and a pickaxe. You're not really at any risk of dying. As Amazing J still trying to bully Aluka, but Aluka getting to the point now where he can shrug off a lot of the damage.
Yeah, Chain Vest and Cinder helping out a lot. Amazing J still doing respectable damage with his Phage as Drizzle looking down towards the bottom. Potentially, no, just wants his blue buff, but likely has to donate it to Cho'Gath.
Yeah, probably going to give it across there. Spirit, of course, didn't have to donate anything, so he's going to be the beneficiary of all the extra golden experience he gets off that side. Already level 6. Drizzle might be lucky to pick it up off this camp. No, still doesn't have it, so pretty much a level advantage over for Spirit.
Yeah, and it's a small thing, but that second big blue buff gives you so much golden experience. Often you give it to your mid laner, but not this time. And I want to talk about the bottom lane for a second. This is a ridiculous CS lead for Mystic.
It certainly is. 30 CS at this point in the game. This is where Janna Urgot should be ramping up, and they have not even had a look in. If we're going to be honest, they're probably going to lose out on a lot of dragon pressure because of it. And Urgot, he's not great late game, becomes more of a tanky bruiser as an AD carry. That's horrible news because the Jinx is just going to be accelerated. Throw in the fact that there's a Blood Boil Nunu running around the map. Mystic's going to have a field day.
Yeah, and this is the second time we've seen, I think it was actually Jinx versus Urgot, where whenever you fall behind the Jinx and you can't pressure her once you hit your spikes in lane at level 3, 4, 5, when you fall behind, it just looks horrible. And now again, another game. Great double trumpers there from Mystic. Ulti lands in there as well. Rocket's coming through. Spirit rides in for a slow. Uses his ulti just for a mini slow onto Shu. That's going to force another flash. Mystic still chucking Rockets
Teleport
in.
behind.
No kills coming through, but Amazing Day actually will come in. Mystic got the kill. He's going so aggressive. Wants it again, but Amazing Day finds the ulti and gets the counter kill. Now Drizzle coming down just manages to Q over the wall after flashing into it the first time. Mystic dead, but World Elite might still look to Dragon.
Yeah, so they're looking to Dragon off the back of that. That's the right call. Shu has to go back. Drizzle doesn't have a flash available. So Amazing J, he was able to pick up the shutdown gold, but still more going across to WE. The creep wave also hit the tower just to make matters even worse. And this map, 2,000 gold the advantage at 11 minutes. WE have a plethora of advantages, not to mention an Infinity Edge carry.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity Edge picked up at 11.5 minutes here for Mystics. Just bonkers here, and you can see that CS lead still 30 up now for the Jinx. Going to continue pressuring in. Urgot has missed his window to punish this lane.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's at the point now where he might even have to start trying to dodge trades and just pick up farm. Maybe when he gets the Glacial Shroud, but we'll take another look at it. Just all the layering CC. This is why Jinx Thresh is a strong lane. And they get in there, actually burn the flash out of Nunu, and he gets a mini stun down. I think if he had held that a little bit longer, Shu would have been in a lot more trouble. But this is where things go a little bit wrong. Amazing J gets in over the back, and that right there cancels the last auto attack. Otherwise, Mystic would have picked up a double, and it would have been even better. Instead, they just trade 1-for-1.
And you know what? For me, the best Jinx players are the ones that are willing to get aggressive in those situations and be like, if I get this kill and get the reset, I'm safe. And it's that sort of snowball mentality that separates, for me, good Jinx players and great Jinx players.
Yeah, I certainly agree there. And that was just about, I'm going to die anyway. There was no way he was going to survive that. I may as well try and get as much as I possibly can. If that last auto attack goes out, all of a sudden it's 2-for-1, and you're giving the kills to the Fed Jinx. Who else would you rather have gold at this point in the game?
Yeah, 3-1-0 for Mystic. That's super speedy IE. And we talk about 1-item power spikes for certain AD carries. Kog'Maw and Corki come to mind, but Jinx with an Infinity Edge is real scary. I mean, thank God the crit got reduced, because it used to be even worse.
Yeah, it certainly did, and it's because of all the steroid that comes through from the minigun. And not to mention, IE has pretty good base AD, and Jinx scales with that extremely well, especially with the zap that comes through. It's a very underrated poke tool, especially in a laning situation. We saw it snipe Zhang Yao in the last little bit of a skirmish. And now Spirit, he's ahead, just going to continue the counter jungling. They probably can't push him out.
I mean, just being annoying. Going to run into Raphael now. Gets ulti by Drizzle, actually. Amazing J going to knock him back up to his ult. Jie's joining in. Spirit still alive here on the Nunu. Lives for so long. Now Aluka going to come in, but Amazing J, there's his ulti on the Xie. Puldo going in for Vladimir. Can he get the first kill? Will pick up one. Rocket coming in, going to go in again. Xie gets ulted into them, and Raphael now going to get chased down by the Vladimir. Cho'Gath forced to flash away. Aluka going to find Shu as UJ's rocked in as well. And a 3-for-1 trade for World Elite.
And once again, UJ just doesn't take the kill. He had the opportunity to auto attack there, walks away from it. It goes over to the tanky top lane, their best person in that situation to be able to pick it up. And I want to say, see the replay, because I think that was the best flash I've ever seen from GA. He actually flashed past the Janna to get in range from the knock-up. If I can see it again, I want to say that's exactly what happened. We'll take a look. So Spirit gets caught, dodges out a lot of the CC, and from here, you're chasing a Nunu and burning so much on a very tanky, annoying member. But GA, as well as the Aluka that comes in, they're the persistent damage threats. The pool comes through and just absorbs so much of the damage that would have come out. And from here, he flashes over, gets blown as well, and pretty much took a magic carpet ride to the promised land there with GA. And that was just a fantastic team fight. And we go back to live, they're up to the exact same shenanigans.
Yeah, almost a damage boost there from Xie, just hitching a ride on Janna's ulti to get pushed into the enemy team a little further. Spirit does get the red buff, and Nunu, again, we were surprised to not see as much of him on 5.6, because look at Cinderhawk Sightstone Nunu. Look at what Spirit did in that last team fight. 15 minutes into the game, stupidly tanky at this stage.
Yeah, exactly right. And the thing is that even if you chase him out, you can't kill him without bringing 2-3 members, because it's all about persistent damage, and Nunu just walks out of those engages, doesn't rely on gap closers and cooldowns. he literally strolls away from you.
Yeah, and then strolled back to his team, and Wadley were able to clean it up. So a big lead early on, 4,000 gold ahead now, and continuing to take away buffs. EP, your jungle is no longer yours.
Yeah, exactly right. EP looking to fight here, but they're being caught out.
Oh, Raphael going to move in. You just going to ride in around for a hook. Does flash him forward the box. Coming down as well. Hemoplague will get popped there, and Raphael trying to get the damage round, but doesn't have enough. Zangao will join in, but they're going to keep chasing. Flash ulti there. Going to move him in. Shia going to get low there, but walking out of the ulti. Massive play into the Jinx rocket, and that's 3 for 0 this time.
That was a huge, fully charged absolute 0 out of Spirit. And this team from World Elite looks on point today, Pastry Time. They've taken away both buffs, pushing in on the bottom lane as well. Spirit, he's not even done. Realizes there's no one that can threaten him. He's like, mate, there's still more jungle camps to steal.
Yeah, Mystics here as well, just in case, but Spirit will take it away, and just enough time to go back, spend all your gold, and get the dragon. And Aluka has started proxying.
Yeah, he is aimed between 2 turrets. When he hasn't even taken the first yet, just clearing out the wave. Sure, you don't want to probably mess with the angry Scion, and he's the exact same. At this point of the game, he's that tanky, he can probably just wander away from anyone that they send up.
Yep, Sunfire Cape, Glacial Shroud already completed. Aluka doing his best singed impression on the Scion here as Shie taking away the Raptors. EP really don't have anything left that's theirs to farm.
Yeah, they really don't. You have to feel for Drizzle. He is 4 full levels behind the solo laners at the moment and has been completely bullied. Every lane has gone horribly wrong, with maybe the exception of Amazing J, who picked up a free kill. Mistook first time UJ. Maybe a warning shot, just saying, get away from the turret, buddy, because we own this part of the map.
I mean, the scariest thing is that there's still 2 outer turrets left for World Elite to take, and that's almost free gold, you have to think, at this stage of the game. You can see Aluka and Shie just hanging out, as actually Shu will get his back cancelled. Dragon is up, though. World Elite going to look for a pick before they take it. UJ lines up the hook, but can't quite connect that one.
Yeah, can't hit that one. Takes a little bit of return damage, but you can see, at this point of the game, Urgot is normally chunking people. He's just set that far behind that isn't in a position to be able to do it. In the top lane, ultimate burnt from Aluka to just get back to his lane. Dragon has respawned. Probably pick up red buff beforehand, but Energy Pacemaker, they can't even get a ward on it at the moment.
I mean, the fact that you can take your red buff before doing the dragon is kind of silly. I mean, the amount of blue wards over on the right-hand side of the map for World Elite, the amount of control they have of this map already, you can just look at where EP are on the mini-map. They're almost all towards their tier 2 turrets, and it's only 2 outer turrets being taken, and there's the second dragon.
Yeah, second dragon picked up, and WE just have every single advantage in the game. Once again, going for another gank in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Zangao not really anywhere he can go. Get smited as well by Spirit. Going to come in with a slow flayback as well. Don't even need ultimates. Mystic will just clean him out.
Yeah, Mystic with that Zeal now, all the movement speed, not to mention the crit damage that comes through, and he can go a luxury item build here. Phantom Dancer, maybe even into a Bloodthirster, just because of the fact that they are so far ahead. No armor's even been picked up at this point in the game.
I think he's going to go QSS, which has been the snowball item of choice for Jinx, because we said there's lots of scary stuff here for Mystic, so if you can shake off all the hard CC, EP don't have any tools left to deal with Jinx right now.
Yeah, exactly right. With Suppression, QSS is one of the best items, because not even Mikhail's really gets rid of it. Probably better for UJ to get some shielding items in there to allow for it, and in this situation, an item that I really like, because Jinx hasn't been able to pick up any lifesteal yet, is the Elixir of Wrath. 400 gold, it gives you kind of a quasi-spell vamp plus all your AD damage coming through. So I really think that if they are going to go that route, because they're so far ahead, Mystic has the advantage of being able to pick up that item before major team fights, and it just makes up for the lack of having that Vamp Scepter.
And we can tell with World Elite playing that aggressive, it would be a very strong pickup at this stage of the game. But Mystic even dancing, waiting for the creep wave, knowing that these tier 2 turrets now also belong to World Elite.
Yeah, and meanwhile, they've prepped the top lane. They're going in, teleport behind.
Drizzle really squishy, though actually does nail the ulti. Amazing J, gonna find the fight. Mystic gets destroyed in that fight. Gia getting exhausted as well, but Spirit gonna try and line up the ulti. Aluka coming in, but Vladimir is gonna get the kill onto Urgot. Not quite dead yet. Gia will finally go down as Amazing J gets the double. Raphael trying to kite away. UJ the next to fall. Amazing J gets a triple. Drizzle gonna move back in. They're very tanky though of the remaining members of World Elite. Spirit gonna go down. There's a quadra for Amazing J, and Aluka will take a while to die. If Amazing J can get it, he'll collect the Penta. Rupture will miss. Aluka no ulti, does have his flash, but Amazing J, he wants it. They might just dive in to give it to him. Tornado Tornado will connect in there as well. Luca will finally flash. Amazing Day still going in, gets slowed by Raw the Slayer. Denied by the Penta. Ulti coming in for Jinx. Still moving down. Does snipe Raphael.
Nails him on the way out, and lucky it was a Cho'Gath, because anyone else with some movement speed probably would have carried it onto another 2 members for a triple. But all in all, good team fight for Energy Pacemaker. They take it 4 for 2 because of an aggressive overstay.
Yeah, great flank there from Amazing Jay to set up that kill, and that's the issue with Jinx. That's what she should be scared of in this team comp. You get caught like that, you die so quickly.
Yeah, exactly right. You see the ultimate come through. None of the tanky front lines there to really absorb it, and gets completely deleted off the map. You thought for a moment that the persistent damage out of Jie was going to be enough, but he goes for a very greedy flash over the wall, gets nailed by some CC, and from there doesn't really have enough sustain to stay alive in the fight. And it's just all about the 4 remaining members out of Energy Pacemaker cleaning up the World Elite lineup.
Yeah, Amazing Day unfortunately denied the Penta and EP. No, that's World Elite, sorry, on top of the Baron there in your picture-in-picture. So they'll pick that up in and amongst all the replay. So again, World Elite still very far ahead. You can see the gold lead, 10,000 gold up, but EP need a little bit more of that.
Yeah, they certainly do. They probably need another 3 of that, and a little bit of a stall to come out, because unfortunately they still don't have any armor. And Amazing Jay, he's picked up what looks to be a Youmuu's Ghostblade that's coming through there. He's definitely at least got, yeah, he does have a Brutalizer. Might go for a Black Cleaver instead, although I don't even know what that builds into, Pace.
I mean, we'll have to find out. I think it is Black Cleaver that you pointed out already, given that that's, yeah, I think that works out. We'll find out. Amazing Jay is doing some stuff, but, you know, damage not too bad at this point. Really just needs to kill this man here, Mystic.
Yeah, exactly right. Needs to get on top of Mystic, really shut him down. Mystic does go for the QSS, as you so aptly pointed out, so that's an important pickup. Won't be able to get nailed by that ultimate coming through from Sejuani again. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Vlad, he's still pretty scary at this point. He's got his Abyssal Scepter coming through, as well as some cooldown from that team book, although it's no longer a team book, it's just a book.
Yep, just Will the Anxious, but gives you a bit of selfish stats there in the spell vamp coming through. And I like that he's going for a Rylai's very tanky Vladimir build coming through.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's all about the persistent damage, although he's standing on top of a wall, and there are 3 WE members here. Aluka will be the one to check it.
Great ward there from Aluka, going to spot off the Death Brush moving in there for EP. Will zone them all up there. A Spirit and Mystic are on top of the turret. Rupture coming in, but doesn't hit, and World Elite going to claim the 6th turret.
Yeah, they certainly are. Huge creep wave in the bottom as well. They've got the Baron buff ticking. They've got a Nunu as well as a Jinx. They're going to rip through the structures, and they've started trying to break into the base. And
can we just take a second while World Elite have a seat here to appreciate just how, oh, never mind, Zhang are going to start the fight instead. Shia has to pull out immediately. Great box zoning their Spirit. Beautifully placed ulti. Jinx going to run in with the Hemo Plague plus the Super Mega Death Rocket, and World Elite will continue running in. Now Aluka tanking up the turret. Spirit going to zone them off as well. No one dead, but completely zoned off the turret.
Yeah, and that's all they wanted to do there. Kick him off the turret, get the turret, and now break into the base, take the inhibitor as well. They can rotate through the base into the bottom lane if they want to. No, a little bit too dangerous, so WE, they'll retreat.
And while we have a bit of a lapse in action here, just the synergy that World Elite have built from this team comp is spectacular. I mean, Sion already combos in nicely with a lot of soft CC that you put it here with the Nunu. Hemo play combos with Jinx's ulti and Nunu's ulti, and Thresh just ties the room together with another big zone to control. I mean, World Elite have picked a great comp and executed even better.
Yeah, and that's the thing about we're getting towards the part of the game where there's no gap closers again. We were League of Gap Closers for a little while. Every champion had one. The more we're seeing these big tanks that don't have the gap closers, soft CC is just as important. If you don't have a gap closer, you do not get through a Nunu ultimate from start to finish. So there is no way you're getting on top of the Jinx without the likes of a Flash or a very good flank coming through from Hecarim. So definitely agree with you. The more of these tanky lineups we see, the more the Thresh, the Nunu, as well as the Vlad. He's pulled underrated as a slow coming through. Throw in the fact that he's got a Rylai's as well. Just no one reaches the back line.
Yeah, and this next Dragon going to go through. World Elite just want a bit of extra movement speed there as they continue to snowball objectives on this map. We look down there. Spirit actually doing whatever he wants on the Nunu. You know, has his Locket, has his Cinderhawk already built up. I'm pretty sure that's a Mikhail's.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for the Mikhail's pick up there. Just a little bit more to keep Mystic safe. They understand what the crown jewel of this composition is. It is the AD carry to put out all the persistent damage. So they're just making sure he's in a position to succeed as much as possible.
And from level 2 in that lane, Mystic has really, I think, demonstrated he's worthy of this sort of draft. This is a comp that's absolutely drafted around the power pick of Jinx, and Mystic has risen to the occasion.
Yeah, and they had their plethora of, I guess, hyper carries to go for. And we said maybe the Jinx not the best pickup because it's a very immobile carry, but as soon as the excitement gets through, Mystic showing that he can definitely dodge out.
I mean, they played the lane so well as Drizzle just gets destroyed there with all that damage. Amazing J is coming around the side there. You can see a good ulti hits him, but Mystic gonna pop in. Now Amazing J gonna try and move through. Massive damage onto Mystic, but they peel beautifully for him. Amazing J will go down. Shu forced to back off there as well. Will get popped by the cork, and the missile gonna get the third. There's the triple coming in for Jinx. Raphael now has to be careful, gonna go down. That'll be the quadra coming through for Jinx, and Drizzle moves in, thinks about donating it, gonna get aggressive. Mystic, run, that's your penta, buddy. Now gonna move through, Drizzle going down, and the surrender denies the pentakill.
No pentakill coming through, but more important for WE, they get the first win in emphatic fashion. That's gonna make them feel good, and the playoff dream is still alive, Pastry Time.
It is. We mentioned that the first loss would be a devastating one in any best of two, but what a way to win in game number one here, and Mystic, Jesus, this guy is good.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I love watching the new and improved WE lineup. They're just going from strength to strength. Sure, Spirit did his fair share of heavy lifting early game, but you can see the amount of trust now. This isn't the Riven Spirit that we were seeing week 1 through 3, where he was legitimately taking farm to try and carry. Well and truly trusts his team to the point that he's building Mikhails on Nunu now. Just such a good team effort.
That was a Nami level Jinx performance from Mystic. That looked like 2014 EDG. Team peeling for him perfectly. Mystic always standing in the right spot, dominating his lane and just snowballed away. That was wonderful.
Yeah, it certainly was a fantastic game to watch, and you got to give it to the mid laner and AD carry. They did a great job.
Yeah, fantastic team performance for Waterloo, but can they repeat it here? Another game coming up versus Energy Pacemaker. They need the win because those 3 points, they can taste them. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to kick off Game 2 between World Elite and Energy Pacemaker. My name is Pastry Time. Joining with me is Spawn and Spawn. What a Game 1 from WE.
Yeah, it certainly was. They put together a great team comp. You could see with the lack of gap closers coming through from Energy Pacemaker, all the soft CC was just so important. A couple of good flanks came through that nearly got EP back into the game, but WE across the board played better.
Yeah, and I know what you were pointing out there as well is that World Elite just snowballed the game and got all the kills into the right people.
Yeah, exactly right. The thing that impressed me was as soon as they had a kill secured, everyone stopped hitting it apart from the person they wanted to get the money on. Mystic was the real beneficiary of that. UJ and Spirit pulled off about 3 kills in that bottom lane and just snowballed the Jinx into like an 11-minute IE. And from there, it was just all pushing stuff uphill from Zhang Ao. Couldn't get anything going on Urgot. He was a non-factor.
Yeah, and that's the scary thought when your Urgot, basically picked to counter these hyper carries and block them off has a lot of trouble in that lane, but World Elite going to reset a little bit. So that's EP on the left there. Vladimir will be banned first. Urgot actually banned on the blue side, so don't want to first pick it, but don't want to give it away. Rek'Sai the ban there as well. And we've got Lulu, Nautilus, and EP's banned. World Elite's banned.
Yeah, so World Elite banned. I'm pretty sure they're the exact same ones. Complete reflex bans coming out of Energy Pacemaker here. They had no bans to start with, so maybe they would have banned these champions if they had the option, but Vlad and Urgot are the two ones for this patch specifically that stick out.
Yeah, we're going to, again, see, do they want to take Sejuani? So many teams have first picked Sejuani in situations where they're allowed to, but she's been pretty hit or miss, honestly. I can see the power. It makes a lot of sense in the Cinderhawk world, but it is exploitable like we've seen, and Amazing J will first pick it for his team, but Spirit might go right back to Nunu.
Yeah, it just makes sense, He used it so well to just bully out the late game jungler, and you're right. If Sejuani gets through the first 25 minutes of the game, unrivaled, damage through the roof, has fantastic lockdown. It's just fantastic in these team fight situations. But the problem is, you can just bully on her before level 6, and it just delays that further and further. And this is why mid-game comps saw a lot of play in League of Legends. If you are able to get ahead with a mid-game composition, just never gets to that super late game.
Yeah, we can see the Sion first pick there for World Elite. Love that takeaway for Aluka once again. And it is going to be Thresh coming up for UJ. They last picked it in the last draft, but they know that it's a priority here. And UJ had one hell of a game.
Certainly did, and it just couples so well with the the Jinx coming through all the lockdown CC. So I agree. Strong pick there. Gets it away from Shu as well. So Shu might be forced back onto the Janna. He tried his best to keep his AD carry safe, but really wasn't successful.
I mean, Janna suffers a lot in this meta, you have to think. There's so much hard engage coming in. Even the soft CC is kind of annoying, and we talked about Janna's biggest weakness in earlier patches being champions like Lysandra with massive hard engage. When there's hard engage everywhere, Janna's just not a fun place for her.
Yeah, and the other problem is she's that squishy. If she's the one that gets hit by the initial CC, she can't peel anything because she just gets taken out. Raphael, Lockie, and Ezreal, you think that might be in the bottom lane, but there's still the likes of the double AD comps being run.
Yeah, always good for Ezreal to be a flex pick. We see Janna as the picks there coming through for Energy Pacemaker. World Elite have a couple things to consider. Gonna look to Spirit's jungle, maybe can get in the Nidalee if he wants and can get in the Nunu again. Sort of has his free reign as far as picks go, with Rek'Sai being the only notable jungle ban. I mean, World Elite might just run almost the same comp back again, or maybe go for something a bit more aggressive. We'll have to see.
Yeah, certainly will. Kalista, interesting pickup here because they're trusting that it is a double AD and there's not going to be that many tanks on the lineup if they are running Kalista. Still don't like Kalista into the pure tanky teams just because of the fact that it's very, very hard to get any of the Ren sets going, but that's what they've gone with. They've also locked in LeBlanc for GA, so a little bit more of an old school World Elite composition, but I like it still. It's got the mid game dictating that they need, and if we get last game was any indication of how this series will go, they're just happy to run away with it in the first 15 minutes and push an advantage.
I mean, the thing that might have been most impressive to me in that last game was just that World Elite had plenty of good scaling, could really challenge EP in the late game if they both went late, and just found a way to win level 1 in the early first 10 minutes of the game and snowball the game from there with their late game champions.
Yeah, exactly right. And a lot of it was Spirit. We keep going back to him, but this guy probably unrivaled at the moment in terms of when you're talking about the pinnacle of junglers. He does everything really, really well.
Yeah, he's fantastic, but EP picked up a Draven and a Maokai here. Maokai makes plenty of sense, great against LeBlanc especially. This is a classic 5.4 counter pick here, but Draven is the pick here for Zhang. I believe it's the first time he's ever played it, and that is some big carry pants to be putting on when you're the new AD carry for your team.
It certainly is, but the problem here is I think they've actually fallen straight into WE's hands, because Spirit right now feels no pressure to run a tank jungler because there are so many squishy members. He has a plethora of targets to be able to assassinate if he does take his Nidalee away. And if we saw anything yesterday, sure, Spirit, he can play any jungler, but God, is he good on Nidalee.
Yeah, when he's proactive, when he's aggressive, it just looks even better as a player. It sort of ascends to another level, and his Nidalee is, I think you're right, his best jungler.
Yeah, and he legitimately took over a game. The game was completely even yesterday, and all of a sudden he picked up, I think, 3 kills and a couple of assists, and the game was just completely over because he is so strong on this champion, just nails skill shots, has more importantly the read on when he can go in for the execute damage. We see a lot of Nidalees commit and then people live on like 100 health and they all of a sudden can't use a second pounce to get out. Very good at landing the spear, pouncing in, getting the kill, then pouncing back out.
Yeah, and I like some of the synergy with Kalista there as well. Certainly good that with the Ezreal there, there's a lot of better targets. Much like Nidalee is happy that there's lots of squishies, Kalista is in the same boat.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is the thing about Kalista. If the first spear lands, and that's a target that Kalista's been nailing with all the, I guess, auto attacks, the resets just come through so quickly.
As we go through some of the matchups, Ezreal versus LeBlanc actually kind of a throwback matchup here. And this is an interesting one. Draven versus Kalista. I don't know if we've ever seen this matchup in the LPL.
Certainly looks like it will be in Draven's favor for the first lot of the match. Of course, Kalista does go for the BT first, the Bloodthirster, so should have a better time after she picks up her first major item, but definitely can't afford to go for an early Hurricane.
Yeah, and Janna Thresh the matchup there as well, but should be just fine. Very AD carry-centric, actually, both those bottom lanes. We've seen Mystic run away with the lane last game. Could do it again on Kalista.
Yeah, certainly look to be doing that. A lot of it was about Spirit and Yujie. If they continue to pressure that way, the lane's just over from the jungle pressure.
Yeah, but we've seen what happens when Dravens get massively ahead as well. Crystal, thank you for showing us that. We'll see if Zangar can get it done with the Draven. We're going to get straight into game 2. And welcome back onto the Rift here for our second game between Energy Pacemaker and World Elite. Drizzle is hanging out here, trying to see if he can spot off the Spirit. And again, lots of very defensive positioning here. Everyone just scouting out those early jungle entrances.
Yeah, defensive posturing and maybe just trying to get an eye on some people to get the lane swap through. You would think that if anyone wanted it, it's World Elite, just because of the fact that the duo lane coming out of EP looks extremely strong, and Spirit lands the first spear there. Oh, he just misses the ward.
Good mechanics there. Almost getting that trinket away, but can't quite clean it out. And the vision actually on the Raptors. Well, love this from World Elite. Actually, I would have loved more if they didn't have the Scion, but spotting for this man here. Amazing Jay, who's trying to take away an early camp.
Yeah, exactly right. They're seeing whether they can get a cheeky assassination in. I really like with Ezreal as well, just going deep and seeing if you can tag the Scion and make him back away from his camp. Because of the fact that you're Ezreal, the Q range is just so huge. But instead, everyone's setting up very defensively, and it will be standard lanes.
Yeah, just going to be a... No, it looks like Amazing Jay will actually move back. I think just getting the little creeps there, given that. And he'll actually might even look for a jungle follow. So maybe expecting a swap here, but Aluka going to start his W. They're going to get onto that camp for himself. So we should see another suicide here and quick level 2s for both the top laners.
Yeah, and Aluka making sure that he has his shield on before they spawn so he can pop it and not die slowly. You want to die as fast as possible because you just do so much damage if you were dead as Aluka. So he gets a nice early death. From there, he'll be able to take out the camp.
Yeah, and Aluka, again, been the Scion player in the LPL pretty much since Scion came into the meta, and it's no surprise that he's on top of the little things as well.
Yeah, exactly right. He gets the first teleport, so he actually beats Maokai back in the lane, and that's pretty impressive because Maokai nearly insta-kills his camp.
And you can see one little creep being taken out by World Elite's bottom lane as well. So a bit of experience for both of the lanes, I believe. Flanny just shot there for UJ, actually. Zangal's spacing very well, but this is a very volatile bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is one thing I will say about taking W first on Kalista. Synergizes very well with Flay because UJ gets his Flay auto and the Kalista passive in one, and it does a lot of surprising damage this early in the game. So that's just the little things. Little things like that in bot lane actually win you the lane because you get one disadvantaged trade, and you can't go near creeps.
Yeah, I mean, just with more people in the lane, the little things add up so much more. And level 2 came pretty quickly about the same time for both of them, but Spirit doing what he loves to do on Nidalee and picking on the Sejuani. Drizzle going to get his red buff taken away. If Spirit goes further, might even just kill him.
Yeah, exactly right. Spirit wasn't looking for the kill in the end, but he's going to be able to get a 3-buff start against the Sejuani. And we said this is the danger against playing the tanky junglers against the likes of Cacao. Spirit, very similar jungle, going to be able to take that one away.
Unsurprisingly, both fantastic Nidalee players as well. Even Mystic had a Sentinel moving in there as well, just to give Spirit some extra vision. Not going to take away another camper, has that warded on lockdown, it seems. That's GA doing that.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they're just repetitively throwing it over the wall. Wonder if that's what scouted out that Sejuani was low and that they could initially go for it. Would love to watch the tape of that one, and we'll see. Now that he's grabbed that, Spirit goes up, picks up a Rift Scuttler, secures the top side of the map control, and Drizzle, he's only level 2 and it's 4 minutes into the game.
He has the bottom Scuttler as well, so nothing left for really Drizzle to take. Spirit, though, coming into the top side of the map, wants to gank for Aluka. Amazing J already a little too low in Spirit, just with the red buff in the range from going in, and Amazing J knows he's dead. First blood will go to Aluka.
Yeah, so Aluka picking it up. It looked like Spirit wanted that one. Nidalee is one of the champions that Spirit does not give kills away on, is happy to carry on it with all the damage that he picks up. And we can see just from how well Aluka was already doing in that lane, that's going against him. Wow.
That hook was amazing. Zhangao in trouble now as Mystic going to hop on top of him. Very volatile trades. Good lantern, but the exhaust is great there from Shu. Coming in though with the stacks. Ren comes in. Mystic gets the first kill. Shu now has to run away. Gets rendered. Flay back in there. And Mystic going to get the double. Drizzle now coming in to try and kill him, but Mystic still alive for now. Kiting back with the Ren will finally go down. UJ going to escape though on a great 2-for-1.
A really good flash out of Drizzle. I thought Mystic had nailed that when he dodged out of the first Q and missed the slow, but in the end, Drizzle was able to get back on top of him with that Arctic Winds, I believe it's called the W. And wow, what a volatile bottom lane. 2 kills already going over to Kalista. You could see that they thought the Ren had been used because Zhang Hao went really aggressive after he thought the burst damage had come through. Hadn't, and they pick up an easy 2 kills.
Yeah, some good stacking there, and again, great aggression from the World Elite duo, able to get ahead in the lane. And this is twice now that we've had maybe not a counter matchup in this particular game, but certainly an aggressive edge there in the bottom lane, and World Elite have just taken over.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And like you mentioned, it's not an outright counter pick, but Draven is certainly a stronger laner than you're expecting out of a Kalista early. It's just all about the Thresh being able to nail the early kills.
GA going in there. Raphael going to do some good damage. Ignite's going down. Raphael has to be careful. Good barrier there. Going to protect him. That's the Mimic, though, as GA's flashed out of the way, and he'll be safe, but a good defend from Drizzle.
Yeah, so able to get in there. They, in the end, burn the Summoner spells out of GA, so a lot of kill potential now gone from the Ezreal. That's really important to get done before the level 6 mark comes through. And Drizzle, he's a real beneficiary of all these lanes losing right now, because he's just picked up 2 free waves, one in the top bottom, one in the mid.
Yeah, actually, Xia going to go aggressive. Drizzle has to be careful. Auto's weaving in. Beautiful play from Xia and gets himself a free kill.
Yeah, and he would have thought the Ignite just went down. He's got no mana. I'm completely safe to farm this out, but Xia just understanding the mechanics. They're going again, though.
Spirit riding in, though. Lantern coming through for UJ, but Zhangao and Shu back away. That might mean the Dragon for World Elite. They feel like they have the aggressive edge. Spirit going to go back again, just trying to poke them off. And we are going to see something. Spirit hops over. I think they want to take something away. Maybe red buff's back up.
Yeah, it just looks like they're trying to get the deep vision on top of that red buff. They step on a pink ward, but Spirit, he's still heading in as quick as he can.
Yeah, they want the kill onto Raphael. She is actually level 7 right now as Ezreal almost hit 6. So going to get a bit of extra CS. UJ clears out the pink ward finally as he goes to put in some deep vision. No sidestone, but some good wards left. And Drizzle just getting followed. Level 5 still on Sejuani despite the lane tax.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's taken so much away, and Spirit is still a full level ahead of him, just getting so much more done with that 3-buff start. They're picking up control over the bottom side of the map again with literally free will. There's nothing at the moment that Energy Pacemaker can do. 2,000 gold at 7 minutes is the advantage.
And again, for World Elite, it's really been the little things today. I love that they're taking away the Scuttle Cry because that's more jungle tonight away from Drizzle.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Spirit, he wanted to counter jungle the blue buff, was spotted out by a good ward. Probably, not a ward, the Wolf Spirit, probably the most important thing. Oh,
sick spear there onto Raphael, and he backs away immediately.
He got nailed by that spear, and the Wolf is really one of the most important smites in the game if you are behind, because if you're going to get repetitively invaded, just allows you to be able to keep on top of where everything is.
And Drizzle thankfully was able to get the blue buff. Actually gets him level 6. We'll deny it away from Raphael, but at least Spirit didn't get it this time.
Yeah, exactly right. So they get the buff for themselves. Unfortunately, it's not the Ezreal who went the tier build, so really does need the mana to be able to stack that up. And what that means is that GA with the early kill is now even further ahead in the lane.
And you can see LeBlanc's done a great job of pushing in the wave early as well. I just feel like Raphael can't control this lane that well.
Yeah, Raphael goes for the steal.
Oh, it is going to get a beautiful stuff by Raphael.
Yeah, really good ward coming through there, and they're able to pick it up. They must have known that he fired that because he was in vision of the creep wave. Very surprised that Spirit didn't go for the execute.
Yeah, it was one of those things where I think maybe just didn't have cooldowns, but Raphael will finally get a blue buff. Actually, a good steal there from EP as they'll take both the second rotation of blue buffs here back down the bottom. You can see things have evened out a bit since the early chaos, and Mystic only a Vampiric Scepter from that first buy, so not able to get a big AD item to really punish like last time.
Yeah, exactly right. Doesn't, I guess, have the money to be able to come through with the BF, but still wanted to get as much as he possibly can through the boots on top of it for good measure. And you see UJ, he's playing up nice and deep, but Sejuani is in the bottom, has got an ultimate. A lot of damage still comes through from this Draven combo.
Yeah, Drizzle ready to go with the ultimate, like you said. So we'll see if they do want to go in. Raphael, though, getting nailed by a chain. Second from Shia is going to force the flash, and this LeBlanc is on point.
Yeah, it certainly is, and really only the bottom lane is anywhere that they have kill potential, and Drizzle has camped this one out for a long time. They need to be careful here, WE bottom lane, but Drizzle doesn't look like he wants to pull the trigger.
No, been here for at least 30 seconds, and there is a ward there for EP. They know where UJ's in that brush, so Drizzle can go whenever he wants, but they really want Mystic. They actually can't afford to go, and there's the ulti coming through. Mystic gets knocked up, and beautiful play. UJ now a sitting duck without the Fate's Call. Zhangao flashes forward. He wants the kill, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, so he gets the double kill, and that was just very patient play. You called it. They didn't want UJ because he just would have been picked up, thrown away, and then the leapfrog through the lantern would have got them both to safety. Waited for Mystic, we're able to nail him there, and some good poke coming through from Spirit. See if he can force him off the dragon. Looks like he can.
Yeah, currently defending 1v3, but Shia in reserve if he needs him. Spears still coming in. Spirit actually fancies his chances apparently in any sort of engagement, but we'll get them off the dragon and take away the Scuttle Crab. Level 7 now for Spirit.
Yeah, so Spirit level 7 also has his Magus enchant fully upgraded already. Oh, wow.
Massive chains there coming through. Shia follows him beautifully. He's out there. The Ignite picks up the kill, and another solo kill for LeBlanc.
And that is...
Goodbye, Drizzle. Now Spirit coming in, gets the red buff, chasing in. As the autos coming through, Zhangao comes into defend, but Drizzle eats a spear. Zhangao misses the block, and Spirit, what a play.
And that is just one of those times that you automatically dodge the max range spear accidentally, and it costs your jungler his life. It will also cost them a dragon, coupled with the fact that GA completely outplayed Raphael in the mid lane. And WE, they get their 2,000 gold advantage back. They're going to pick up the first dragon, and they're just looking in form.
And it was all bottom lane in game 1 here, and Mystic and UJ have had a fine lane, but a good gank from Drizzle evened it up a bit, and this time it's the jungler and the mid lane are really powering Water Elite's early game.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the impressive thing is that GA hasn't had that much help. He really is by himself carrying his lane through, and the criticism of GA is that he is a very much laning mid laner. He isn't known for his team fight play very much. Likes to get in, dominate a lane, but if you can dominate a lane this much, it doesn't matter if you can fight a team fight because he's just going to kill someone on the map before it even starts.
And it's great to see LeBlanc being picked so intelligently. I don't quite remember the draft, but I believe they saw the Ezreal pick before this happened, so we're pretty safe that it was a mid Ezreal, and we've seen again all these Chalice users coming through, all these defensive mid laners kind of moving LeBlanc out, but Ezreal's a great target for LeBlanc.
Yeah, exactly right, and you see exactly why. He even went the aggressive flat. Wow, he's going in again.
Yeah, Shia just unrelenting in the pressure.
Yeah, so he went aggressive with his flash before he threw anything out. If you miss the chains in that combo, you look ridiculous because you have burned a summoner spell for nothing because you went for the 100 to 0. Instead, goes for the glory play, able to pick it up.
And looked so good so far. 2 early kills there for World Elite's mid laner. Spirit continuing to counter jungle. Poor Drizzle now 2 levels, actually still just a level behind, but Spirit now looking for the gank. Raphael standing still there with a true shot barrage, gets nailed by a spear, and Spirit moves into execute, takes the kill, but tried to leave it for LeBlanc.
Yeah, he certainly did. He was diving in there. As I said, one of the junglers Spirit doesn't mind getting fed on is the Nidalee, just because he's so strong on it, and it is really a carry pick. But the thing that impresses me about him, he gets the auto attack for the slow before he even goes into Cougar form, gets the execute, and leaps out. Doesn't waste any of his gap closing ability, really understands how to play the champion to its fullest potential. Has that tier stacking up now, so will be that late game poke heavy jungler, and he's taking away a blue buff.
Yeah, Nidalee fairly mechanically intensive as well. We saw it, when players started picking it up, kind of going through the growing pains of playing such a weird champion or a different champion in the jungle. But Spirit's always been a player that's on top of that sort of stuff, and it really shines in this Nidalee play.
Yeah, it certainly does, and good ward control down in the bottom lane will mean Mystic and UJ completely safe from the return visit from Drizzle. Across the board, WE, I'm not going to...
Spirit actually going to find Amazing J now, who's now going to feel the wrath of the Nidalee. Pops his ultimate. Lucas coming in. Ultimate going to move through. Almost gets him there as the minions getting away, but a good roar of the Slayer coming in. Knock up there going to seal Amazing J's fate. Spirit going to dive in. Gets himself the kill. And Aluka, he does claim it, but Spirit not quite in range.
Yeah, not quite in range. Had the red buff ticking, probably would have been enough, but gives it over to Aluka, who's just having his free reign over the top lane right now. He's 10 CS in the advantage, has the 2 kills as well. That death, don't be fooled, was to a pesky raptor, not to a tree in the top lane. And WE, they're 4,000 gold in the lead. They're a dragon. It's 14 minutes in the game. This looks like a repeat performance.
It does. I mean, it's not quite as massive a lead as it was in game 1, but still just as impressive, maybe more so, given that it's mostly been solo work by Spirit and Shie that's propelled him to this particular position. Poor Drizzle, 2 games in a row now that he's been bullied around by Spirit.
Yeah, and I really think that teams will take a lot away from this WE game if they do make playoffs, and just note that against the likes of the aggressive junglers, you cannot play the Sejuani. I think it's a fantastic pick if you see something like a Gragas or a Zac has been locked in, really does their job better. But if you're against the Lee Sin, if you're against the Nidalee, they are going to pick on you.
Oh, Scuttlecrab not going anywhere. Spirit confusing the poor little thing as he will take it away. And again, level 10 for the Nidalee, finds the blue buff there as well. Likely going to donate that one over. Hopefully not to Raphael this time, who does have his ultimate ready to go. But Shea going to wander over and pick up his first blue buff.
Yeah, it looks like he will be able to get it this time, although wants a piece of Raphael first, just trying to push out the wave. Actually, Spirit took that one for himself. Shea happy with that, and Spirit wants the experience. He's nearly equal with the solo laners.
And Shea still getting aggressive. Good damage onto this mid lane turret. Drizzle is off to the side looking for a gank, but LeBlanc super slippery, does have the flash available, so pretty difficult target there for Drizzle.
Yeah, definitely agree. It's a hard target to try and gank, and Drizzle, he's 2 levels behind still, and his whole jungle has been warded the whole time, stolen. He really hasn't had much to do at this point. May as well take teleport and just go sit top, because there's not really much options on the map for him to get stuff done.
Yeah, as we check backing with the bottom lane now as well, we can see super even on CS, so a good job for both of them. I guess after the early carnage, been very calm, although now a trade will ensue as Mystic hopping around onto Zango, trying to stack up the Ren. UJ looking for a hook, good Ren there for some trade damage, and again, when Kalista's able to hop around you and stack it up, Draven does have trouble.
Yeah, he certainly does, and the thing about Kalista is if she goes the Bloodthirster first, the Ren does a lot of burst damage, surprisingly, so a good job there to be able to get all of that through. Spirit going for another gank here as well. Whirling Death used to just clear out the way.
They're actually going to ride in instead. Fade Skull will get popped away. Zango going to move in, but a good play from behind. Mystic diving in, but gets exhausted and forced to hop out from the turret. Luca has teleported in. Mystic actually going to get dove by Amazing J. I think Thresh is kind of caught in no man's land, but Amazing J will go down there to the render. Spirit actually will get the kill instead. UJ somehow got away with Shie coming in support, and World Elite get a free kill.
Yeah, he just actually, wow, they're going in.
Going back in there, roll the Slayer onto Zango. That's going to force a bust. Shea nails Drizzle with the chain, who blocks it nicely, who's going to come back in, but Zango going to get chased away. Shu the next target hit for Mystic as Raphael also is in trouble. Spirit nails Drizzle with a spear, going to get another kill for World Elite. Tower should fall soon in the bottom side, and Dragon's back soon.
Yeah, Dragon back up in 15 seconds. They'll grab both objectives for it, it looks like, if they want. No, they're sending members back, so taking this one nice and slow, but the Void Staff was finished for Spirit, and you can see nearly 100 CS. He's double the other jungler, 4-0-2. This is why he's so dangerous to give Nidalee to. Just such a good jungler.
And you can see why they backed away. Spirit comfortably soloing the Dragon out again here on his team. Going to take their second away. Will take him not too long, actually. He's fairly strong with his early items coming through. Frozen Heart finish for Aluka. Abyssal Scepter completed for Shiaz LeBlanc after Morello Nomicon. He did get the mid turret earlier. Mystic gets the bottom turret there as well. And all of a sudden, World Elite 7,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, we said it was looking better wow, did that just rapidly deteriorate. It looked like it was going to go against World Elite for a second. It was a very aggressive dive, but just once again, the communication split focus came through from Energy Pacemaker, and WE really making them pay.
And World Elite, remember, had so much trouble in the early stages of the LPL, where I think had a 12-game loss streak at one point. And how insane is it that this team, who's not only new, that has such improved results. I guess that's expected. You make a change, you hope things get better. But the level of coordination that this team is already showing, despite being together for, what, a month, I think, at this point, is just unbelievable.
Yeah, you really nailed it, because you hope the teams get better, but we've seen this season already that sometimes it doesn't. Just look across the other side of the rift. Energy Pacemaker living proof that you can make as many changes as you want, and sometimes they're not going to improve the team at all. But WE, they stuck at it. They were confident that they got it right this time around, and boy, are they repaying their fans, because all of a sudden, they look like 5th or 6th team in the LPL when they play this good.
Yeah, just a shame that, again, the changes came so late. I mean, I guess it's good they came at all. Shie going super aggressive on top of Drizzle, just trying to get a bit of pressure down. World Elite will back away there. Baron not quite up a minute till that one, but probably not going to be seeing that anytime soon. Aluka moving now in the top lane here, just kind of fishing through some minions, and he's ahead on CS as well, just keeping Maokai pinned down.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just at the point now where he shrugs off all damage, and he's just happy to sit on that balmy Cinder. Doesn't even go for the full Sunfire cape, then goes into his Frozen Heart, some cooldown reduction. Will pick up a Banshee's Veil for himself, and just having the time of his life in the top lane.
As he moves through some other early items as well, I praise Mystic's play in Game 1 on the Jinx, and have to do the same here for his item build. Thank God for no Rune's Hurricane.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of the Hurricane at the moment, just because of the fact that the tank busting is lackluster. As far as hyper carries go on single DPS, she's actually very good, Kalista. No one just builds her that way.
And, you know, we've seen a couple games, maybe one, I think, that Imp had, where he built, you know, very single. It's like a traditional AD carry build on Kalista, and Mystic going to look to do the same here. Bloodthirster into Phantomancer looks to be the build here, and eventually we'll see Infinity Edge. And all of a sudden, Kalista, you're just used to seeing her hop around and AoE people. She's going to be killing people straight up, even the Sejuani.
Yeah, exactly right, and it really is about that. The Maokai dives on her. She's just going to kite the Maokai and kill him. That's really what the aim of the game is now. Good map movement. They've already secured mid lane turret with Aluka. They're going to be able to get in there, just missing a spear on Zhang Ao. And Aluka, he's really doing his job well this series on the tank. I'm waiting for the double tank bans to come back through for this man, because he just looks so good on it.
Spear onto Drizzle coming in. Shie diving in onto Zhang Ao. Aluka going to go in with the ulti, just zoning them away. Lantern will get him out to safety as Mystic hops by the cannon minion to clear that area as well. 5 turrets now felled for World Elite. That last tier 2 in the top's the only remaining bastion of defense realistically for EP.
Yeah, exactly right, and I don't even think they can defend that one. And got to once again question Energy Pacemaker's draft. I think this game went wrong before they even stepped onto the rift, because Spirit, he's literally is an assassin. That's the only way you can look at it. Jie, known for his assassin play, coming through from solo queue, of course. So you run a double AD comp into 2 fantastic assassins and a pure tank player. I don't know what they were hoping out of this draft.
And Spirit going to take the blue away again, it looks like. So really, again, his team trusting him. She is saying, you know what, I'm just fine. You take it away. You need it more for the poke and the spears, and completely trusting his jungler to carry his Zhang Ao, getting caught up by Shie. Distorts away there. Not enough for the kill, unfortunately, but plenty of pressure early on. LeBlanc is massive.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sends him back to base at least. There's no way Zhang Ao can go up for the next minion wave, so he's going to have to go and scrounge some farm up somewhere else. Has actually picked up a null magic mantle before he even finishes his second aggressive item, just so he can survive. Probably saved his life in that situation.
Yeah, a bit of lifesteal there with the Bloodthirst off the Gromp, but Drizzle still scrounging for farm as well. Shie going to dive in onto Raphael this time, and again, it's what we talked about in the draft. Like you just mentioned, all these targets as Mystic going to go in there. Lantern going to move through, can't quite click a good ulti there from Shu. Somehow flashes on top of the Lantern. Now moving back in as Aluka's going to come through. Mystic just throwing poke in, 3-man knock up into stun there for Aluka, and Spirit coming around the side. Shie moving through the flank as well. Amazing J on top of him are the rest of World Elite. He'll go down first as Shie gets 1 kill. Aluka chasing in, look for the knockup. Spirit lands for Spirit, does pounce over the wall. Aluka ulting in there, massive double there as he comes through. Now Shie diving in aggressive, triple kill instantly picked up there for the LeBlanc. Raphael goes down and World Elite get a clean ace.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, was that
it was a quadra kill.
Wow, Shie just going absolutely off. I didn't get to see who took, I think it was the 3rd or 4th kill in that, but WE, there's really not much to say about this series. They just look like they're the better team, and they're outplaying Energy Pacemaker.
And looking great doing it as well. You know, it's not a team that's, you know, maybe outclassing some of the lanes and then struggling through the game. They're closing efficiently now against Energy Pacemaker and have just been on form for the last few weeks. I get it, it's against Energy Pacemaker. They're probably expecting the 2-0, but they need it right now, and this performance is one of a kind from this team.
Yeah, exactly right. And the good thing about it is it turns a lackluster season into a good news story for them. As we take a look at this team fight, they just couldn't get through the Scion. And in the end, he goes in for the huge knock-up, and this Fed LeBlanc dives in. He gets the Mimic Distort on top and grabs all three. I think it was Alaska. Was it Spirit that stole it?
No, Maokai died first to Mystic, I believe. So LeBlanc got the other four.
So LeBlanc got the other four on the back end, and just a very good quadra kill. And Aluka now, he's doing some counter jungling of his own. He got it.
He did get it too, just on the edge of Roar of the Slayer. I think actually Palmy Cinder helped him get the buff, but poor Drizzle didn't have a smite, or maybe had it and used it late, but can't even contest against the Scion. You know you're in trouble then.
Yeah, exactly right. When Scion, who has good bases but really isn't building for the damage department, is stealing your buffs, you're a little bit frustrated as a jungler. He's officially half of the CS of Spirit, and see, he's about to go back. I want to see what he picks up. Must have some gold.
I mean, Chia and Spirit are so fed here, and it's crazy that World Elite are playing around two different carries this time around. It was all Mystic in game one. They built around him, they comped around him, and he delivered as far as performances go on that Jinx. This time, very much more of a cleanup role here on the Kalista, just playing a supportive role in the AD carry. And Gia and Spirit have stepped right up. 11 kills in between them. Make it 13. So make it 12, sorry. As Gia gets his 7th.
Yeah, exactly right. And I can understand why you got confused with the 13, because Draven would have died twice in that combo nearly. Just so much damage coming out of the LeBlanc. They've both got their death caps. Spirit turned his death. Ooh.
Oh, Drizzle going to eat a spear. Look at that damage. Mystic going in aggressive. She has found the chains, and Meep, they've given it up. World Elite diving onto the base, and Energy Pacemaker cannot hold them down.
Yeah, so one more series for WE against Gamti next week, but they've done everything they can this week. They get a win. I think they got a draw as well, so 4 points. Puts them equal 9th with Starhorn Royal Club, and they're still making their late push.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that the team that was solidly 12th place, let's reiterate that, solidly in the bottom of the table for the first half of the LPL, the fact that they're even in the running for the playoffs is just silly.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, if you asked me 4 weeks ago, is this a playoff lineup? Do they deserve to be there? It was an outright no, but there is no question they are really stepping up, and now it's on all of the other teams. The best thing about the long season, whoever deserves to be in the playoffs will be there. Will it be Masters 3? Will it be Royal Club? Or will it be these guys? Because they've just shown they really mean business.
And EP still struggling late into the season. Again, made some changes. It's funny to think that their best looking performance on the weekend is one where they brought back their old players. Captain 57 was back in the lineup for the jungle, and you know they made a change for AD and had a very strong first series of the weekend.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and maybe it was just the fact that they're trying other things, trying to give Drizzle and Raphael a chance to prove themselves, but I agree. Their original lineup, the synergy lineup, that's what they were hailed for, really is the one that does it for me.
Yeah, I mean, EP have done some great things, but at the end of the season, maybe couldn't quite clinch it there.
Yeah, exactly right. They've just struggled a little bit too much. They will go into relegations most likely, and don't get me wrong, still a strong chance to come out, but they need to search for some answers.
Well, World Elite finished their weekend in fantastic fashion, but don't go too far. Invictus Gaming versus King is our upcoming match.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, and this is a very excited Jake Spawn Tiberi. Of course, our next matchup, Invictus Gaming taking on King. And this is going to be a huge one. MLXG, who had a great game yesterday, now up against Kakao.
Yeah, and Kakao had a couple of pretty good games yesterday as well on the Gragas jungle, really taking it to all of the Sejuani pickups. We keep mentioning it. It's a very good first pick, do not get me wrong, but you have to protect these tank junglers early on in their games, and people aren't doing it against the likes of Kakao and Spirit. Can't wait for Dandy, who is just such a good tactician jungler, to get in there and start pulling these team comps apart as well, because if you keep running these things, the aggressive junglers are going to do their thing.
Yeah, and speaking of aggression, and maybe lack thereof, Zatai playing far more calculated there from the top lane. It's been fantastic to see who is generally an overextending player when he was playing in the mid lane, now playing incredibly well coming through in that top lane.
Yeah, and we even said his most successful champion in the top was the Fizz game, where he was just playing like a mid laner. Brood aggression came through, but he picked up Shen twice. And I just want to point out for all the analysts at home, Shen Gragas as a combo is 100% 2 of 2 so far. Very strong combo being picked up on this 5.6 patch, because he was just immovable. Yeah. He was legitimately just grabbing the wave with his Sunfire cape. No one could kill him. Even the Cinch came through from Looper, and he was just shrugging off everything.
Yeah, although Looper did decide to go for that 0 AP Cinch build where you only fling people around and don't actually do all that much in the end. We'll see whether that is going to be an answer here potentially for that Shen in the top lane if it does come through again, because Zatai was more than happy to pick that up both games.
Yeah, exactly right. I think he even picked up blind the second game. The Cinch was a counter pick and still did fine. On the other side of the Rift, King, they had a good first game yesterday. Assassin on Karthus.
Oh, yeah.
MLXG snowballed him so far ahead. We'll take you through the King lineup, and they really were impressive. So you see Sky, he's now the Hecarim player, the beneficiary of all these Hecarim picks coming through, plays it extremely well. Yeah,
and just loves building Trinity Forces first as well. Loves that that Aurelia pick up there as well, so may as well just move it on over to the Hecarim. And MLXG had a great performance on the Rek'Sai, of course. Early pressure was massive on his Lee Sin, but built a Cinderhulk and then didn't do a whole lot towards the end of the game. Assassin, that Karthus one sits out like a sore thumb. Really great performance on that champion, and his Lissandra was no slouch either, and Whoosh really been getting up with the meta here as Kalista still being played, but had a decent Urgot showing as well.
Yeah, had a decent Urgot showing, still not convinced on it, but Liam, talk about meta picks, the Aurelia coming through in both games. I think he kind of convinced himself at work game 1 and didn't really have much to do with the victory. Then picked a game 2 and had a little bit to do with the loss. So we'll see if that one comes through again. The Nautilus, however, the Supportalist, is a very power pick for King.
Yeah, and they've been picking it with the Urgot there as well, really making sure that they get that lane duo if they have the opportunity. And there is just so much CC, suppression, everything to come through in that lane. And Liam is actually terrifying on that Nautilus, mostly because he just throws out depth charges on cooldown.
Yeah, exactly right. Really happy to expend all of the CC that can come through. And the thing about the King bottom lane is they like to play aggressive when they have the opportunity. You throw them onto a tanky bottom lane like Urgot as well as Nautilus, and they really play with reckless abandon. I like the fact that you called out the fact that they just use their ultimates whenever they're available, because they want to brawl. King as a whole team, they like to fight. They don't necessarily win them all, but they like to start them.
They certainly do. And actually that series, picking massively melee champions, when Urgot is your highest range champion, things are looking very interesting. But let's hop over to the side of IG. Look at the multiple Shen pickups for Zatai. He says, okay, it's time for the tank meta. Let's do it properly, ladies and gentlemen, and brings out the Shen. And let's have a look at Kakao as he heads over to the screen here as well. I'm excited about this one because the double Gragas jungle.
Yeah, exactly. The last thing we'll say about Shen was people say he's not a good ninja, he's a tank, but he's the best ninja. He hid for 2 seasons and was not seen, and then burst out of the shadows. We're going to skip half the lineup, of course. Kakao and Rookie, they're just slouches. Let's take a look at Kid. He had a great Ezreal performance. Kiddies, he's also playing a lot of peeling support at the moment, gone a little bit away from the engage. His Thresh even is appealing support.
Yeah, we actually skipped over the KT lineup entirely. It's a little bit sad there, of course, going through. But Kiddies, he's been playing very well, and Kid's Ezreal was unbelievable the other night.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to point out is you can tell that he understands the meta because he picked up the Blade of the Ruined King and he picked up the Berserker's Greaves. Understands that with these tanky members, you need to be able to auto-attack them, not just get away. It's not about bursting down the back line at the moment. It's about dealing with these huge front lines because, let's get realistic, if you're playing Nautilus and Urgot, everyone is a front line because everyone just has like 200 plus armor.
Yeah, and that's exactly how King have been playing these lineups as well. What with the Cho'Gath, Urgot, Nautilus, some kind of super tank in the top lane. I don't believe it was Hecarim when they were playing through that one, but the King lineup, they definitely understand that the tank is the flavor of the month at the moment, and they are going to pick it up and play it, and we'll see whether IG can think around it here. And you were talking about King's build, and I mean, not King, sorry, Kid's build, and managing to sort himself out, but see how it goes here as 50-50 for both of these teams in their last showing there as well. And as you can see on the graphs, not even entirely sure what they're demonstrating this time. What do you think it is, Spawn?
I have no idea what is going on there, Atlas. Not going to touch it with a poll. That is your job to come up with the graph ideas. Don't try and throw me under the bus.
I thought that maybe it could be your turn. I'm not entirely sure.
But I think the interesting thing to note is the fact that Sky, he likes to play aggressive top laners at the moment. If there's anyone that might be willing to match aggression, throw the Shen games aside, it would be Zatai. I want to see the Hecarim versus Fizz matchup come through because it is a very volatile matchup to watch.
Yeah, and especially if Sky decides to go back to the likes of Sion as well. We know that Fizz does very well in that matchup at the same time, so we'll see what does happen. But we are getting into Champion Select, and LeBlanc immediately going to take a seat. Rookie is a god on that champion. They're actually focusing him out super hard here with an Ahri follow-up ban, and it is going to be Sky's Maokai that's going to hit the bench first up here. And, oh, the Cho'Gath going to leave as well. They're taking away Assassin's power picks, which is very interesting. The lumbering Void monster is Assassin's power pick.
Yeah, exactly right. Want to get him off the Rift. And something to note going into this game is this is all important for King. If they pick up a 2-0 here, they're pretty much safe in their playoff run. They're able to get up like 5 points, I think, above Masters 3, who has 2 series left, so they would have to win them both. So really look for them to, I guess, try and put everything into this game. IG, on the other hand, they can move into 3rd or 4th, I think, around that mark. They're currently 5th. Doesn't really matter the same to them. They're kind of locked in their playoff spots, so they're just trying to get through the rest of the season now. But King, they're really in that playoff race, and they want to secure the 7th spot.
Yeah, and IG want to stop them from being able to get in here as well. I mean, it's just as much about making sure that you have a spot in the playoffs as it is kicking teams out as well. And you can imagine that IG, they definitely don't want to give King any opportunities.
And the psychological warfare, we've been mentioning it a lot, but if on the back end of the season, if you're able to crush a team, going into playoff, they will try and dodge you and they really do fear the rematch. So if IG can continue to dominate people on the Rift, it will look good for them going into playoffs. They're 5th at the moment. I think they are stronger than that. There's a lot of contention about how good this IG lineup is. They're very good is fantastic. They're not so good has looked a little bit of a shambles, but with Zatai, they seem to be piecing it together.
Yeah, and it's actually very strange. Moving Zatai to an unfamiliar role there in the top lane, and he's really embraced it, definitely playing well. MLXG, though, he's locked in the Rek'Sai. That was what really propelled them ahead earlier on. Zatai hovering over a Riven. That is an interesting pickup, but Kakao, he's going over to the Sejuani this time, and we'll see whether that is going to be locked in. They have 20+ seconds to decide. We'll see what they do want to go with here as the picks roll out. We haven't actually spoken about the bans, and that is an Aurelia ban to come through at the end there for IG. And that could even be aimed at Liam.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I think it is aimed at the top lane of Sky, and they're going for a very strong bottom lane here. No, they actually get rid of the Janna, so they go with Sejuani Kalista. I do like the Janna pick up there, although you can, of course, throw the Thresh in for Kitties, and then it'll be a completely fine lane as well. So making sure they secure the Sejuani. Of course, we have seen a little bit of top lane Rek'Sai fly around. Thank you, OMG, for making that a thing. And the supporter list has crept through.
Yeah, Liam, more than happy to lock that one down after that Rek'Sai being snapped up first up here for MLXG. Assassin is going to put that one in there, and oh my goodness, the Sion being hovered here for Sky. Such a dangerous pickup when Zatai more than happy to play the Fizz. 1 second to go. They switch it over to the Janna, but the Scion is going to be in there.
Yeah, it certainly is. So a little bit
Could be a drop.
of a 5.4 patch coming through here for King. They're going with one tank, and then the Janna and the Rek'Sai, most notably not the tanky members, but a little bit of peel, and they have gone with it. This is the counter pick. I've been waiting for this to happen so long.
I've been doing this in solo queue. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I hope Zatai is a little bit more well-practiced. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, no.
But the Pillar of Frost stops the Scion ultimate.
Yep.
That's the first thing to note. And the second thing is that Scion just goes pure resistance because he gets all the extra health from his W passive. And the good thing about Trundle is he just takes it all away.
Yep. Just subjugates the target, and instantly he becomes the massive behemoth. And it is going to be a Lulu lock-in here as well. A lot of protection now available for Kid. And we'll see whether that's going to be Rookie playing that one in the mid lane. It could be going into the support role as well. Definitely a flex pick there as King now up to them to round out this lineup. They actually may decide to put, you know, that Rek'Sai in the top lane instead, like Going has demonstrated, but not entirely sure what they're going to do. Assassin looking at a Vladimir, has spent a lot of time on the ban list, has been picked up here and there as well, has seen varying success, and Whoosh, a potential Vayne pickup here, and it's locked in. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so against a very tanky lineup, going for the Vayne, making sure that they have to build the likes of the Frozen Hearts and the Thorn Mails. Can't just go that health stacking, because otherwise he will tear them apart. Vlad being thrown in there. So the thing about these tanky lineups is you need some damage, and probably can't get more damage out of the AD in middle position other than Vlad and Vayne.
Yeah, and we're talking about consistent damage here as well, and persistent percent health damage, which is a massively big deal. And this Vlad, he can build the Leandry's Torment. He's more than happy to pick that item up, and with a whole lot of extra sustain at the same time. We'll see what is going to happen here, as there is a lot of mid laners being rotated through, and Rookie not looking to pick up the Lulu. This may be him taking something into the mid lane, and the Azir is going to be locked in, and we'll see how Assassin does on the Vladimir against Rookie's incredibly powerful Azir, now a little bit buffed on the 5.6 patch.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday against Dade. I think he had his turret down in about 12 minutes in the exact same matchup. Dade was on Vlad, Rookie was on the Azir, and honestly, if we're going to pull the game apart, smashed him. He was absolutely dominant in that matchup. Dade had a fantastic game too on the Azir and wasn't able to get it over the line, but Rookie's performance really was pinnacle. I mentioned that you probably can't get a higher persistent damage 1-2 combo out of your mid and AD, but they've tried with the Azir Kalista.
They certainly have. Zatai, the Trundle into the Scion here. Fantastic matchup for Zatai. Kakao with the Sejuani, and MLXG on his very early pressure-focused Rek'Sai. Certainly a fantastic pick there, as Assassin going to take the Vladimir against the Azir in that mid lane.
Yeah, and in the bottom lane, we have, of course, the Vayne against Kalista. If you look at the AD carry positions, don't really know who's going to get ahead in that particular thing, but it's the Janna versus Lulu, and Lulu historically has done really well in that matchup.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and you can reveal the Vayne as well. If she's going to pop that final hour, you can just pop your picks on top of her head, and she's not going to be able to dodge away, at least invisibly, with that tumble. So we'll see whether that is going to work out here. And Vayne Janna, that is not necessarily a winning power matchup.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. It's one of Papa Smithy's least favorite lanes in the world.
It's like, why does this lane ever win?
Yeah, we were having the conversation yesterday of what Vayne will come back with it. His response was emphatically not this lane, so probably looking for a lane swap.
Well, we'll see whether they get one as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, our third matchup of the evening here with King taking on Invictus Gaming. King now streaming out of the base here, and we'll see whether a lane swap is going to be opted for the King bottom lane. Of course, Janna Vayne, not exactly the most powerful, but we'll see what does happen as we head on to the Rift.
Yeah, so they're going for a little bit of an invade here onto the top side of IG's map, and Kakao, he's just chilling there at the entrance, seeing if he can spot anyone else. Tremorsense will have spotted him.
Yep, Rookie and Assassin just partying with one another. The Arise soldiers are there, as Rookie says, no. There's no leaving. We are dancing, my friend. And Assassin more than happy to have a bit of a dance too, just playing around.
I think he had a chuckle back at him.
Yeah, definitely just did have a bit of something. Something going. Oh my goodness, the bird, the pigeon man himself, Rookie, in the mid lane. Beautiful. I love that taunt so much as Sky. He's going to check out his own jungle here, just get some defensive warding in, but you can see already Invictus Gaming have scouted out to see whether there is anyone moving through this jungle on the bottom side.
And it looks like both teams wanted the lane swap, and now they've bumped heads in the top side of the map, and they're like, oh no, now what do? We can't recall. It's going to be the 2v2. Standard lanes just down under.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward here for both of these champions, but yeah, okay, he's of course going to die. That is actually Sky starting off at the red buff here, though, which is very interesting. Taking that one away from his own jungler, but MLXG, he's already stolen the red from IG, and this is going to be a 3 buff for King.
Yeah, 3 buff for King, but they keep MLXG level 1. So Kakao, he's going to be held down a little bit, will not have the advantages of being able to go for early ganks. And MLXG, he should be fine. If he picks up one of the little ones, he'll have his level 2, so that's what he's looking to do. Actually needs both, so that means he didn't get any of the Sentinels coming through from the Lulu. It also means they, more importantly, won't have the time on the respawn.
Yeah, Lamb and Whoosh, they are here trying to weather the storm in this lane, but they do have the push in their favor, as Kid is going to offer a bit of Ren damage in response there onto Lamb, but Whoosh staying very, very healthy here. Level 2 hit by King. Does have both his W and the Rend available. We'll see whether this lane is going to turn. And as far as Lulu's power as a support is concerned, does she rely on levels? Is the level 3 something that you really want to be hitting for here on the Lulu?
Yeah, she wants a point in everything because she really needs to be able to get that polymorph through. That's when she becomes a very potent laner. The shield is nice, but the polymorph just means that if anyone ever goes over aggressive, you have a great window to be able to punish them.
And speaking of great windows to punish, these Howling Gales have been rocketing over the top of these IG members, but the Rend onto Lamb, and he's completely out of mana as well. Oh my goodness, the Whimsy shield not quite there in time onto Kid, and they have to be careful. This lane, very, very volatile, and we talk about Vayne as having a weak early game, but so does Kalista in this lane.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we see that Zatai also being punished in the lane by the Scion, who was able to grab the level 2 from the red buff. Also meant that probably Zatai couldn't go anywhere near the lane, and they're going aggressive. Kakao must be here. Yeah,
MLXG's actually been seen here in this brush as Kakao. He's heading around, immediately gets exhausted there as well, but they know not to go too far because the Rek'Sai is lurking down the back there. Prey Seeker going to find a little bit of damage onto the Lulu, but no one going to be falling too low just yet, but there has been a lot of skirmishing towards this top side.
Yeah, there certainly has been. So they're going to send both junglers back. Kakao has been reasonably healthy throughout his jungle clear, so he's not really in much concern. As Zatai, he's being bullied now. Has to probably recall and burn his teleport. An aggressive start with that Doran's Blade really hasn't paid off.
No, he is going to be able to head back, though, and possibly pick up some consumables here and head back to lane. Of course, Sky still doesn't have his recall, his teleport off cooldown just yet, as the Pierce not going to find Whoosh here on the top side, and a successful push out of this wave for the IG members.
But they are down in CS. They'll be down in about 4, and they've had to go for a sub-optimal recall. I don't know what they're going to pick up. Actually, they've stopped their recall, trying to look if they can fight here, or maybe grab a lane freeze. Maybe this is just the mind game, Atlas. If they can grab it, freeze it, they might be able to shut Vayne off a lot of CS if she goes for a recall.
Yeah, and actually, they have been spotted out here as well. Beautiful Glitter Lance there. It has been shot down, as there's the Condemn into the wall as well. Does proc the Silver Bolts. Whoosh with a lot of follow-up damage now, and they push the whole wave into this turret at the same time.
Yeah, so okay, they go extremely aggressive there and are made to pay, because now they're going to miss the wave. Might even get dove by the Rek'Sai, who's back in the top lane. Will make it out in time. Got stopped. He's probably dead.
Yep, that's the Prey Seeker down there as well. Martial Poise is going to be used here by Kid to try and get out of there. The flash is down, but the flash into the Unburrow, and MLXG again with fantastic power plays early on in this game.
Yeah, and I don't even know why you would burn the flash there, because you're not living that. MLXG still had his available. Sure, he had to burn flash for flash, but we keep saying it. AD carry flash for jungler flash just isn't worth it for the AD.
No, it's not. And of course, MLXG already has so much maneuverability as well with that Burrow. And Assassin, you can see, is taking a bit of damage here in the mid lane, but it's not too much to worry about, especially when this bottom lane in the top lane is going so well for King.
Yeah, it certainly is. 20 CS the advantage, so much experience as well. Rookie, he's doing a great job though. He's 14 CS in his own lane and really bullying Assassin around, but I guess more importantly, Assassin keeping up in levels, if nothing else. So we'll be able to still get a lot of that items scaling up through leveling the queue.
Yeah, and Assassin still had a pretty huge wave to pick up here in the mid lane as well, so he'll be able to get a fair bit of this farm. Actually, the tower not really working out to his favor, but still keeps himself within 13 CS, as these Sand Soldiers are actually doing a fair bit of damage to this Vladimir.
Yeah, certainly are, and Rookie, he's just continuing to push out, recognizes that top lane is missing at the moment, so has backed off a little bit. Rek'Sai also in the area. We know that MLXG loves to be able to help Assassin out, so look for him to try and get involved soon, but really is a nightmare in the top lane. Bilgewater Cutlass to only the Vamp Cester being picked up here for Vayne. Didn't get an assist out of that. It was just a solo kill onto the jungle, so MLXG needs to try and snowball the advantage.
Yeah, well, that's very, very true, actually, and didn't really think about the fact that Vayne didn't get the extra money from the assist, which is very important. MLXG has sort of done this a little bit in the past, picking up kills that he probably should be donating, but of course didn't have the opportunity to really give it back. And look at the harassment to come through from this Azira's Sky. He's heading into this top side, and Kid, nothing he could do. Whoosh picks up the kill. There's the condemn into the wall, and Kid, he's probably going to follow is in the end, and it's a double kill for the Vayne. That is a disastrous start for IG.
Yeah, it certainly is. IG just getting dominated in this early game. 1,000 gold, the lead, and 20 CS. Sky, with the aggressive teleport into the top lane, doesn't even lose out on much CS. Zatai only up about 5 at this point, really not doing great.
No, MLXG is here on the bottom side as well, has hit level 6. He's got tunnels littering his own jungle, so he'll be able to get back with the Void Rush whenever he feels like, to be able to pick up whichever camp he wants, help out whichever lane he feels like as well. As Rookie, he's finally shoved Assassin out of lane, but this is sort of the story of IG. Rookie generally does well, generally wins his lane, and it's about the others managing to do some work. MLXG looking to start off this Dragon, and he might be able to just solo this one out.
Yeah, he certainly will be able to solo it out if he isn't spotted, so that will go over to King. And this is something that we said about Cacao yesterday. He's happy to pick on the weak early game of the Sejuani, and you know, they've gone for it themselves, and that's exactly what's happened here. There's just been no jungle presence out of Cacao, and now his whole team is being made pay for it.
Yeah, and MLXG just taking his tunnels around, did pick up the early Dragon completely solo. IG, no idea that that one's been taken down unless they did see that buff get applied to the members of King in the lanes. Sky continues to do some work here on the bottom side. He's down a level now just because he had to head to that top side, but the Decimating Smash, you can see, it's just pressure on Zatai.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Cacao, he's got some levels now, is level 6, might be able to get into a lane and infect it. You think it has to be the top, where the duo support AD are just doing so well, and they're playing incredibly safe. They understand that no minions are really going to die here from the push. They don't have to walk up and pressure it, so not even a window really for Cacao to get in there.
Yeah, and Whoosh just going to freeze this one off, just stopping his auto attacks and just making sure that if IG want to pick up any farm in this top side, they have to overextend.
Yeah, but once again, we said it was about 11 minutes that Rookie took the turret down. Looks to be a recurring trend, Atlas, because this turret falling incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and this is after Azir had his sort of turret damage nerfed as well with that the Arise.
Yeah,
so
it certainly wasn't sort of nerfed. It was completely gutted nearly. It's not what it used to be, as Zatai gets a little bit aggressive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the Subjugate just being used mostly to keep himself in lane here as well. Is able to, and looks like he's going for a very similar build that FLICKR went for here. The Tiamat is going to be the option here for Zatai, and
could be the Bork as well.
It could be, but I'm not entirely sure where the pickaxe is going to go.
Oh yeah, true. So it's going to be the Hydra.
Yeah. Strange. Darien. The shades of Darien across the LPL thus far. So I got to get over that.
So the difference between the Bork to the Hydra is the fact that Blade of the Ruined King, very good dueling item. Hydra, very good pushing item. So if you think you're going to be doing most of your time just farming the minions and pushing people out of lane, Hydra, better option. If you're going to go for straight up killing your opponent, Blade of the Ruined King gives you the sticking pressure, gives you the percentage health.
Yeah. And of course, I guess being that frontline tank, probably not going to have that much time able to actually single out a target and kill them, although he probably wants to be able to kill Whoosh, or at least have a little bit of power in that department. Assassin, he's going to find a pink ward here, but the defense of Rookie easily going to be enough.
And he's still CSing and protecting it with his Sand Soldier.
It's just terrifying. And
he's got the turret as well.
Yep, it's taken down. So the early pressure from the mid lane is what's carrying Invictus Gaming through this one. MLXG looking to try and get some pressure here on this bottom side, as that's the ult from Sky. Doesn't find anything. Subjugate, of course, on a very low cooldown. He pops it yet again and continues to get his health back. Sky struggling with the changes to Sion here just a little bit. He's completely out of mana, even with the Flask. So he's going to head back to base. Does almost have his teleport back up, but he's not going to be able to use it to get back to this lane. And Zatai, he's turned it. Of course, that level 6 mark is when Trundle really starts to pull ahead.
Yeah, certainly does. And it was a little bit about Sky also leaving the lane as whiff coming through from Rocky.
A little bit unfortunate. The Emperor's Divide not going to quite work out here, as Assassin actually have to blow his pull, as there's the flash from Kakao. He's looking for the ult, doesn't find it onto Assassin. Some swift movements, and of course the Ghost really helping out there, and IG unable to secure the kill in mid.
Yeah, so kind of like the Curse of the Sad Mummy, the first Sejuani ultimate is down for no kill. Long cooldown expended by Kakao for no return, so he's going to go back to base. Has a little bit of a shot. Will probably pick up a Sightstone for himself if he can afford it, but that's not good news. Actually skipping over that, going straight for the Aegis.
Yeah, he's actually got the Null Magic Mantle here. Might be going for an early Mercury's Treads, but not entirely sure what that's aimed for, because there's a lot of knock-ups on the other side, not a whole lot of hard CC that he wants to remove. I think you might be right.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. And Zatai, he's 2 levels. Actually, Sky just leveled up, so he's only 1 level, but still having a fairly good lane now. Has got the boots too to keep himself in range. Boots too, very important pickup. Sky, he's sitting on that Balmy Cinder as well, so we'll see if he goes towards the full Sunfire Cape or whether he's just happy to sit on that one.
Yeah, and I think it was Zatai that we actually saw just sitting on the Balmy Cinder for quite some time, not really worrying about the Sunfire Cape. Zatai actually going to get the stun here. He's continuing to farm out this wave, and with the Tiamat actually has a whole lot more pushing power. This has always been what Trundle has struggled with as far as the split pusher is concerned. Doesn't have a whole lot of AoE wave clear, but certainly going to solve that by picking up a Tiamat.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about. If he wants to push, if he wants to be that very push the lane, try and get as much turret damage down as possible, go for that build. If you want to try and solo out kills, Blade of the Ruined King is a little bit better. One thing about Tiamat is you have to repetitively push the wave. You don't have the choice anymore. Takes all wave control off you because you're AoE now, as we have a bit of a gank coming in bottom lane.
Yeah, MLXG looking to try and pick up the kill under Zatai here as well. Does have the ultimate available if he wants to. Has popped it now under Sky. He's pretty tanky, as there's the Frozen Domain as well. Oh, the Pillar of Ice. Zatai running very, very quickly out of this one. Doesn't have a flash, but MLXG sort of out of the CC at this point. But in the end, MLXG able to tunnel under him and pick up that kill. And Zatai finally falls down on this bottom side, but he does have a huge CS lead, and that is another kill for the jungler.
Yeah, it certainly is. 4-0 is the advantage right now for King, but gold still completely equal because the early turret went down in IG's favor. Rookie really holding this game together for his team. Couple that with a CS advantage in the top lane. Zatai still probably a little bit stronger than Sky as long as the junglers don't interfere. That's always the worst thing as a top laner, when you just keep getting interference, even though you know you're stronger. But overall, really the biggest discrepancy you have to say is that bottom lane. This Vayne has finished off. The Blade of the Ruined King is probably in full 1v1 mode at the moment, wants to try and single out Kid and try and get a kill.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he's actually going to move around the map. Whoosh does have the opportunity to switch lanes, which he's going to do. Dragon is now available again. As King, they're changing the lanes over, so no more down under. Just some regular situations here, as Woosh just going to push this one out into the bottom side, and it is going to mean some free CS here for Kid on the bottom of the map.
Yeah, and that's very nice of a top lane when you know that your wave's going to push, but you still don't go back to that lane. You head back to the top where you have to deal with an obnoxious, nearly frozen heart Sion. Second dragon of the game will go across to King right now. They're going to be able to pick that one up, and that's fantastic news for them. They've got a better late game team probably, and going to be able to make it work.
Yeah, well, this is true, and Whoosh does have the Blade of the Ruined King as well, so he's able to lock down these neutral objectives so easily. And the Aegis is completed by Kakao, but he hasn't been anywhere. He's sort of just come in and missed a Glacial Prison.
Yeah, he certainly has. He hasn't had any early game pressure at all at the start of this game. As we take a good, long, hard look at Dragon, that one, of course, fell.
It died, ladies and gentlemen. has been discovered that it is no longer on the map. Of course, Invictus Gaming still with a slight lead here. As welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. We are here on your screen, and we are going to have the game back very, very shortly. And I'm not entirely sure what I was speaking about there, Spawn, but
the ineffectiveness of Kakao, I think, in the early game.
Yeah, I think that was probably what it was. It's a flash out of the way of the decimating smash there for Zatai. Very much respecting the damage here as Kakao having a little bit of a duel with MLXG, who doesn't really want to go too aggressive. An Assassin in so much trouble. Glacial Prison is available here, but he doesn't want to use it until the pull comes out. The pull is there. There's a Glacial Prison. Nails it this time, and Spawn gets very excited while that happens. MLXG now in a whole lot of trouble as Rookie looking to close in on him, but MLXG able to tunnel his way out of it. Another one to come through, and he does get out with his tail between his legs, and a lot of the resources on the Vayne, but she was nowhere near that fight.
Yeah, exactly right. 2 kills picked up for Kakao. Probably not the member you want to have it, but what a Glacial Prison coming out there. Nailed all 3 members. Atlas picked out the middle one, got the 2 on the side as well. Very impressive play coming out of IG there. They've got themselves a 1,000 gold lead. They've lost out on the first couple of dragons, but have control over the rest of the map.
Yeah, and Whoosh now in the bottom lane, sort of unable to help out with anything there, but not being able to get any kills in response here. Kid and Kitty's sort of just hanging out here trying to weather the storm that is this fared Vayne at this stage with the Blade of the Ruin King and the Berserker's Greaves. But that is definitely good news now for Invictus Gaming. A couple of assists onto Zatai, a couple onto Rookie here as well. He's got the Stinger completed as well as that Athene's Unholy Grail, which is sort of now a buffed item and definitely fantastic here for Azir, who just has so much consistent DPS anyway, and he's just more than happy to have the defensive statistics while he's just auto-attacking with his Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, exactly right. He wants to be that guy in the team fight that is just always has uptime on his spells. So
yeah.
Also can't forget how good the passive is on the Athenes. As soon as you get a kill, you get so much mana back, and it really helps you stay in fights for a long amount of time. Isn't about that burst damage, so I like what he's going with there. On the other side, you see, of course, all of the cooldown reduction and spell vamp coming through for Assassin.
Yeah, Will of the
been able to
Ancients
pick up the will.
That is interesting, because often, you know, you'll see a Vladimir sit on the revolver for a bit. Why do you think this is how this build is?
I just think cooldown reduction is such an important stat on Vlad. I actually don't understand why people do the opposite and just sit on the revolver. I think cooldown reduction is really good.
Yeah, Zatai actually in a lot of trouble here, as there's the ultimate that's going to be popped, and that was just a mistake. Accidentally getting the turret aggro there, and Zatai soloed out by the Scion, and that's the counter matchup.
Yeah, really not good news for Zatai. 40 CS in the advantage, but took 5 turret shots there. And
yeah,
no matter how far ahead you are, if you take 5 turret shots, you're most likely going to die.
You are dead if that happens, and we saw that demonstrated. Of course, if you take too many turret hits, you die. Not exactly something that you learn at the later stages of League of Legends practice. That is something you learn very, very early. As Kakao, he's more than happy about it because he gets to pick up a wave underneath this turret. Very, very tanky. Locket of the Iron Solari completed now on top of that Cinder Hulk for Kakao, but still looking to try and affect this one. Did pick up those beautiful couple of kills, but King now looking to affect this bottom side. Howling Gale comes across Kitties, who's trying to do some work.
Teleport's available for Zatai, not for Sky.
Yeah, actually
it is.
Yeah, well, it's not available for Sky because he's already here. Used it in the bottom side, but it is Invictus Gaming making it out of this one. King, they are going to take down the bottom outer turret, but not going to be able to pick up any kills, and they expended the teleport there. So, and he's going to be Zatai heading back to the top side. MLXG does take away the Gromp, and Dragon up in another minute 20, so not going to be anything that King can get to right now. And Rookie cheating to the top side of his lane, and he's more than happy to take off some health bar of Sky, but it's not going to take off too much.
Yeah, gets rid of the shield. Doesn't really get much else done. They will maybe pick up the turret in the top lane here because Zatai does it very quickly as they're going aggressive.
Yeah, MLXG looking for Kitties here, who does manage to whimsy himself. Kid might be in a whole lot of trouble now. He's forced to use that flash, but look at the dueling power of Whoosh underneath the turret. The final hour just more than enough. And there was nothing Kid could do. Whoosh still going aggressive here as Kitties makes his way in, but you cannot leave that Kalista alone at all.
And he's going for the outright dueling build. We'll go back and finish up a Youmuu's Ghost Blade. And this is what we see a lot out of Fed Vaynes that really want to snowball their advantage. They have the double actives to be able to get themselves in there and really impact the team fight. we have a little bit of a slight pause as we check out some of the players. But the bottom side of the map going horribly wrong for IG. Top side of the map, completely different story. But who's going to be able to deal with this Vayne? It doesn't look like they really have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's going to be a lot of sort of incidental AoE damage in a large area from Rookie when he's getting those Sand Soldiers out. But, I mean, that's all you can really talk about here. Unless Kakao can land the most amazing Glacial Prison onto the Vayne and doesn't get it tumbled, it's going to be very, very difficult to lock that champion down.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. I mean, the QSS will come out as pretty much the guaranteed third item here. So Vayne with a little bit of armor penetration on the Youmu's, with the attack speed coming through from the Blade of the Ruined King and the Youmu's passive, will probably be happy with that one. So looking to get some escapability through the QSS, you would have to think. So as soon as the Mikhails and the QSS comes through, really not enough lockdown CC to be able to deal with this Vayne.
That being said, you can see Kakao there. He's looking calm, looking chilled, looking ready to take this game on. And it's as this game heads towards that later stage. I mean, Kalista has had a horror early game, you have to say. I mean, 0-3-0 when your lane opponent has picked up almost all of those kills onto you as well. That is awful. But
50 CS.
Yeah, it's just terrifying. Hurricane's being completed now by Kit, so he can at least pick up the minion waves, but not going to be able to freeze anything out here in the bottom side. And could that have been a mistake?
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. I just don't think that it's good at dealing with the Scion either, so definitely look to see how that one plays out in the long run. In the top lane, however, Zatai starting to shove Sky in over and over again. And Sky, he's definitely had more to do around the map, has impacted the map very positively, but eventually someone is going to have to do the exact same to this Trundle as they are to the Vayne, because if he gets too big, he's just going to ignore him underneath the turret and continue to pound them down.
Yeah, and then, you know, picks up a upgraded sweeper here as well and just kills the Vayne outright. Could potentially even get to that stage. Well, we'll see whether he can get to that point or whether it's not going to really work out. Frozen Domain does give you a whole lot of movement speed, so it's very difficult to peel away this Trundle, especially when he can use that Pillar of Ice so fantastically. IG looking to try and pick up their first Dragon of the game here. Liam going to spot out some wards here as well, and IG definitely have the vision control. They're moving around as a unit here, moving towards the top side. They can see the fact that Whoosh is towards that bottom side. MLXG actually almost getting caught out of his unburrow. Or sorry, his tunnel. But I'm not going to come through just there. Manages to get out from underneath it.
And there's not really a cooldown that they're waiting on here to start up this Dragon. Maybe just waiting to see whether they will come in from split sides. They can see that they are completely split at this point, so you would nearly favor IG in this fight because they can cheat up into their jungle exactly where Kid is right now and really deal well with the split. Instead, it looks like they're going to send members back, and they're a little bit confused over whether they want to fight this.
Yeah, with Lulu going back there as well, I mean, the Dragon is going to get started up, and that's the third just given over to King on a silver platter here. You can see Whoosh just so much consistent damage. MLXG able to smite that one away, and there was no contest from IG. After it looked like they definitely wanted to do something about it, just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly right, and maybe Rookie's being caught here.
Yeah, actually, Sky looking for a potential ultimate, but doesn't quite get there as MLXG, he's tunneling forward. Rookie does need to be careful. The Whimsy Shield is there to help him with a little bit more speed, and he's going to be A-okay. The mid lane outer turret is very, very healthy. Of course, Vayne, one of the things that she does struggle with is clearing out a minion wave and pushing a turret. Of course, not high range here as Sky or the Slayer not going to find him. Oh my goodness, the ultimate actually going to get popped here as Zatai might be able to turn this one around. Does have the subjugate as the rest of IG able to move around here as well. Assassin and Whoosh hanging out in this brush as the rest of IG not wanting to face check that one as Sky. There's the subjugate down now. And Lamb, he's come in here first. The decimating smash is there. Zatai has to be very careful. Monsoon is going to get him back here as well.
Coming to the top lane.
Oh my goodness. Actually forcing the flash out here. Of course, the outer turret's still alive here for Invictus Gaming, so Zatai might find himself a little bit safe for the next little while.
But there were 3 members heading up from King in that situation. 4 hot on the heels from IG. Want to see how that one worked out because it looked like there was about to be a huge brawl started. And Zatai, he's winning the lane in CS, but pressure-wise, just nothing can be done.
Yeah, and Sky able to clear out the minion waves so incredibly quickly as well means that sort of the split push doesn't quite work because he gets all of this work done, gets this wave up to the turret, and then all of a sudden the whole wave's dead.
Yeah, exactly right. And he just can't sit under the turret. We saw what happened last time when that happened. Got ultied, got destroyed underneath the turret. So very good work there. We see that the Locket has been finished by Kakao. He's definitely past the weak stage of Sejuani's game, level 13. A real force to be reckoned with on this map now. But they're just continuing to pick on Zatai's aggression. They've got 3 more members in here again.
Yeah, the ult is going to be popped. He's not going to find it here as Lamb actually trying to throw the Howling Gale in the right direction there as well. Zatai is just in so much trouble. Condemned against the wall. Kitties with the wild growth is going to save Zatai's life, who turns around looking to try and be a beast and take down some members, but doesn't quite get there. But he is going to be safe. So the 2v3 going to be enough to save the Trundle.
Yeah, and a lot used there to try and take him down. And you have to say that Zatai, he's extremely healthy still. So this turret not in any real pressure. And the more they keep sending this Vayne up to try and deal with him, the maybe more that they're going to be able to get done around the map. Although it looks like the turret will fall. No one rotated around to this Zatai. That must be a mistake.
Yeah, actually, Kitties is around here as well. Final Hour has been popped at the same time, but it's a beautiful glitter lance. Kitties, oh, he's going to get Fate's Call back as Kid trying to get in here. Roar of the Slayer does find an attack onto him as Kakao now finds himself in the back line. The QSS has been used to get rid of the ultimate that came through at the beginning. Kitties trying to stay in the back line, but Sion picks up the kill. Rookie just gets destroyed with the Condemn, and King taking hold of this fight. It is going to be at least 1 kill now for the Callista as Kid trying to get some work done here on the backside. Assassin is a problem. The pool's going to be used and Kid's going to fall down. So many low health bars, but IG is getting wrecked. And Zatai falls down. The ace comes through, and only lay him dead for King. They are playing out of their minds this game.
Yeah, they survived on so little, and it was all about Rookie just getting deleted off the map. They're starting up Baron. Don't know about that call. It is very risky at this point in the game, but yeah, maybe they can do it. Still 20 seconds on the jungler.
Yeah, they've got a lot of lifesteal here, as well as the tanky members in Sky and MLXG, able to tank this one up for quite some time. But Assassin, I mean, he's got all of the Spellbound that he likes, does have an extra needlessly large rod as well. And whoosh, look at all of that persistent damage. That Baron did not last long.
Yeah, exactly right. The QSS was finished up for that fight. He'll go into the last Whisper now, and from here, everything just gets bad for IG. We mentioned that persistent damage-wise, Vayne Vladimir just so high. We saw it in that fight. As soon as Rookie fell, IG just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, and as with the pool available, with the QSS now there for Whoosh as well. This
Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, Zhonya's as well. This, I mean, Earth Mode's been out, ladies and gentlemen. We all understand how frustrating Vladimir is to deal with, as Kitties is forced to use that flash to get away from MLXG. And this guy's been omnipresent yet again on this
Maybe
side.
overcommitted for this one, though. Ooh, does dodge out of Kakao.
Yeah, Arctic Assault not going to find the mark there, as IG unable to capitalize on the overextension. But he's so tanky anyway. But Kid actually getting hit by that decimating smash. Sky sort of overextending a little bit underneath that turret, but he can sort of tank this one out for as long as he wants. The wave clear is here now from Rookie. He can do a fair bit of work. Doesn't really matter too much that the Baron has buffed up these minions because, of course, Azir pretty good at killing creeps.
Yeah, and you got to say, Rookie probably the only member still with an advantage on this map. Kakao's fallen behind. Zatai definitely behind at this point. He's been rendered completely ineffective. We said it was a good lane matchup. If you don't win the lane, it's not going to do much. Ultimate through.
Yeah, there's the ult down. The Sun Turret is there helping out in this fight as Callista able to actually get a lot of damage down on this one. The Monsoon does come through as Sky taking a lot, but look at Rookie's damage. These Sand Soldiers ripping apart the members of King. And Kakao, he tanked up most of it. They are going to be able to get this turret, though, as there's the Emperor's Divide onto Assassin, forced to use the pull to get out of it, as Rookie is just being a god in this fight. Zatai, he's got wild growth, and they are going to be able to brute force the inner turret.
Yeah, and it was all about the Sun Turret. That turret right there that stopped the heavy engage coming through because it was doing a lot of damage, and Rookie was just completely safe on the left-hand side of the fight, going completely nuts with all of the damage. He had 3 Sand Soldiers up the entirety of it and was just dishing out the pain.
Yeah, a whole lot of damage to come through from that Azir, and we'll see whether MLXG was able to get the follow-up engage. Doesn't manage to, as no members are going to die. Of course, with a game that's 11-3 with a complete shutout of the Dragons, the gold is relatively close at this stage of the game, and the biggest factor is the 3 turrets to 3 as well. King unable to get an objective advantage on the map as far as these structures are concerned.
Yeah, exactly right. And the worrying thing about King is that they just took the mid lane turret. So it was 2-0 mid lane turret. So if this game does go pear-shaped, it looks like they've got it firmly in control. Don't get me wrong, they're 1 dragon away from the 5th dragon, have fantastic objective control. But if IG win a miracle teamfight, the guts of the map is completely open. They can get down there in a very big hurry. And with how tanky Cacao is, they don't really have a problem shredding through structures. So King, in control, they have very clear win conditions. Pick a big team fight, get the Scion in front of everyone and dish out persistent damage. But if anything does go pear-shaped, IG still have a hope.
Yeah, but this is the thing that especially Papa Smithy has got rather disappointed in King about, is the fact that they get these advantages around the map, but are unable to really capitalize in the correct fashions as far as vision are concerned and things like this.
Yeah, what does he say? No one has ever criticized King about being able to get a lead. It's how they close out their games that really do, I guess, throw some question marks in. And this is what we're used to seeing out of King. The big advantage at the early part of the game. Whoosh has looked amazing on the Vayne, and you think if you got a snowballed Vayne, you would look to control the map a little bit better, and they just haven't been able to do it.
Yeah, Sky actually finds himself polymorphed here just a little bit. Pillar of Ice has been used as Zatai, running very, very quickly over his frozen domain. The rest of King members are hanging around, but Sky was taking a fair bit of focus fire there, but I didn't really see much of a health bar.
Yeah, they don't want to throw any abilities at him. Instead, they're trying to get members in there for a bit of a flank. What this means is that they don't really have an area that they can fight to their advantage, IG. Once again, it looks like Sky might be the target of focus.
Yeah, they're trying to at least get the ultimate out here as Decimating Smash on a couple of members as well. The rest of King are rotating around. IG might find themselves overextended. There's the Unburrow under Kakaoi. Look at the Glacial Prison. It's there, but Rookie comes through with a massive ultimate. Lamb right in amongst his fight. Vayne falls down first. And this is such bad news now for King. Rookie with another kill. And IG, they are mopping up this fight, ignoring Sky completely, who's trying to run around dead. And that is an ace for 1, and that's what happens when you don't put the pressure on IG.
Yeah, they were just completely milling around, and this is what they always do. What was King's objective there? They were split a fantastic pillar, lined up the ultimate Rookie, Azir ultimate, the Emperor's Divide coming through, and he completely smashed that team fight. He's 1-1-7. Don't know how. Cacao is the beneficiary of that, but that team fight all about Rookie. Let's take another look at it. So they finally commit, but
look at Cacao's ultimate as well.
There's 3 members trying to come through that path. The Great Pillar came through. Rookie flies in there, gets behind them, and pushes the 2 key members. Wushin unfortunately just becomes the focus fire out of everyone. Cacao picks him up, and as soon as you get rid of the Vayne, as soon as you get rid of the Vlad, you can just focus fire one by one these tanky members, and we talk about it a lot. We saw Dade do it. Now we're seeing Rookie do it. On these persistent threats, they just sit off to one side. No one gets anywhere near them. The team fight's happening somewhere else, and they free hit. I don't know how it happens.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen. And we saw actually Rookie get eliminated from one of these fights earlier on, and the fight went horribly wrong for IG, but we can see exactly what happens when Rookie is allowed to dictate the flow of a fight, and it is terrifying if you're a King fan. You can see now, there's only a 500 gold lead for King. They have lost all advantage here. They have 4 dragons. That is a big deal. And the next dragon is definitely going to need to be contested here by IG because, I mean, that is just ridiculous poke damage.
Yeah, Rookie's damage. We talk about Azir being a little bit squishy, and we said that he's going to be the focus. Apparently, he missed that memo because he's gone no defensive items. Picked up the Death Cap, picked up a Void Staff. He's got the Athena, he's got the Stinger. Doesn't even look to get anything like a Zhonya's Hourglass. Maybe a QSS for himself. We've seen that be a impressive pickup that can come through for Azir, but he's just, doesn't care.
Nope, just wants to have as much persistent damage as possible. Baron is available now. 1.5 minutes on the Dragon. Assassin might find himself in an unfortunate position as he has to use the pull there as well. Assassin just going to get deleted, and I have no idea why he was there.
He was trying to grab the Rift Scuttler, and this might actually be a Baron. We talked about how high the King Baron damage is. IG's is better. You see how quickly Rookie tears through that.
Yeah, Rookie's tearing through it. MLXG goes for the steal, but Kid, he's right there. It's actually going to be Kakao that manages to get it. MLXG going to fall down as well. Sky in the back line. They're happy to focus the Scion because he's the only member there. Rookie now going to be able to take down Whoosh as well. The Empress divides there, and Whoosh tries to get something, pops the ultimate. Nothing going to be coming from it as Rookie able to disengage as he feels like it. There's actually the flash in, doesn't quite find the Glitterlanster's kiddies as he's looking for the slowdown onto the Vayne, and 2 members dead, a Baron now for IG. And this was King's game. They had this in the bag.
Yeah, they certainly did. We said it was King's game to lose. They had a 4,500 gold advantage with 2 hyper carries, and then just milled around in the jungle, didn't really get much accomplished at all. And all of a sudden, IG have just stolen the game back.
They've erupted onto this rift. Of course, Whoosh still with a 2,500 gold lead, which is massive here for this Vayne against Kalista. But Kid, he has the tools that he needs to be able to get these team fights working in his team's favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't send Rookie back, and Dragon is respawned. They're going for it.
Yeah, the ult coming through here. Rookie trying to stay in the back line there as Zatai and Kakao tanking up this front line as MLXG being a hero in the back. Rookie looking to be taken down. The double kill for Assassin. This is huge. Triple now as well as Kakao heads over the wall. Liam really wants to be able to pick up the kill as MLXG's here as well. Tunnels underneath, but Kakao picks up the support, tries to Arctic Assault his way back there as Whoosh. He's going to take Zatai in the backside, and things going pear-shaped now for IG as they may have got a little bit overexcited.
Yeah, they certainly did. Kakao going for the play.
He's looking for it here as Kakao. He's very tanky, but Prey Seeker going to help that one out. And King, this is 5 dragons now, and they really want to be able to push in and take some base structures.
Yeah, they certainly do. You see the look on Kakao's face. He knows exactly what went wrong there. It was all about Rookie not having the health pool to be able to go in for the fight. They might even lose an inhibitor off this. They're sticking around. Couple of members are up. They've got the teleport in.
Yeah, the teleport actually tanked the minion that's tanking the turret as
so
well.
Oh
my goodness, the Fate Skull is available. Actually goes in aggressively there as well. Whoosh is going to dodge out of the way of the damage, but not from the Azir damage. It is going to be the inhibitor falling down, but IG, they do pressure King away from the rest of their base, but this is definitely a bad situation. 5 dragons now for King, and we'll see whether they can keep the pressure on this map. MLXG fumbling around this bottom side. Assassin and Sky sort of just hanging around this top bit, and let's see it again.
Yeah, so they all group up. Unfortunately, on the backside, you see Rookie. He is all the focus here. MLXG flies in there, and Assassin just getting so much work done, goes in onto him, able to pick him up, and he picks up an immediate triple there nearly with all of the damage that can come through from Vladimir. And that's the team fight over with how bad, how far behind Rookie was just because of the health pool issue.
Yeah, and MLXG having a massive yell there as well. I mean, he's a small guy, but
big lungs.
Yeah, definitely big lungs there. As Thornmail is being completed by Zatai. He's going all in on this army. You can see that is a little bit of a Kindle Gem there, probably to go towards that Spirit Visage, but doesn't have the Spectre's Cowl. Not worried about that one just yet, just hanging out towards this bottom side. The rest of IG around that middle area as Zatai does have the teleport, and Assassin looking to split push this one, of course. Late game Vladimir is a terrifying prospect as Kakao. He's going to get caught here by MLXG. Assassin's here as well. Zatai comes through. Beautiful Pillar of Ice. Going to try and disengage. Kakao looking to have that Arctic Assault available. Headbutts a wall in celebration there as Sky now just happy to tank up this turret. 5 dragons still around this team. Wushin able to spend some time, but oh my goodness, Rookie does despicable damage.
Yeah, that's the one thing you want to say is you don't want to run into this team in a narrow lane like bottom or top or in the jungle because...
So wait, where can you run into them?
Like maybe mid lane, somewhere in the river is also good. They want nice open areas, and that's the thing I was going to say is it's so good that they got the inhibitor off the last play, because otherwise I don't know how they crack into the base, because as soon as you walk up to those entrances, Rookie is going to have a field day.
Yeah, he's also probably going to have a Sun Turret there as well, as Sky looking to try and keep pressure towards this bottom side, but Rookie's there, dodging out of the way of the abilities. The Decimating Smash is able to clear out this wave, but of course Sand Soldier's probably a little bit better than that. And that is going to be A-OK. 2,000 gold now the lead here for King. but that is nothing at 40 minutes.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Gold is now irrelevant. It's about how they execute in these team fights. The Dragon buff has fallen off as well, so they really need to be careful. Maybe they just turtle it out and wait for the next one to come up, because we said that's where they want to fight, in the nice open areas, not around this. They're trying to get Rookie his Zhonya's Hourglass. That's exactly what that was about. Of course, the gold would have been great on Trundle as well, but Rookie looks like he has it now. That's a 6-item Azir.
Yeah, although we've got a Vayne heading back as well. That Mercurial Scimitar being looked to be picked up. Does have the Alacrity enchantment on the boots, but doesn't actually have it just yet. So
got an Infinity Edge.
Oh, right. Okay. Just an Infinity Edge. That's absolutely fine. My goodness. This is a terrifying Vayne at this stage of the game. Do you think sell the Ghost Blade in the late game stages for a Phantom Dancer as well?
Yeah, definitely. That's what the plan is. The one thing I will say is that I would have preferred double defensive items on this Vayne. Banshee's Veil as well as a Mercurial Scimitar coming through. Just because Infinity Edge, fantastic item, going to mean that she like one-shots the squishies. But you see the double Thornmail coming through. Needs some magic resist to be able to get away from Rookie, as well as all of the tanky members on IG. They're looking to sneak the second inhibitor here by a nice fancy play of cutting her around, because that inhibitor is about to respawn, you would have to think. Otherwise, all the members of IG wouldn't have randomly left their base to secure a blue buff.
Yep, they do manage to get that blue buff, though. Rookie does have that spinning around him, so for the next fight, things are going to look a whole lot better. Of course, in your own base, you can put the Sun turrets towards the inhibitor turrets as well. So that's going to mean another siege when this inhibitor does finally respawn, which is a big deal here for this King lineup, who, as you mentioned, didn't have a whole lot of siege.
Yeah, so they don't have any siege. That's the problem with it. So they're really counting on the Baron and the 5th Dragon threat. That's why it's all important that IG haven't yet picked up a Dragon, because every single Dragon that comes out from now on, IG have to go fight. Maybe not as important to fight the Baron, just because they've got good wave clear coming out of Rookie, but the Dragon's so important.
But IG, they're probably still not that scared to fight this King lineup as well. They know that they can win a team fight, provided Rookie is able to be safe in that back line. It's still a 6-item Azir, which is a terrifying prospect. The Baron is alive. Dragon is up in another 30 seconds here as King. They do have a bit of vision available. IG, they might just rush this one down because they've got a lot of secure, a lot of extra damage. But is that going to mean that King just rush forward and take the base?
Yeah.
IG might be out of position here just a little bit. Oh, actually, Assassin gets caught with that Pillar of Ice. He does have the pull available. The Zhonya's has to be there, as well as in the backline. Sky doing so much work. MLXG looking to get on the carries here, as well as he gets knocked back. The Emperor's Divide for the peel. So beautiful, as Sky's going to try and get out of there. Cacao, he's going to fall to Woosh, who's kiting as very best he can. Kitties gets taken down. A double kill now as Woosh is going to get taken down. Rookie so incredibly low, flashes out of the way, but Liam picks up the kill. The Kalista going to fall into tie. He's going to die as well. That team fight was beautiful from King, and they'll take the game.
Yeah, they certainly will. Going to move in and potentially win this one. You see a big sigh of relief, and they just... IG kept trying to pile on top of the Vayne, and we're ignoring the Vladimir. Assassin survived everything, comes out of the back end as a huge beneficiary of it, and they're going to push in and win it.
Yeah, and Assassin was on about no health there as well. Just used his pull, used his Zhonya's, didn't get killed in that fight, and that is exactly what happens when Vlad is not able to be tanked. It's just ridiculous. The Nexus is going to fall down, and King take a surprise victory, you have to think, over IG.
Yeah, it definitely is a surprise coming through there. The Sejuani pick, 7-2-4, looks fantastic on paper.
Yeah.
I think it was even higher than that in the end, but just didn't do anything in the later game. Couldn't lock people down, wasn't a threat, and the Vayne pickup really came through for Woosh.
Yeah, Woosh and just looked brilliant on that champion, and the Trundle pick not quite being able to be as effective in that front line as Sky was on the Scion. I mean, you think that, you know, picking the Trundle, able to subjugate away a whole lot of those tanky statistics. Scion is still going to be that gigantic CC bot that has been able to lock down the likes of Kalista. And the previous Dragon Pit team fight, Sky managed to get a fully channeled decimating smash on a Kalista, which is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the other thing you have to point out is that he just couldn't split push against him. There was no kill potential coming through there, and MLXG actually matched the pressure in the jungle very well that game.
Yeah, it was beautifully done. But ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, a best of 2. And we'll see whether Invictus Gaming can come back against what looks like a fantastic King in our next game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas. This is Spawn. We're in for Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and King. And King managing to come out with a surprise victory in that first one. And again, a lot of it to do with MLXG's fantastic early pressure.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Kakao, he picked up the Sejuani and just didn't look as effective in the early game. No early ganks coming through, and they really snowballed Whoosh, got him going. And Assassin quietly accrued some very heavy damage. And in the last team fight, got ignored after being caught out and destroyed everyone.
He did. He most certainly did. Able to keep himself alive through a whole lot. And again, the band's looking very, very similar. King focusing on Rookie here as well. Wanted to take away those mid lane assassins in Ari and LeBlanc. And Urgot and Maokai going to hit the bench here as well. IG taking a little while thinking of their final ban. Janna going to be taken away from Liam. That is an interesting pick away, and we'll see whether King want to leave the Rek'Sai up and whether Kakao is going to take that one away from MLXG, because you have to think that was a large portion of what made King very successful in that last game. But no, it's going to be Kid back on the Kalista.
Yeah, and he got shut down very heavily in lane. Maybe they thought it was just the early snowball that did it, but he was nowhere near Whoosh for that whole game. Was about 2,500, 3,000 gold behind. And it looks like we might see the Rek'Sai once again returning for MLXG, who looked great.
Yep, no surprises there whatsoever, as the Nautilus is going to be hovered here in Liam. He doesn't have the Janna there, but He'll just happily take away that Nautilus support. Could actually be Sky in the top lane, of course. Don't know where the Nautilus is necessarily going to go, but historically, Liam has played that in the bottom lane.
Yeah, have we seen a top lane Naut yet?
No, not yet. Not in the LPL. The OPL, yes. LPL, not so much. As Kakao, oh my goodness. Rookie playing with our hearts a little bit with this hover of the Yasuo. And you can see, look at Kakao's face. Just looking smug. Yep, Nidalee.
Yeah, not much really phases Kakao when it comes through. We see that we might actually get the pick away Scion here. Would be surprised if it was not the Nidalee that got locked in, although no rush to do it. Thresh at a very important pick away as well.
And Rookie is actually going to be the one that takes away the Nidalee here as well.
The mind games.
Mind games.
That is definitely not a jungle Nidalee.
No, don't worry. Not a jungle Nidalee. I'm playing it in the mid lane. I'm basically pawn. It's going to be fine. No, but Sky, that does leave him able to take away the Scion if he wants to. And Assassin looks to be potentially going back to the Karthus here as well, as Whoosh not wanting to hop back onto this Vayne as well, which is very interesting to me because he had a fantastic performance. Whoosh, though, switching it up, is going to lock away that Scion for Sky. No surprise there. It was brilliant in the final game. And Assassin back on the Karthus here as well. And Rookie, will see what he does to answer that one, as Kid looking at another champion here as well. Vladimir is available here for Rookie if he wants to take it. But we'll see what they do to round out their lineup. Invictus Gaming now have an opportunity to make some different things happen, and they've saved their AD carry for last on the side of King, and I think that they just want to see whether it's safe to take a Vayne into the lineup.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and not much lockdown CC currently available for Invictus Gaming. A lot of damage, though, especially if that is a top lane Vladimir and a mid lane TF.
Oh my goodness. That's actually, it is going to be the TF, and if anything is a treat to see, it's Rookie's TF. He is so strong on the Twisted Fate in the mid lane, and that is going to mean that Wushin probably wants to be able to avoid a lot of that.
Yeah, all I want to say is in the League of Tanks, Invictus Gaming has missed the patch notes completely and locked in a no-tank lineup.
Yep. Interesting. And that is against arguably 3 tanks.
So Cinderhulk is that good of an item at the moment that we're seeing it picked up in top lane.
Yep.
And Invictus Gaming just think it is completely overrated. Kakao saying, trust me, I tried Sejuani last game. Wasn't as good as everyone hyped it up to be.
Look at how bad that Cinderhulk item is, guys. We can't even win with it. So let's just go back to the Magus enchantment and we'll win that way.
Yeah, exactly right. Top lane Vladimir, who needs CC as well, because apparently not their lineup. They have
it's not about that.
A point-and-click stun through a gold card, and that's about it. They have a hook as well. But really a very interesting lineup is what I'm trying to say, thrown together here from Invictus Gaming. They're either going to win team fights really, really quickly,
yep,
or it's going to go incredibly bad.
Yes, and Sky is going to be sort of just wandering around, being a menace in this fight. Not going to be dying too quickly, but it's going to be dangerous for Invictus Gaming. Because in the League of Tanks, generally it's, played for a reason.
Yeah, so exactly right. The one thing I will say is this time around, as we take a look at the lineups, Kakao will be much more aggressive. Couple in the fact, if we look at the next lineup as well, that Rookie has TF and the ability to support invades from so far away. Expect Kakao to counter jungle everything.
Yeah, and Assassin probably want to stay glued to that mid lane there as well on the Karthus, so not going to be able to follow up apart from with that Requiem onto everyone. Kid, again on this Kalista, didn't have a great performance in the last game, but had a few team fights where he was brilliant, and Kiddies is there now on the Thresh, as opposed to what he was going for in the previous series, and Liam does have his support Nautilus, so we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, it does have the supportless coming through. Really interested to see how this game works out because 2 very different lineups going head-to-head.
Yeah, very, very different. And Whoosh not opting to go for that Vayne in the end. There wasn't a whole lot of lockdown CC, not a whole lot to really stop him from taking that champion into the bottom lane. But in the end, decides to go for the Graves. So they have a whole lot of burst potential against this Kalista. And we've seen Graves be very successful.
Yeah, exactly right. You wonder why they're going on Graves, not a 5.6 AD carry. It's just because IG aren't playing the same patch.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Maybe we've reverted, but let's get onto the Rift and find out for ourselves. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Invictus Gaming taking on King. for our final matchup of this series. King managing to take the first one, and IG now looking to answer back. Both teams forgetting which side of the map they spawned on and are hanging out in the opposing jungle.
Yeah, they've taken a very long expedition. They know exactly where each other are, though. So they will get some deep vision through. I think that's in range of a turret. No, it looked like it disappeared, so maybe not. And we might just get standard lanes after a whole lot of shenanigans.
Yeah, a fair bit of shenanigans, but they are going to be able to spot out exactly where everyone is. We'll see whether the wards are going to get taken down here, as Sky going to hang out in his own jungle now, so everything is going to be fine. Zatai is in this top side already, does of course have teleport available, as Kakao has his trap set up here for the blue sentinel. And Whoosh sitting in this bottom side. So it looks like Invictus Gaming more than happy to go for the 2v2.
Yeah, certainly looks to be that way. Sky, he's really got lost. Stayed in that side of the jungle. He's actually going to counter jungle and kill himself. That is a bold move if I've ever seen one.
That is very bold.
But it looks like it's paid off.
Yeah, he's going to work out here. Of course, they did have a fair bit of vision. Oh, those Raptors, so powerful, are going to be able to take down the Scion, but he is going to be able to hit that level 2 by finishing off that camp in his dead form. And Whoosh actually getting to this lane very early on here as well, as there's the flayback onto Lamb, taking a fair bit of damage here. And Nautilus fairly squishy in the early stages, and Kitty's happy to trade his life points a little bit for that one, as Whoosh takes a fair bit of harass here at the same time. And Kid and Kitties, they look like they've got something to prove in this lane.
Yeah, certainly do, because they got outclassed last game especially, and they're looking to see if they can get aggro early. We talk about the synergy between the Flay as well as the Sentinel coming through, and some early counter jungling from MLXG means that they will get the red buff.
They get it again here as well, and this might be another 3-buff start, as Kakao is getting dominated by this Gromp. And he's going to head over to the Wolves now as well. We'll see whether MLXG is going to be able to pick up both of his buffs very early on. Whoosh actually struggling there a little bit, gets caught by a Flay, but he should be okay, as the True Grip passive actually very, very strong in this one if he manages to keep auto-attacking here.
Yeah, and Kakao's gone back. He picked up, I think he's got 6. So he did the Rift Scuttler as well. That's where my math has gone wrong. So he was able to pick up the Rift Scuttler, 2 camps. That will equal his jungle item in the first place. And we see a little bit of pain coming out in the bottom lane, but Kakao, he's going to be awfully disappointed when he goes across and sees that his red buff's been taken.
Yeah, having no ability to grab that one, and we'll see whether he moves. Oh, yep, that spear going to go straight through it, and he's just saying, "Curses MLXG, you jerk." But MLXG is actually going down very, very low in this jungle as well. We'll see. Oh, actually, the Death Sentence landing on a Lamb there as well. Gets flayed back. The Ignite here is going to be on here in the bottom side of the map, as Lamb does have the shield available as well. Kitty's getting taken down very, very low. Whoosh is going to be able to force out the heal at the same time, but King, they answer back very strongly, and Kakao looking to really get angry about the fact that his red buff was taken. There's the pounce, the flash immediately from Whoosh. And Kakao, he's not done yet. He's very angry.
Yeah, he still wanted to go, was hoping he could bait out maybe a summoner spell, but there's none available, of course, so
none
maybe
left.
Rotate into it. Oh, they're going for a dive.
They're looking to see if they can get something done. Whoosh is down so incredibly low. It's only the spear into the pounce takedown that he needs, and he lands the spear as well. Doesn't get the pounce though, and Kakao gonna get destroyed as MLXG picks up that kill, and that is a very rare mechanical error from the Invictus Gaming jungler.
It certainly is. Maybe a little bit of tilt coming through from Kakao, because he had no right to dive that turret. Even if he got in, was not going to be able to get away from the Nautilus, and he gives over first blood.
Yeah, and that is going to be the double buffs actually refreshed onto MLXG. MLXG having a little bit of a situation there where he often does decide to take the kills, but he's heading towards the mid lane here as well. Rookie in a whole lot of trouble, has popped the Ghost here at the same time, wants to save the flash if he can, and he does manage to. He's going to hang out in this brush. Tremor Sense going to let MLXG know that he has stopped, and Kakao, level 3 only. Same as MLXG, actually looking to try and put some pressure on as he's just started off this red buff again. Spear is actually going to spot out that he is doing it, but not going to go for any aggressive plays.
Yeah, so he's able to at least get a very rough timer on what's going on. Teleport was picked up by Assassin on Karthus, by the way.
Yep, yet again.
He will be able to teleport into that mid lane after being shoved in incredibly hard, and this seems to be a recurring story. Rookie, he's doing fantastically in the mid lane, don't get me wrong, but everywhere else, IG bleeding out control of the map.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and The bottom lane working out far better now for Invictus Gaming. Kid now with a CS advantage here on the bottom side of the map. Has gone back to base, picked up a recurve bow as his first item choice. As Zatai continually getting poked down from Sky, but not going to be worried about it too much. Does have a fair few potions on him, and with that Q, he's going to be able to keep himself relatively healthy.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case up in the top lane as we see Sky actually maxing the devastating smash, I think, now since the changes came through. So trying to get all the damage and wave clear out. Fully charged at level 5, rank 5, it does something ridiculous like 650 damage or something. So it is definitely a powerful ability to be able to max first and push his lanes out just as well as the E.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how Sky does go in this matchup. Of course, a different one to the Trundle, which was picked up by Zatai after seeing the Scion to come through, and now going to be taking the Vladimir into that exchange. Still, Sky with the CS advantage there on the top side of the map, and Cacao struggling just a little bit, looking for MLXG to head back towards this Rift Scuttler as well, as Cacao just going to pounce on it a few times. MLXG has discovered him, though, does have a level advantage here as well. He gets Chilling Smited, Rookie able to come around first, but it might be the solo kill for the jungler here as Cacao, he doesn't have his flash, gets over the wall, but the Requiem was coming through, and Rookie trying to find a kill onto Assassin, lands the gold card, flashes over here as well. Wildcards don't land, and Assassin picks up another one as well, and this is going horribly wrong for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly is. We said that look for Cacao to get aggressive, maybe over-aggressive twice now, and MLXG is making him pay, really showing up on this Rek'Sai, and no respect coming through with any bans.
Yep. And not even going to pick it away from him as well. I mean, Rookie, fantastic on that champion as well, as Kiddy's going to be able to secure that cannon creep here for Kid. And, I mean, this is the opposite of what happened in the last game. I mean, there's no other way to go about it. I mean, Invictus Gaming, they're winning the bottom lane, but everywhere else, getting a little bit dumpstered by King.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're in a lot of trouble right now. Cacao's coming in for a gank in the bottom lane again, but none of his movement has worked early game, and everywhere he's just losing out.
Yeah, Zatai has popped the Ghost here on the top side of the map. Decimating Smash is going to find a bit of damage here onto Zatai, but Prey Seeker not going to secure that kill. They do get the Summoner spell out, and Zatai doesn't have teleport available. Both top laners just teleporting back to base, back to the lane, and now having to go back as well. MLXG, he's going to head back home, has the level 6 available now as well, and Cacao has wasted a whole lot of time trying to gank these lanes, and hasn't really been doing much farming, 30 to 18 CS.
Yeah, and the worry here is that if they fall any further behind, they don't have a front line.
No.
Complete damage composition coming out from Invictus Gaming means that if they can't snowball anything, they're going to lose out, because Liam, he's going to become a tanky monster. MLXG and Sky, we saw them last game, how hard they were to deal with. And if you kill Karthus, he doesn't really mind in this composition because everyone's that squishy. He just presses R and does pretty much half their health.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, it's only going to be Zatai able to avoid that until the Zhonya's Hourglasses get completed, whether some Banshee's Veils are going to be there as well. But at the end of a team fight, you're not going to have those shields, and Invictus Gaming are going to be in a lot of trouble if this Karthus gets out of control. Yeah,
it certainly looks to be that way, and he's well on his way to getting out of control. Nearly picked up that Archangel's already, not looking to go for a roller at all, although might still be able to pick it up if he goes back. Maybe just had the 860 gold for the blasting one instead of the 1200 for Catalyst. So we'll have to keep you posted on exactly what the build is that comes through there, but they're continuing to try and force around the map, and it's just not working.
No, it's not. And last time Assassin played this Karthus, he actually built a Rylaze very early on, but I wonder whether that was to do with the comp instead of what was going on there.
Although he's picked up
Amplifying
Tome, so it looks like that is the build.
He might be going there. So does have an earlier tier than last time. Actually went back and got himself a
Giant's Belt.
Giant's Belt. Yeah.
That was very funny.
That was very interesting, but did actually work out. Of course, King managed to win that game, and now IG on the back foot here. Sentinel going to fall down as Kid looking to try and pick up as much farm as he can. Lamb does land the dredge line there as well. Depth charge is available, but doesn't decide to throw it out, which is interesting.
Flash burn straight away out of Kid there.
Yeah. And now going to have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, so IG's wins conditions have completely evaporated. They're only 1,200 gold behind, but there's just absolutely nothing Cacao can do. He can't counter jungle. He's being counter jungled. MLXG has completely dominated the matchup both games now. Kakao 0-2 and 0. Just hasn't had a window to be able to get in. They've started up the Dragon. They're going to be able to take this one because there's not really much IG can do.
Yeah, Descens is going to land on a lane, but easily secures the Dragon, does MLXG. Kakao looking to try and get some spears in. Zatai is going to pull the Decimating Smash and actually throws out the ultimate here at the same time. But Sky, no risk of dying at all on this Scion. I'm not even sure what the Hemo Plague was supposed to do.
Yeah, I think it was just panic button, please do not die of me. I have a wife and kids at home.
Yeah, something like that. I wonder whether Zatai actually does have a wife and kids at home.
He definitely does not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's one of the youngest pros to have ever become a veteran player. But look, I don't actually know about his home life. Might be something that he's been doing. Wushin, not in any trouble at all, as there's the ultimate to come through from Rookie. Immediately the teleport to follow up, as Zatai still in a whole lot of trouble. Wildcards are there as Assassin following up his mid laner. Rookie.
Oh, Kakao's here.
Yeah, Kakao looking for the spear. He does land at the flash immediately after the takedown to come through, and this might be Rookie getting back into this game. Kakao, sorry, as there's the Requiem trying to come through. A lot of extra damage as Assassin takes down Rookie. Kakao looking for the kill onto Sky.
MLXG on his way.
Oh, looking for it. The takedown is there. They immediately destroy Kakao. And Zatai looking to get a little bit of health back. The flash! And the pull is there, and oh my goodness, the Prey Seeker wants to get there, but the minions a little bit too strong. Oh my goodness, the dodge from Zatai secures that one for him, and MLXG does have to be a little bit careful, but of course everyone else is dead, so not needing to worry too much, as there's the shield from the tower and he's going to be okay. But MLXG is so aggressive this game, 3-0-1 on this rec side.
Yeah, so Rookie, the thing that I want to hit on here is his build. He's gone for 40% cooldown reduction on TF. Strange build. The reason he's done it is because he does not care about his lane whatsoever. Unfortunately, Karthus has got the farm he needed. He's well on the way to becoming a late game. Rookie needs to win the rest of the map. Needs his ultimate as available as often as possible. And you see right now, does no damage. Not about that. It's about getting into lanes, stunning people for days, and just becoming a persistent threat, trying to get someone ahead. We'll take a look at what happened in the bottom lane while all that was going on. Turns out that was a value Requiem because everyone died.
Yeah, that was actually Kid and Kitties falling down there on the bottom side. MLXG now going to focus on this area as well, and doesn't have the flash available for the Unburrow as Assassin comes through. Wall of Pain there just, I think, for fun, as Kakao was coming through.
They're all down. That's 5 members in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Zatai coming through as well. He's on half health. There's the teleport to follow up here as well. That's actually, no, it's not MLXG. It's Sky coming through as there's the Dark Passage to be taken from Zatai as the Death Sentence lands onto Sky, but he's pretty tanky here on this Scion. Rookie comes through into the back of the fight as well. He's going to get immediately destroyed. Kakao going to die as well, as Whoosh is massive in this fight. Zatai coming round as well, looking to try and get some work done, but Kid's going to fall down. That is almost all the damage dead. 4 now go down, and Zatai gets caught. There's the lay waste, and it's an ace at 14 minutes for King.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, King having a monopoly over the entirety of the map. That was a 5v5, maybe the last roll of the dice, and they weren't able to pick anything up for it. Whoosh will be able to take out a bottom turret, 4-12, 5,000 gold the lead at only 14 minutes in. And all of a sudden, King looking very cozy in the playoff race.
Yeah, they really are. The Destiny is to come through here from Rookie. I'm not entirely sure what he plans to do with it, just to get back to lane there as he secures a few of these creeps. And Rookie, that was a very excitable move there. No, Destinying right into the middle of the enemy team. And it might work out, of course, you know, the Messiah tactic of using that Zhonya's Hourglass once you've
he
come
might
through,
actually be dead again.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Depth charge to come in as MLXG looks for the Prey Seeker and finds it as well. There's the Dark Passage available, and Rookie, he gets on it, but the Requiem's there, and he's not going to survive that one. And it's nice to have the Karthus insurance on your team.
Yeah, it certainly is, and waited until the very last moment, realized he was going to get away and just said, not today, my friend. Pops it, takes him out. Kakao, 3-4-0. Once again, scoreline looks completely fine, but that does not tell the tale because MLXG has been completely dominant in this series.
Yeah, well, he's 3-0-5. That is massive kill participation for a King lineup that are dominating this game. Zatai, he does have the pull there, looking to try and get some damage down, but collateral damage right out of the pool, and
that's
Wushin,
a 5-1 and 3 Wushin.
Yeah, he's very, very strong. Infinity Edge completed, does have the extra dagger and the Berserker's Greaves as well, as there's the Flay to get rid of that Banshee's Veil, lands the death sentence, but Sky does not care at all because MLXG's there as well, and Sky takes 0 damage from anyone.
Yeah, there are 4 members once again in the bottom lane trying to deal with his Sion.
And Sion, he's just going to ult himself out of here as well, and I don't even think he needed to. I'm not even sure whether anyone could have killed him if there were 5 members there in the bottom lane.
And they lose 2 top lane turrets in response to that. Across the board, King, we said they've got a fantastic early game. Look a little bit in disarray in the late game. Answer to that, just win in the early game.
Yeah, well, let's just win straight away. Now it's 4 turrets to 0 here, 14 to 4, a massive gold lead of about 8,000 at 17 minutes. 4, 1, and 5 Karthus as well is on the board, and this Rek'Sai 3, 0, and 5, 5, 1, and 3 is just insane for Whoosh in the bottom side. And I was wondering why he didn't pick up the Vayne again, and that's just because he wants to demonstrate that he can dominate people with the Graves as well.
Yeah, certainly looks to be the case. He's nearly got the static shiv, buckshot, auto crit, collateral damage. Don't know if Kid can survive it at this point.
Don't know if anyone on the lineup of IG can survive it. Of course, this is a no-tank lineup.
Yeah, into a Karthus.
Yeah.
It was an interesting decision. We said that it was going to go one of 2 ways, and unfortunately it's gone extremely south for IG.
It certainly has, as the next dragon is going to fall down here for King. They take down their second relatively easily, and by relatively, I mean entirely. Is Sky going to keep farming out on this bottom side, has whatever items he feels like building at the time, is still ahead in farm. Of course, Vladimir going to get very, very strong towards the late game. Kid is going to naturally outscale the Graves as well, so theoretically if IG managed to hold on, it might be okay. But when these tanks are getting large, there's not going to be a whole lot that IG can do, especially not when King are just more than happy to dive these turrets. Oh, Buckshot not actually going to land here as well, as Wushin taking a whole lot of damage. He's going to die to Kitties. As Liam's coming around here as well. There's the Destiny on top, and they're looking for MLXG. They really want to get that money, but he flashes over the wall. And Sky looking to be a menace here at the same time. Kikau doesn't find the spear there onto Liam. They only pick up the kill under the AD carry. That is definitely still something here for IG, but they expend a lot to try and get there, and that's 5 members in the bottom side.
Yeah, it certainly was. And the other thing that's very important to point out is that there was a support that got it. They're still looking to fight here as King, and they need to be careful they don't overextend.
That was the max range death sentence there as well into Lane. The takedown is coming through here for Kikau, looking to try and secure that kill, but they don't manage to get it just yet as MLXG is going to get caught by another gold card. Rookie with basically permanent gold cards when he wants them, and that's the right champion to get the kill as Kid locks down that one, and MLXG is going to get his spree taken away from him as well. Wall of Pain going to get pounced around here by Kikau, who's looking to try and collapse onto Assassin. Sky coming through here as well, and IG, they might be able to get this outer turret in the mid lane, as there's the ultimate from Sky trying to do some work here, but the rest of IG very, very aggressive, and they take down the outer turret. And IG showing signs of life, only 6,000 gold now the lead, but Assassin, he's going to flash forward onto this one. Kid does pop the heal, flashes out of the way here as well. So the flash forward not going to quite work, but MLXG looking to come through here. Prey Seeker's going to land. Requiem destroys Kid. Collateral damage was there. Just for collateral, you have to think, as Wushin, they are going to be able to take down this inner turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like they want to keep pushing as well, potentially towards an inhibitor. Lantern comes through.
Longest depth charge ever.
Had a lot of knockups in there as well. But we'll see if they can defend this yet. So they do. They're able to defend their base at least. But Kikau, he's looking for some exit kills one more time.
Looking to try and find something at least around this map, as 8,000 gold approximately the lead for King. They're going to steal away a blue buff as well, as Destiny is going to...
Popped again.
Yep. It does at least make Rookie aware of the fact that, yes, they are around the Baron, and no, they haven't started it, and yes, you do not have a blue buff. And Kikau is going to throw around some spears, but doesn't quite find any marks here, as Rookie does use that Destiny to get back into lane here as well. Locks the gold, the red card, sorry. And he's going to be able to clear this one out as well. Does have some decent CS. Of course, only down by about 9, and he spent a fair bit of time in that death chamber, not quite able to do too much, so that is definitely admirable.
And of course, Karthus has the advantage of being able to farm when he's dead.
Yeah, so many advantages.
Not afforded the same luxury.
No, not this time around.
Grasping at straws is what that's called.
I believe so. As Kid able to get some Ren stacks into this red buff and takes that one away. But he's behind 40 CS now as well, as they're trying to fight a Scion. And I'm just not sure whether that's a good... Oh, Kid, he's getting in the way of that one as Sky looking to try and get away from this one, but gets death sentence back there as well.
This is going to be the biggest rend ever. That was like a Baron going down.
Yeah. He actually probably has more health here than the Baron. As Sky is running pretty quick, but he is just going to fall down in his dead form. And Kid does pick up a kill into the top lane.
And that actually burnt a teleport as well, you know. Karthus tried to teleport in there to lend an assisting hand to the Scion, and that's another important cooldown gone. So Kid, he's starting to getting going here. I really am hesitating because King, as we said, they don't play fantastically with a lead. But 7,000 gold at 21 minutes is more than a lead.
It was 8,000 though before. I mean, IG are managing to claw something back. We're grasping at straws here just a little bit, looking for what they can do as far as winning this game is concerned, especially considering their lineup. And you illustrated it before that things are going to get relatively difficult as the game progresses, and that has been demonstrated relatively effectively by the fact that IG have got largely destroyed in this one. Kakao does secure his Raptor, doesn't manage to get over the wall, but is going to be safe there.
Got extremely close though and snuck past the wall of pain. Of course, not painful to walk through, but very painful afterwards.
You think that most walls would be pretty painful when you're trying to put your head into them.
Oh.
King, oh my goodness, Kid just getting decimated here. Does have a lot of healing available to him though, and the Requiem not going to secure that kill as everything was used, but the inner turret is going to be the focus here from King. And they are going to be able to take that one down. That is all inners and all outer turrets removed from the map here for King in response to the one in the mid lane that has been taken for Invictus Gaming.
And I've got a new name for King's tactic. It's mindless, brutish behavior, because they did not think about that at all and dove a turret with 4 members, burnt another teleport, and all they succeeded in getting out of it was an outer. They definitely got what they came for, but if they executed anywhere near how they should have been that would have been another one team fight. Half the team went for the dive, the other half didn't. Sion's that tanky at the moment. He doesn't really care. He was somewhere in the top lane. So, once again, really have to question how they're closing out this game. They've got their huge lead. Maybe it doesn't even matter, but you need to be careful if you're King, because there's much more on the line here. This is a throwaway game for Invictus Gaming, but King, they're still playing for a lot, securing their playoff spot, and I guess maybe even sending a message into that playoff run, because they're going to have to come up against these top teams. And sure, maybe it's good enough to beat an Invictus Gaming lineup, but thrown against the likes of an EDG and OMG, I'm not sure this kind of play is going to work.
Yeah, not to mention Vici Gaming, who are known for having so much control around the map, and as soon as King dropped the ball in that matchup, things will go horribly wrong. But maybe this is an Invictus Gaming experiment. I mean, let's get behind in the early game and see whether King is so bad.
Hyperbolic time chamber. How long can we last as they go in?
Yeah, looking for the ultimate there from Sky. Kitties is just going to get destroyed, but Fate's called out of there as well as Zatai looking to hang around on this backside. Kakao throwing spears, Rookie throwing wild cards as Sky takes that one and just doesn't do anything there.
That was a max range spear that took no health.
Yep, that's ridiculous. That's because it's not in range of the Abyssal Scepter spawn. Okay, so it doesn't do the max damage. Otherwise, Kakao would be doing some work there. MLXG looking to try and put some more pressure on, seeking some prey with those Qs. Hasn't really managed to get very much done since his ludicrously powerful beginning of the game.
Is that going to be a banner of command, Sion? I thought that had died with Flandre. I am so not looking forward to that item pickup.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he's got an Aegis.
That's what it builds out of.
Does it?
Yeah.
I did not even know that.
If anyone knew what banner of command built out of, I thought it would be you.
Yeah, I know. I do like that item, but don't build it a whole lot, to be perfectly honest. Kakao going to be able to take down this Scuttle Crab, pouncing all over it there as well, as MLXG looking to just see what's going on around this Baron pit. Assassin just more than happy to continue farming for most likely, the rest of the game. Till everything is said and done. 5-1-5 manages to pick up a few kills and assists with that Requiem, you have to think, as Sky just happy to clear out this wave as well. And seems like King have no real want to finish this game at any time soon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they actually want to win with the way they're playing because they're not grouping up. They have the ability to be able to force through turrets. They've got a very fed Graves. They've got a huge Karthus. They could probably sit Sion on top of the Baron right now. He would take no damage and just burst it down with everything they have available. Instead, they're going towards a split push. That's great because Sion's still able to bully Vladimir, but he's gone back, grabbed his Zonya's Hourglass. Look, purchases are coming through for IG. They're a huge way behind. But because they don't have a tank, if they get onto one of the two very squishy mid lane or AD members, they can still kill them relatively quickly.
Yeah, and this Kallista's more than happy to farm as well. Does have that Bloodthirster now completed. Wushin is disgustingly far ahead as far as that farm is concerned. Almost 80 CS in the lead.
3,000 gold.
Yeah, 3,000 gold in the lead is pretty good here for Wushin. Does have that QSS as well as another BF sword in comparison to only 2 completed items. King just going to do a sneaky here over the side. The Leyway is going to do a whole lot of damage to the Baron. And no vision available for IG. And finally, King actually making an aggressive move. That being said, the Destiny's there, and MLXG is getting taken down horridly low from this one. They do secure the Baron, and the Destiny wasn't quite in range to get him in there. Of course, he had the Zonyas. He probably could have made something happen, but Rookie not really looking to pull the trigger.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to go in there by himself, and no one else was in range. Kakao was in the bottom lane split pushing. And this is... haven't seen Kakao play like this in a very long time, as we see once again the Sion going in.
Yep, Kitty's just going to list lazily to the left and get out of the way of that one. As Sky just going to roar at some minions in anger at that support player, but with the Baron buff now, King might be looking to actually break through the base here of Invictus Gaming, as the wildcard's not doing quite as much to these backline minions as they otherwise would have. And Sky, just stand next to the turret, man. You're super tanky.
Yeah, you can just push in whenever they want. The thing is, they can just protect this super creep. No one can go near it, and now they'll just take it because they've chunked everyone else. So Ty, he's flying in there, acting very menacingly. I don't know if that is the case, though.
Yeah, he's looking menacing, most definitely, as Leyway are going to mate.
They're standing in front of the... Oh, he nails Graves.
Beautiful play. Beautiful play. That's actually a death sentence onto a minion, so that minion might actually die here as well, as that is the inhibitor turret going to fall down here. King managed to lock that one down. The rest of Invictus Gaming are healthy now again, but King, they don't want to take the inhibitor. They've taken a turret. That is enough for them.
Yeah,
oh, actually, MLXG going to flash into the Umbara here as well. Kitty's going to get knocked up. They're going to destroy him, but Fate's Call not going to let that one happen, as Rookie hanging around here at the same time. Zatai, he's got the Zonyas, does pull around here as well, as the members of King are very, very low. They managed to pick up Assassin, I believe, on the backside, and Kakao, he's going to fall down. Liam's going to fall as well, as Zatai, he was heroic there, but the ultimate's back up again. Requiem available as well. Rookie just blows his Zonyas there, as gets out of the way of the buckshot. Oh my goodness, that was insane. That crit did about 4 billion damage. As King, they've managed to kill 4 members of IG, and they might be able to push through and actually end the game.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and really well played from King. They, once again, in typical King style, ran around the map for about 5 minutes longer than they needed to, but they have absolutely crushed this series.
They really, really have. It was an interesting draft phase there for Invictus Gaming, but King, they stuck to what they were good at, and Sion seems to be a pretty good pick for Sky on that top lane, and not a lot that Zatai could really do about it. And Assassin, you got to start dealing with that Karthus, because he's looking very, very strong on that champion.
Yeah, he certainly is. We see the handshakes come through. Invictus Gaming, as we said, have secured their playoff spot, but that's not how you want to go into the final week of the LPL. 2 very disappointing losses, and King, they're now pretty safe coming through.
Yeah, King looking good. They've managed to pick up the 3 points, and if you're a World Elite fan, that is a horrible set of news, because they're looking like they're not going to be able to get through to the playoffs.
Yeah, they can still take M3 or Starhorn Royal Club, so it's kind of a 3-way race for the bottom one.
Potentially.
I think technically Royal Club and M3 can both make playoffs and still kick King out, but I think horrible mathematics has to go into that one.
There's going to be a lot of mathematics, and I don't want to try and opt into it right now, because of course I will definitely botch that one up. But congratulations to King. They're very much closer to their playoff dream here, as well as, man, Invictus Gaming Just got ran over.
Yeah, they certainly did. So King go up to 24 points. So unless they don't win another game, they're pretty much secure in their playoff spot.
Well, we'll see what will happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more matchup this evening. Make sure you don't go anywhere because there'll be more LPL after the break.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for our last match of our last day of week number 10. Can you believe almost all the way through? My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith for our last match, and it's a big one. Vici Gaming are taking on LGD.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of matches that shaped the playoff spots, but no, these are two confirmed playoff teams, Vici and LGD. Vici on such a hot streak. 3 series wins in a row. We haven't said that many times in the LPL. Only LGD can really claim to be doing things like that this season. 9 points in a row. They're actually threatening to just kind of fast-track themselves from, 6th or 7th place a couple of weeks ago to 2nd place if results go their way.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment in the season where Vici looked like they were struggling, sort of sitting in the playoff spots, but closer to the bottom of that top 8, and all of a sudden bursting through in top 4 now, I believe.
I mean, bursting through is right. Their games finished fast, Pastry Time. 25, 26-minute strangulations of enemy teams. It kind of harkens back to OMG when they first came on the scene a couple of years ago. Winning lanes, getting down the Armada, those vision gods they've imported from Korea to put down wards, rotating around the map. And again, enemy teams, you can just look at their carries in particular, always 3,000-4,000 gold behind their opponents.
Yeah, and you look on the other side there for LGD, plenty of Korean superstars there as well, and just not the same story. Great start to the season. You have to think that they came out of the gates really fast, and Vici definitely stumbled a bit, but right now, recently trying to play themselves towards the playoffs, and LGD struggling, you have to think, to try and find an identity.
And LGD finding identity is probably best summed up with their mid laner, Whaler. 17 unique champions in 34 games, I believe, this season. He's been trying out everything. You just look at their previous series against King, I believe, on Friday. First game, the team actually looked wonderful. They've got power picks in their first 3. The likes of Rumble, played by Acorn. The Orianna coming through from PYR. The first Orianna on patch 5.6 was very strong as well. And actually, Cogmore effectively a ball carrier in that game, of course, with 40% lifesteal between his items and the Zeke's Herald. Then the second game, we saw the competitive debut of Bard. Went a bit sideways for LGD, and they've certainly been this in Splitsville recently. A lot of 1-1 showings, a lot of powerful performances, and then just falling away. Picks and bans not going their way, and again, strategically, sometimes they're a bit limited. They love those engage-heavy CC comps, the likes of Cannon, lock-up comps from the top lane. And when enemy teams pick wave clear, I think we saw this with Master 3 versus LGD, they can struggle to get initiations. And Teamfight, that's really their first mode to win.
Yeah, and you have to think, you know, they've got the big Korean stars. They've got Akon in the top lane, loves his big high-impact ultimates, loves to engage with the Rumble, with the Cannon. We've seen him play even on Hecarim with some great flanks and some great plays. And Imp, usually the beneficiary of a lot of those big fights, but for Imp and Akon and Flame sometimes as well, LGD just haven't put it all together. Wayless has had great games from the mid lane, really just, you know, putting on a show against Dade, showing him up almost in one of their early matchups in the season. But LGD really want to get some momentum going, you have to think.
And it feels like all these teams that went for the squad rotation style of League of Legends, both LGD and I guess Invictus Gaming to some degree, have really accentuated the peaks and troughs of chopping and changing your lineup. It's just never been as strategical as I thought. We've often seen Akon in the first game. Basically 100% of times, we've never seen Flame play the 2 games in a series, I believe. And they go with Akon in the first game. Sometimes they go with Flame. It doesn't really feel like there's any rhyme or rhythm. Sometimes it's after victories. Sometimes it's after losses. We don't necessarily see the strategic implementation of what used to be the strongest 1v1 laner. In fact, I believe Flame's most played champion this season has been Rumble.
Yeah, which is, of course, the Akon champion, which is very strange. And to be fair, when he's played it a lot more like Flame and been a lot more aggressive with the champion. Clearly can play it, but again, consistency is the biggest thing. When we move towards the end of the season, the teams that are performing the best are the teams that are playing together, and certainly that rewards roster consistency. Even IG, who have been up and down, that's kind of IG's thing as a team in general, and of course this season, but finally moving Zatai into a permanent role in the top lane made them look a lot more together.
And consistency has been the name of the game for Vici Gaming ever since they made headlines for all the wrong reasons. Of course, Marta's performance on support, Jace, AP support, Lee Sin in the Demacia Cup, obviously not taking that tournament too seriously and being fined severely for it. They haven't dropped a game since then. They look so strong. They've been playing together. And what was a lineup that at the start of the season was perhaps one of the stark examples of a roster with imports. You know, you saw Dandy and Marta trying to do their Samsung White gameplay, just not meshing with Hetong, Carry, and Vasily, you'd have to say. Vasily and Marta looking shaky in the 2v2 lanes. In general, they just weren't playing together. You're seeing all the wards come down. The team just really didn't look to rotate around them, didn't seem to know what they were doing. But suddenly, this is a big term, it's a big call, but it's definitely Samsung White-like in terms of their rotations and aggressive early play. Hetong's found champions that suit the team. The Twisted Fate is something to be feared, 4-0 on that champion, even happy to blind pick it into bad matchups. You're against Godv, of course, Wayless, changing his name in Klein just to troll everyone. This happens in China sometime. But it's still Wayless in the mid lane. Don't know if he's going to be cocky enough to pick Twisted Fate blind into Wayless, one of the top mechanical mid laners in the LPL. But they found a strategy that works for them. And just like Vasily, whose champion pool literally seems to be Graves, Lucian, nothing else, they stick with those picks that work, and they keep winning. That's the critical factor.
Yeah, no, even with some changes in the recent patches, still being played the same way, and it's been Dandy for me. That's been the flexible person that's been adaptive. Marta's great. He's got a big champion pool, but tends to stick with whatever's popular or strong or whatever fits the comp. Dandy's the one that's been mixing it up. He's played in Italy. I believe he's even played tanks in there as well. He just kind of whatever he ends up with, whether it's Udyr to, Lee Sin on patches plus, he just always seems to be in control.
Yeah, Udyr was their new pick they put through recently, and it worked just fine. In fact, it was much the same that we've seen from other of those early skirmish junglers, whether it's the Rek'Sai, whether it's the Nidalee, as you point out. Definitely didn't play the Nidalee in the last series, wasn't banned away, wasn't picked, went first with the Udyr to cause a lot of pressure, which was successful. And then the big acid test for me, I think you even mentioned this during the cast, was the Sejuani. How would he play with the Sejuani? Because some people, they do get those aggressive ganks in pre-6. Some people just farm up to 6 and there's not a lot of jungle pressure. Clearlove, who's been wonderful in terms of jungle pressure for EDG this season, played this Sejuani and was a bit of a non-factor in that game. But Dandy was everywhere, 2-0-3, super early in that game, transitioning so early into, I believe it was Cinderhulk into Frozen Heart, and being teamfight damage and tankiness ready. They didn't skip a beat, even with the later power spike of a jungler like Sejuani, and that is an impressive sign and an ominous one, because Vici, in terms of performance, for me, they're top 2 in the LPL, at least in the last few weeks.
Well, maybe not in the standings yet, but we'll see if they can get there. We'll start with LGD, though, and Akon as always, will be our starter here for this team. You can see big playmaking, big ultimates. They can a Morgana Rumble, even a Hecarim game. He just wants to get in and be a big force for his team.
And Hecarim, I think, is one champion to take away. Vici actually first picked Hecarim in their game against King over champions like Janna, who they were able to get in the second rotation, over other picks available. They seem to really highly prioritize that Hecarim pick, which may leave Rumble open, of course, for Acorn. Moving to Wayless, plays a bit of everything. Smart thing is, since we've been moved to 5.6, he's been picking up the Leandry's tournament every game against all the health stack.
Yeah, I mean, Wayless is definitely an innovator as far as that lane goes. As Imp, definitely been mixing it up. He's played Vayne to actually strong success. He's always willing to play whatever feels comfortable. And PYL, don't see the Bard game sitting in those last few picks, but he's always been a flexible player. Janna, probably his most standout champion.
Maybe Tencent don't have a graphic through for Bard yet, but there was a Bard game last time out. Didn't come to much success. I mean, we're secretly hoping to see Bard because we want to see Bard's first victory, but whether he gets to play it again or not, that will be an interesting factor this series.
I have to wonder if that's what PYL's ever going to pick it up again. I imagine at some point Bard will make a try with this TBQ actually on your screen, and for me, that's probably been the biggest notable thing in LGD's lineup as far as weaknesses go. TBQ very inconsistent from the jungle.
And you're against Dandy now, who's already put in a massive performance this week. Again, has been so consistently strong. Trialing yourself against these top junglers, I think that's caused a lot of these Chinese junglers to level up this season as the jungle talent pool exploded with the likes of Dandy and Spirit coming onto the scene. TBQ is going to be severely tested. Will they be able to, they're on the blue side to start things up here, LGD, as you can see some of the LGD fans in the crowd. Will they try and pick up a favorable matchup? Will they rush for the Sejuani and kind of give Dandy an option to go skirmish heavy? Will they instead go towards maybe the Rek'Sai and balance out tankiness and damage? That's a big question coming into the draft.
Yeah, we'll swap over to Vici though, and you can see Carry has been doing just that from the top lane. Fizz, Hecarim, whatever it is, he's been putting the team on his back in games and really taking all of the momentum that Dandy and Mata afford him.
And, you know, quietly building up quite a resume in the shadow of the likes of Dandy and Mata. 8-2 on Rumble this season, right up there. Win rates very similar. It might even be higher than Acorns on that champion. 7-3 on Nut, and now 3-0 on Hecarim. The must bans, they exist for Danny, they exist for Vasily to some degree and Mata. But Carry, he's one of the benefactors. While everything else is getting banned, he's getting through some priority champions.
We can see Vasily now. That is a great way to illustrate what Vasily's been doing. Lucian Graves only.
9-2 Graves. That's a lot of Graves. And again, that's mostly after about week 6 of the season. Definitely picked up on the aggressive laning champions. The likes of Forgiven from SK Gaming was showing can be so lane dominating. 4-1 on the Lucian when he can get it. But the Graves has certainly been the pick. 11 games of Graves already.
Yeah, and Mata there just at the end, playing whatever he needs to. His Janna at the start of the season was their big pick. But certainly recently just looked fantastic on Thresh, of course. And even picked up Morgana, and Mata just does everything.
Look, he still plays a lot of Janna, but they don't necessarily have to first pick it in the draft. That's the thing. They've opened themselves up to other supports. 9-2 on Janna, just like Vasily's 9-2 on Graves. But if they get it in the second rotation, or if they're on the blue side, that's when they start to consider the early Janna pick.
Yeah, it's usually Vasily, actually, that sees a lot of priority as far as early picks go. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone's dissected how Vici played. You mentioned that they tend to play the same way, and that sort of pattern is definitely recognizable and possibly exploitable, but no one has cracked the code yet for Vici.
And that's the thing. Snake, they were a team that played the same way that you'd have to say were to some degree discovered at least towards 6-7 weeks into the season. We've only seen this Vici gaming, at least in its current incarnation, with this playstyle for maybe 2-3 weeks of the season, right at the end of the season before playoffs. If they can ride this momentum, they might get well into playoffs before they're found out. And again, making the semifinals, making the finals, I don't know what the par is for Vici, but they're looking to be shooting for right up the top.
Well, if there's one piece of advice I can give to any team that's playing him, don't ban out Dandy. Trust me, his champion pool's far too big. We've seen that teams have tried to pick on Dandy, but he's just far too good. And maybe look to some of the other solo laners. Vasily, if you can keep him down, it's very hard with Mata. They're helping him out. You can certainly succeed. We've seen teams pick on Vici in the earlier seasons. Certainly EDG, that was their thing when they played against him that last game. But it's Vici, it's been their hype train, honestly, that's really just been rocketing through the LPL in the last few weeks.
And I like the fact that you mentioned don't target ban junglers because Cinderhawks open up even more viable jungle picks. A couple of weeks ago, you could have said Rek'Sai, to a lesser degree Lee Sin, Nidalee. Those were the big jungle picks. If you ban them away, then the next picks were certainly a tier below. But with Cinderhawk coming through, the likes of Zac even, which we haven't seen much in the LPL, is opened up. Sejuani, of course, is now a priority pick. Nunu's still lurking around. The Yeti always finds a way, but hasn't really been played that much this week. There's a lot of power picks. We haven't seen all of them, and that's why stay away from the jungle bans. And as you mentioned, maybe those next tier picks for Vasily in particular, maybe that might open yourself up to a little bit less lane domination from that Vici bottom lane.
Well, we'll see if LGD have anything up their sleeve here for this first game on the blue side here for game 1. Vici over on the red. We've got Rek'Sai, still a very strong jungler on 5.6, seeing quite a number of bans. Still Rumble actually banned away from Akon. There's a surprise.
But banning Rek'Sai on blue suggests to me they're not looking to pick it up for TBQ. You can tell that because they banned it, obviously. But again, that's one of those strong skirmish junglers that can kind of balance tankiness, has so many options in the jungle. That's what I like to see TBQ running, because sometimes he gets going, sometimes he doesn't. So having options really seems to help them out as the bans are coming in quick.
Yeah, some target bans still. Actually saw that earlier PoE was consulting with the coach and analyst saying, yeah, please ban the Janna. That's what they've taken away. He can play it, but I guess wants to take it away from Mata instead. Diana is very surprising, I have to say, but that's clearly a target ban against Godvi, who of course is Wayless, and I'm sure we'll mix those up during the game.
I actually like the Diana ban. You might think, okay, but Wayless plays everything. He's already set 17 champions. Why is he saying it's a good ban? This is a great champion in a split push situation. What Vici have been setting up is a lot of 1-3-1 splits, a lot of Hetong on a champion like Twisted Fate, splitting confidently. So take away a champion that can really duel an enemy mid laner in a long lane, and Diana's been something that Wayless has shown excellent ability on. So just in terms of a strategic hole that might exist for Vici, might be a situation where the enemy mid laner can easily duel Hetong, ban away one of the strongest duelists in the game in Diana.
Wow, and Hecker in the ban there from LGD up against Carry, you have to think. But Vici ban out the Sejuani over on the red side, so have to think that they value it as a pick. Don't want to give it over to LGD as their first pick, and we haven't actually seen that many Sejuani bans. She's been played a lot today especially, but LGD are going to consider their first pick, and this would be a fine takeaway.
So with the Janna ban and the Thresh first pick, you're actually taking away 23 of Mata's support games out of just over 34, 35 games. That's a very high portion of his champion pool has been Thresh or Janna. One's usually slipped to him. Now both of them taken away. It'll be very interesting to see what Mata moves to. Maybe it's going to be the Nami as perhaps the other disengage option. But the picks come through. Maokai and Dandy's going back to Nidalee.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you are going to throw a ban at Dandy, maybe this is the champion to look at. His Nidalee is terrifying to behold. So a strong pick there for Vici. Maokai, haven't seen too much from him this weekend. Has actually been a little bit absent, but just as strong as ever.
I guess perhaps it is the fact that you can get away with those higher scaling champions in the top lane. Champions like Vladimir, of all things, have been popular picks this week. You want to go for champions that apply pressure. The mid-game power spikes have been a little bit less relevant as, my goodness, the last second change to Galio.
Yeah, you want to talk about scaling champions. Galio, not too bad. We have seen the Vlad Galio, his own kind of scaling with the runic skin, but we have the Ringo there for TBQ. There's a comfort pick, and I'm not too sure, but I think that's Wayless's champion there for the mid.
So they're showing the Galio. If they had first picked Galio, I might have liked it a bit more just because it could have been the return of support Galio. It's decent in that role. Of course, Chauster was well known for that many moons ago. But now you've already chosen Thresh. You know this is going to be, as far as I can tell, a solo lane Galio. It's a very strange pick. Galio has a very early power spike at level 6. He's very strong. Double scales with magic resist. They've already shown 2 magic damage, now 3 magic damage champions. Okay, if you're going to keep picking AP, Galio feels a little bit better.
Yeah, and interestingly, Vasily going to get away from Graves' Lucian. Don't have it as Imp has insta-locked the Ashe there. The last time we saw Imp insta-lock a champion, by the way, things did not go well for the enemy team.
So there's 124 champions in League of Legends. There was actually a statistic talking about how many of them have seen play recently. I don't think Ashe has, and Ashe has been insta-locked. Cassidy actually sees his return to the LPL as well. I thought the Bard was really biting off too much in their last game out, but LGD, man, they're just throwing out a spinner and choosing whatever comes up.
PUAL looks really pleased with himself. So this is, I assume, something that LGD are planning on doing. Cannon there, of course, the other pick for Vici, which we basically skipped over because Imp decided it was his time to insta-lock the Ashe pick. Still have a couple flex picks here with the Cannon, so Vici will have their option of picking whatever they want for
Hetong. Do not pick up the Cassiopeia.
Seems like a mid laner, it will be, but Cassiopeia, against your recommendations, might be the pick here for Vici.
That will be a very, very poor choice, at least
against the Galio.
The way it's
there we go.
There we go. Because Galio, of course, he basically heals up more through his runic bulwark than the Cassiopeia harass can do. It's always been a fairly good lane for Cassiopeia. And again, we don't know whether it's going to be Galio top or Galio mid. This draft went sideways so quickly. You're going to have to forgive me, Patreon. Indulge me as I kind of look over these champions and work out what's going on. Certainly a lot of lynchation coming out through from the Ashe pick.
Wait, that Cannon isn't going. I forgot they already have Maokai. Apparently, Marta's decided to play support Cannon. And by the way, Akon, who is now out of time to change his champion, may have tricked them from the Cassiopeia pick. That is top Galio.
Top Galio coming through. Support Cannon actually just played in the LCS today, yesterday. I've lost track of time with how many LPL games there have been recently. But everything's gone way off the deep end. Acorn loved to pioneer these new picks, of course. Brought KO back into the meta last year. Now bringing up the Galio. Maokai, of course, doesn't have that much lane pressure. You're going to be able to build mattresses quite happily in that lane. Even in a 1v2, has so high base damage on his Q and E that you can ranged wave clear. Sorry to go on about the Galio picks, just something new. And this Ashe versus Sivir in the AD carry role.
Tell me what you know about Ashe versus Sivir, as we also see Thresh versus Kennen.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a lot about trying to get that spell shield down if they want to register any sort of in-map in-lane harass coming through from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Will we see a return of Season 1 meta, shooting that Ashe arrow off to mid and see what's going to happen? Ashe locked in for Imp. That is something very, very different.
And I don't have this like a statistic right in front of me, but I am 100% sure this is Ashe's first time in the LPL this season.
It is 100% Ashe's first time in the AD carry. It's not a support Ashe. We've got a support Kennen, so keep up, viewers. We've got a lot going on in this draft. Both these teams, I believe, are confirmed for playoffs. So maybe they're just showing us something different. Maybe there's no incentive for them to show you their strongest suit a couple of weeks away from playoffs. Or maybe they know something we don't. It's patch 5.6. Everything's viable, right?
Well, we'll see what exactly is really viable, because they're about to get into this crazy game one. And Workman game, unfortunately, we do have a pause to start off the game here, but can't imagine it's going to last too much longer. As you can see, we have some crazy champions in this particular game, Papa Smithy.
We have some crazy champions indeed. The LGD lineup reads Galio top, Rengar jungle. Okay, that part's all right. The Galio's, it's a bit of a stretch, but it's in the top row. It's against Maokai. That's a decent lane matchup, a decent 1v2 in both situations. Not the best champion to turret dive either, so I can see that working out. Wayless is bringing back the Kassadin in the mid lane. So that's going to be something different. We haven't seen Kassadin on this patch, I believe, just yet in the LPL. In some other regions, people try it in top and mid, but not in the LPL. Still very, very strong in the late game, but a little bit weak and a little bit less reliable, as you have, I believe, 150, maybe 250 less range coming through on your Riftwalk. The AD carry position, it's a strong laner in Thresh and an Ashe.
I mean, yeah, Ashe is interesting.
Really good at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good at level 1. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Ashe is interesting. 600 range gives you some options as far as harassment goes. I mean, Ashe does one thing well, right? Farm up, use all your utility from all your slows and your ultimate, of course. That's the big one here. Stay at relatively safe range in lane and try not to get dived, because that's how you die.
I mean, getting dived at any point in the game is bad for Ashe. Very gated around her flash, because even the support Kennen, Marta's just going to be trying to get in her face at every opportunity in team fights. Might see some flank wards coming out. The flank from the support, not something you usually see. It's usually the top lane Shyvana. It's usually a top laner in general. A Hecarim coming in with the boots of mobility, but Kennen's definitely going to be looking to lock up the Ashe. Cho'Gath, if he hits a Rupture, probably going to be a dead Ashe. The Flash Twisted Advance one thing they need to do, LGD, is be completely on top of the cooldown of carry's Flash, because again, Flash Twisted Advance onto an immovable AD carry will be very, very potent, even with the Dark Passage being available for PYL. Ashe in general, it's going to be a struggle to get through. I mean, in the late game, 6 items, she's very, very strong because she doesn't have any items. She doesn't have any natural steroids, but with items, of course, with the likes of the Phantom Dance or the Last Whisper, can be very, very strong and has such a bevy of CC.
Yeah, we'll see. Those are into the game almost at the first spawn for jungle camps, actually. Seems like Carry and Dandy going to jungle off together. We have had a lane swap, I believe, initiated by LGD, but Vici are already there. So we are going to have the 2v2 lane in the top lane. And it's the doozy. Is Marta actually going to get grabbed up? Imp there. Good harass early on, and you said level 1's good for Ashe. That's exactly why.
And to me, the peak of laning for Ashe is level 1. It gets worse from there, unfortunately, pastry time, but already going to have to chug a few potions. Awkwardly, Imp is the one that's chunked out for the LGD side, and of course has only the 1 potion compared to plenty of potions coming through from Marta. So the sustain will see Kennen back to full health very, very soon, and Imp's just going to have to struggle and play back. Probably not surprising for an Ashe, but has to play back.
You know, we've seen Sivir before, actually, from Vasily in the early weeks. Thresh is, a champion we're also used to seeing. Ashe, okay, little different, but people probably know how that one works. Please enlighten me on support Kennen.
Support Kennen, the thing is, it's resourceless, which is a very unique thing for support champs. TBQ, level 2.
Yeah, really strong level 2 gank, forcing the flash there from her tongue, but good bit of presence of mind there.
It looked like he didn't want to get chunked out. I don't think there was kill pressure coming through from a level 2 Rengar and a level 2 Kassadin. Of course, Kassadin's base is at early levels, not necessarily the highest, but a lot of respect shown as some crowd shots. I think everyone seems a bit bemused by all the off-meta picks coming through.
That's them reacting to support Kennen, and I mean, I guess it makes some sense. Kennen once upon a time saw players as I can't believe, why do we have Galio in
So let's talk about supports in general. What do supports need to do? Usually they have to require some sort of peel, maybe some engage, of course the likes of Leona, much more known for engage, and lane presence. Kennen always has fantastically high lane presence, and the first point I made about him, he's resourceless. So of course he can just spam out that Q. You can max the Q quite happily in this lane. He provides a lot of engage CC and disengage CC. Of course, running next to Sivir, has the on the hunt to potentially get into a fight, be disengaged from a fight, can just activate the ultimate like the old AD Kennens used to, just for a bit of disengaged CC if Sivir's dived upon. Kennen's a strong laner, a strong team fighter. Okay, it's going to be very, very squishy. Okay, the damage from the ult's certainly not going to be devastating. But with all the regular CC coming through, why not?
Yeah, Dandy here in the mid lane, they're actually going to get on top of Wayless, who's, again, using his new tag of God V on the Kassadin, but he gets away, just chugs a Crystal and Flask charge, and he'll be just fine.
And just feeling pretty good about adding an 18th new champion to his repertoire this season. Danny goes for the counter jungle, but been found out.
Yeah, God V will actually spot him off there, just take away some of the small camps. Dandy wanting to take the camp away, should be able to get the Raptor, but Wayless is going to fight for it here on the Kassadin, and Dandy committing hard, but he should be able to get it eventually. But Rengar now coming down, but Dandy takes it, smites it away, and pounces out.
It was actually a very smart time to rotate, just because the wave hadn't been pushed up to his turret. And Kassadin's very, very good at last hitting under turret, not so much when it's sitting in the middle of the lane. It forced Cho'Gath to push in, and then Wayless gets much safer farm. So while it looked like a questionable rotate stepping out of lane so early, he didn't lose anything for it. That's the important factor to consider.
So smart stuff there from God V as he navigates the early lane relatively well. Probably a lot of farming going on there in the mid, but Kassadin and Cho'Gath actually both just kind of happy to scale up.
And the the CS values, not the CC values, going to be very high from both Kennen and Ashe, but the CS values coming through from Ashe in this Sivir lane matchup. Of course, has an extra 100 range on auto attack compared to Sivir, so should be able to snipe a lot of free last hits. But you still have to think the lane pressure is going to be completely in the advantage of Sivir, especially at the early levels. Your volley cooldown surprisingly high. It's not till level 9 when it's on, I believe, a 3-second cooldown, or at least it feels like a 3-second cooldown. So before that, you feel like Sivir's going to have all the options in the lane. Does she want to push aggressively to open up time for Danny to counter jungle that we've already seen on the red side? Does she want to hold the lane back and cause Ashe a no-escape AD carry to overextend? Sivir and Kennen have all the options in this lane in the top, and it'll be interesting to see what feat you want to make of them.
Yeah, and you can just see all that pressure from the Kennen, I think, leading to a lot of what's happening there in that 2v2. Dandy actually will join in now as well. A little too far back for a gank here, but might even look for a tower dive. That's his only real option. Instead, we'll back off towards the rest of his jungle, and Imp and PYL, if they can hold the lane here, they're in a very happy spot.
Yeah, look, exactly. This is a very safe place for LGD to fight. They need to keep trimming the minion wave so it doesn't hit turret. PYL, of course, will tank up a little bit of aggro, actually quite a lot of aggro.
Yeah, Flay used in there, but now Mata going to come in. Vasily coming through. Actually, that Q doesn't work. Flashes away, but still dies to Mata's Ignite, and first blood goes to support Kennen.
I believe PYL was minion blocked in that exchange. Looked like he was stunned, but of course no CC available. There was, of course, a 1-second CC coming through from Kennen, but he was minion blocked and just too aggressive.
Oh,
and now Dandy fighting.
Yeah, TBQ going to find Dandy, though, fighting back reasonably well. Lots of bushes for him to hop around to. Needs to snare back. Now is enough fury. Imp goes in, and TBQ gets that kill, but Mata wheeling in onto Imp. Another great stun moving through. Snare, not enough carries there, and he'll get that kill.
And there's the consistent CC from Kennen. Uses it again. Of course, I forgot that the Kennen CC came through in the original kill. Still think PYL could have gotten. They're going for TBQ.
Yeah, TBQ very low. Mata diving aggressively forward. A Tong moving through as well, but PYL respawn time is low, able to dark passage him out to safety. Now Acorn has teleported down as well. He's level 6, flashing in there. 3-man idol of Duran. PYL dives in there as well. Mata gets chunked up massively. Carry will trade in there as he gets TBQ, but now Carry getting chased out as well. That's 2 kills back there for LGD. Carry will make it through. Vasily just going to get out as Acorn, I think, picked up a double there.
Yeah, Acorn's making the Galio look good. The hook goes wide.
Oh, good play there. Now Vasily going to flash away, but Tornado, no, that's not a Tornado. That's a Galio Righteous Gust there as Dandy going to try and find Godby. Flash forward, beautiful rift walk back to safety, and PYL gets that kill.
Such a crazy long skirmish. Wayless actually just hit level 6 during that fight and had the riffle up to dodge lethal damage. Acorn has a lazy 2-0-3. I lost track of the other lanes. Was surprised when the Idol Drown was available. It was a 3-man Galio ultimate, which did massive work. And all that brawling, I mean, Wayless is the big winner. 1-0-3 on Kassadin. When these Kassadins get going, you just know that late game Kassadin you know and fear gets so much earlier in the game.
Yeah, and they often go fairly greedy scaling builds. We'll probably see Rod of Ages definitely there from Godview. As you can see, we've got the Blasting one and the Catalyst already in that inventory. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a tier as well. It's super greedy, but that mana is just such a good stat for Kassadin.
I don't think you're in a position to be surprised about item builds Pastry Time when we have Ashe, Galio, support Kennen in the game. We're going to see this replay. Look at this Idol of Durant.
Oh, that's
it's only a
shield.
3-man as Vasily gets out of it with the spell shield. Excellent spell shield timing. Hatong dies instantly on the Chanky Cho'Gath. The fight goes on. They have a lot of CC, and Acorn is actually regenerating a lot of mana because he already had the Charles picked up at this point. A lot of direct and indirect buffs coming to Acorn. Just hits him in the face for the last auto. That very satisfying auto attack. I thought PY would give up, but still had... It was able to go in on Vasily. They get the kill. As you can see on the inside, there's more action happening. And another kill comes down. Kassadin and Rengar, they get it done in mid.
Yeah, nice team up there. TBQ's first ultimate actually netting him a kill as Acorn has swapped back to the top line, but Vasily and Mata are waiting. Mata is level 6 as well, so Acorn has to be very careful, and he's going to walk away. Not going to walk in towards the brush and face check it.
Purely magic damage coming through from the cannon. Of course, will be negated by the kick coming through. I'm going to have to look over and see what the second max is. Will it be the Runic Bulwark W max? Will it be the Righteous Gust max? As Rengar finds Dandy.
Good snare there coming in.
Wow.
TBQ gets a solo kill there in the jungle, and TBQ's massively far ahead in experience as Acorn getting chased down, but going back in there, you can see maxing that Q first for the wave clear and slow that resolute smite, but Dandy's really far behind.
Did you see how much that burst damage the Q did with only a Ruby Crystal in the inventory? Actually did surprising damage. Maybe Dandy just doesn't have a lot of resist. The fighting continues in mid, but the lane control is getting closer and closer to the advantage of Wayless, and he probably has gold at this point to get an early Rod of Ages. 9-minute 45 on reworked Kassadin.
Yeah, any sub 10-minute Rod of Ages is incredibly fast, and Kassadin's gone back. We'll see if he does have enough gold for it. You have to think so, and there it is. Just under 10 minutes and the roll is already done, but Acorn is in trouble now. Mata's used the ulti. Acorn has to get away. That shield keeping him so healthy for quite a while, and he'll just walk away. It maybe a couple more autos for Silly, no flash, so can't chase back in. Little dangerous for the dive. Boomerang Blade hits, but the Bulwark's back up, and Acorn shrugs it off.
Yeah, the Bulwark, of course, gets both armor and magic. Just gives a bit of damage. You want to pop it before a fight. Only one level. Will be maxing the Righteous Gust second. It actually has scaling cooldown reduction, I believe, just on patch 5.6. They get the hook on carry.
Great hook there, but carry, very cute. Twisted advances out of it to a minion imp. Didn't have his ulti, actually used it already somewhere, maybe to get the kill on mid.
It was actually exciting to see the mastery of champions like Maokai, who's seen so much come through. We, of course, remember a game where Cool pulled it on Twisted Fate, and the Twisted Advance was to dodge a gold card in the, 0.1 of a second, 0.5 of a second of untargetability. I believe he was untargetable for a bit of damage during that exchange as well. It's interesting seeing these champions being mastered, like I said, as we watch Acorn. Definitely not mastery of Galio yet, but he's going to be very close to what is a buffed Athene's Unholy Grail.
Yeah, he might get there, but he actually used the ulti. Almost got a solo kill on Vasily there without Mata there to help peel him off. So shenanigans abound here in this first game, and our last game, in fact, of Week 10. Fitting way to end our adventures on 5.6 this week. Oh, arrow coming through, does hit onto Hatong, but he'll be safe under his turret.
Season 1 meta has returned, Pastry Time. As you see, the global arrows coming through for a bit of harass in the mid lane. The buys come through, and again, finally we've seen what the tonic is to Vici's all-encompassing strangle style. Just pick random stuff and put it together, and it seems to work pretty good.
Well, right now, LGD actually off to quite a strong lead. 2,000 gold already. Have a tower down in bottom, actually. Ashe doing work there in the early stages. Both have BF Sword Pickaxe, so not too far as far as item timers go. Ashe slightly behind in CS, but TBQ going to come in for a gank mid. Hatong going to land the hook. Beautifully used there by PYL. Mata gets flayed back into it. Bowler just missing there for TBQ. Lantern, though, will keep him safe. Godview should be able to rift walk away, but going to turn it on to Mata, try and find a kill. Goes in aggressive. Dandy has hunted him down and will get the kill as it leads out over onto Vasily. So a very wonky exchange, but a trade there in the mid lane.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade. It was a sniper death sentence coming through from PYL to confirm the kill on Cho'Gath. For once, his large model size actually working against him as he was hooked there. TBQ is still looking aggressive. You have to always remember when Mata comes through, it's not going to blow the team away with damage, just a CC ultimate, buying time for Vasily to rotate.
And you know what? TBQ's Rengar, we've seen it quite a number of games in the LPL this, but it's one of his most played champions. And again, he's been sort of the inconsistent factor for LGD, but his Rengar, when it's good, it looks really good. And this is a good-looking game as Mata going to get dove on now. The bowler coming through. Imp trying to follow him, but Dandy there as well. It's actually going to land over, but they're going to meet Hatong and Vasily. Rupture goes in. PYL will fall to Siva. And a very nice rupture from Hatong.
Yeah, just really nice rupture coming through. Hatong was one of the first Shoguns to really impress us. I believe 2-0 on that champion so far in the LPL. Picked it up again after Ninja had gone and shown it off a few weeks previous. And always goes for this CDR build. Sometimes he goes straight into the CDR boots for a super quick 40% CDR, but a lot of mids, I believe FLICKR was one of the few to debut this, have been running the scaling blue cooldown reduction. Gives you 15% CDR at level 18. Of course, gives you 10%, I guess, around level 12 or so, level 11. You just combine that with blue buff for a very early 40%. From one item, from one 20% CDR item.
Yeah, and again, with how we've seen Hatong especially build the Cho'Gath, wouldn't be too surprised to see that coming out. Infinity Edge is done for Vasily, so major item completed there. As Imp, you have to think, is looking for a bit of extra gold to get him over the hump there. Looking over to Dandy, though, in the jungle, and it's not the Trailblazer or even the Chilling Smite that we've seen from him before. It is the Magus Enchantment and the Tear, but he's got a Skirmisher's Saber.
I guess my big question, one thing that we've been impressed by Veach is they're able to adjust their builds for the situation. I don't think this is what Dandy would have gotten to if he had a Snowball Nidalee performance, but it almost feels like he's transitioned from an AP build to, again, more of an Iceborne Gauntlet tanky build. That's the only thing I can take away, because once you go for the Cinderhulk, it doesn't feel like you're ever going to be able to recreate the 20% CDR and, importantly, 80 AP coming through from the Magus.
I think he still has the Magus, so I don't think that's the Cinderhulk. He just has a Saber instead. We'll have to check when we see him next.
Yeah, sometimes I get trolled. Blue, green, it looks very similar on our small monitors. But we'll watch away again. Very behind with the tier. We'll still stack that up. Doesn't matter if the timing's at 14 minutes. LGD, they waited around mid for it seems like 40 seconds as a 4-man unit, but they still should be able to rush down the dragon.
Yeah, Mata comes in, good vision, but has to dodge the hook out from PYL. Mata wants to go in Imp, actually ultis him in the face. Play back in there as well. Mata's already used his ulti. TBQ under a lot of pressure though as he gets feasted on, but Akon in the backline picks up Mata, used the ulti already to lay them off. Now Hatong moving back in. Righteous Gory pop for carry. Imp trying to kite as best again. Dandy will get picked out there by the Ashe and almost go down, but carry picked up TBQ. Imp going too aggressive though, doesn't get the kill. Dandy will leave a double kill for Maokai, and we're still fighting Acorn going deep there on the Galio, but Maokai gets a triple kill.
You can see how awkward it is to fight with LGD after Idol of Durand is down in particular. They have 4 melee champions and a no escape AD carry as the assassination is on.
Yeah, Godv explodes. Poor Cho'Gath there as carry. Gonna try and fight him. Not a lot of mana left. Has to flash a spear from Dandy, but very nice reactions.
Yeah, until they get a big enough Cassian who can dive in, maybe have the stasis from Zhonya's, or just get the Archangels for very early innate tankiness, it's very hard for them to fight because only Ashe has range damage, and they're just fighting in what is very high base damages from the likes of even the support cannon, the Cho'Gath, who has very high base on his spells. It's an excellent Ashe arrow that basically buys Imp time to freely auto-attack. So in the front of the fight, Wayless is eventually Godv in this game, of course, going to dive in. They get Mata in the backline, so it was a flanking ultimate and teleport coming through from Acorn. But this is the awkward factor. So Acorn, once the Bulwark is down, isn't that tanky. Godv's fighting in the front of the fight, all on his lonesome. Already Rengar was low, eventually re-engaged on the fight. Imp just goes crazy trying to get the exit kill on Dandy. The fights are awkward. I feel like these fights may get a bit better for LGD going forward, but they're going to be very relevant and very gated by the Ashe Flash, which, after all that, is still up.
Yeah, and the gold actually going back in the favor of Vici now. So LGD, we're off to a nice league with the early plays, but that team fight brings Vici all the way back. It's equal in turrets now, about 600 gold up, so not a massive lead. And the big factor still is that Cassidy in the mid lane scaling very aggressively as the arrow will fly out there. Doesn't quite hit her tongue though. He'll dodge it that time.
It feels like you need to get aggressive wards down, even if you're Dandy and Mata, just to pop wards around the coves or the obvious places where you might see an Ashe arrow, just to make those ultimates more predictable. It's a crazy thing. Usually we're talking about Vi, but the fight's back on.
TBQ's here as well, but there are 4 members of Vici in the top lane, and Akon will be hung out to dry there by TBQ. He's like, yeah, I'm not coming in to help you there.
I mean, the turret taking by Vici around 15 minutes, they almost always have those 3 outer turrets. It's been delayed this game, but you can see from that collapse that this is going to be a very strong push in the top lane. Only the mid lane turret will still in terms of outer turrets will be alive. It's going to be a second turret for Vici, and they're finally starting to grow that gold lead.
And you're right, by the way, it's Cinderhawk for both junglers. This is the blue buff. Might be contested here. Tong will rupture it away. Dandy coming in, but yeah, definitely going something different here. Dandy does have the Cinder, I believe, and we saw TBQ before. He has it also. Oh, maybe not on Dandy.
Again, we're trying to pay attention. Doesn't look like it's the Cinderhawk pastry time. Let's wait till he starts to assault a camp. I've already made the one mistake. We'll leave it at that.
I can tell you visual Rengar absolutely has it. So going for a more tanky build is TBQ.
I mean, the tanky build Rengar, it's something that we've been seeing a bit more. It kind of failed to deceive. We saw a top lane smite Cinderhawk. That was probably a bridge too far. If you're going to get that lane farm, probably just go for a bit of damage early, then transition into tank. It's going to be about the CC. It's relying a lot on the Ashe damage. Usually I don't mind this. If it was, say, a Lucian AD carry, I don't mind tanky Rengar because, again, it's about getting your bowler strikes up, your empower bowler strikes in particular off cooldown rotations with stacking cooldown reduction and being a tanky frontline fighter. In this situation, when you have an Ashe, it usually goes either really well or really bad, again, based on whether Flash is available.
We'll have to see. A lot of the damage is heavy magic here. So Vici, maybe you're going to look at an Aegis. Can't quite see the components yet in inventories, but we'll see. Maybe Mata will look to pick that up. Ashe does have her Infinity Edge. Now actually a very strong power spike due to a passive focus, but again, just going to move in, take the farm, and we'll reset. Next Dragon up in a couple minutes, and it's been a crazy first 20 minutes, Papa Smithy.
LGD have the first Dragon. They're 11-9 up in kills, and they're only behind one Dragon. For reference, in previous games, especially that series against King, we were talking about perfect games in both of the matches in that series. Certainly not a perfect game. LGD, through all the carnage of both their picks and all the early skirmishes, 20 kills in 19 minutes, have been able to look very, very competitive. But as the dust settles, they have to make these picks work in a late game team fight, and for that I still remain to be convinced.
And for me, it's interesting that Vasili's gone to a different AD carry. I mean, Imp went way off the deep end. He insta-locked that Ashe. He's like, I'm playing this, you can't stop me. I feel like Imp has got some sort of hole in his contract where it's like, I get to do what I want for a game that I choose, and maybe it's this one for this time. But Vasili had a reasonably successful career on Sivir in the early weeks, but haven't seen much of it recently. It's weird to have so many Graves Lucian games and go to Sivir this game.
I mean, especially when Graves is available. Graves deals so well with what Ashe is doing in particular. Eventually just quick draws up to her and buckshots her in the face and kills her. It's a very strong lane for Graves. Of course, if the early snowball, if he's ganked early, can always fall behind. But in terms of laning matchup, it's very strong. You can even take cleanse to guarantee the lane victory. In this situation, goes for Sivir for rotational play, you'd have to assume, to help get the tanky Maokai and Cho'Gath into the battle. It seems like he's picked for teamfight. He's even picked for his support in some ways, as with the Lightning Rush and the On the Hunt, should even be able to launch the support Kennen into the backline.
Yeah, unfortunately, it would have been sweet to see Kalista Kennen support, but not going to be that this time. Instead, just the Sivir ulti as Akon. Building up actually fairly well. Athene is done. We've got a Glacial Shard plus the makings of an Abyssal Scepter, so going there, again, hybrid AP tanky, kind of like a jungle fiddle build, I guess.
I mean, Abyssal Scepter obviously builds so well, double scales in terms of AP on the magic resist, and the aura will be very helpful for Wayless when he gets into fights. Already has the Archangels built up. Not sure how many stacks away he is from the Ceres transform, but get 8 stack per spell usage. So again, stacks it up pretty fast in the situation. TBQ's ulted.
Yeah, gonna look for someone. Finds Vasili, but Vasili knows he's in the rear. Arrow does go out, but a good spell shield follows in. Does get the bowler, but TBQ has to get out. Gets feasted, and Vasili able to take him out. Cassidy running away as Carry popping all the way in with a righteous glory. PYL in a whole host of trouble. Lives for a little while longer, but Vasili claims a double.
And Imp just doesn't have the steroids from Ashe's kid. All the 3 big AD carry items complete to do anywhere near teamfight relevant damage on either Carry or Hetong. You see, it feels like a bit of a genius Sivir pick, because until maybe 35, 40 minutes into the game, Ashe is just not a tank buster.
Yeah, you can see first Dragon now going to go over to Vici. They get their first of the game, so strong looking stuff there. Godview will clear some stuff out. Still looking very strong on the Cassidy with the Seraphs. On the way, you have to think probably most of the way stacked up at this point. Wayless there on the Cassidy, of course, using the tag Godview for this game. Certainly powering up as far as his build goes. He will be very strong, but can LGD get to that point safe? Because Vici have started assaulting the gold a little bit more. 2,500 gold or so up now.
And that's a great time to discuss the fact that the power spikes coming through from LGD in many of their lanes are significantly late. Definitely Cho'Gath is teamfight ready with, closing in on 35% CDR, and just his base values. Has an Abyssal Scepter, another early game purchase. It's going to take a lot more time for Cassidy to scale up. Galio does definitely spike early, just like Maokai. Is strongest before QSSs are complete. Is strongest when he's able to fight before magic resist is completed on any of the enemy team. Ashe, though, definitely spikes very late in the game. Has that gimmicky level 1. Is strong at level 6 against most champions. Not so much against Sivir. and then again needs the attack speed item in particular to start doing damage, because there's no steroids in her kit whatsoever. Definitely focused around CC in the kit and steroids from items.
Yeah, no Nunu to help out, maybe get some extra attack speed going on, just whatever she's got right now. And like you mentioned, not that impressive, unfortunately, to get big late game items, but Vici continuing to rotate around the map. Imp going to safely get some farm with the help of POL, takes the Lantern out to safety. Imp is getting farm. I mean, the carries in general for LGD not looking too bad, but with no major objectives yet to take, Vici just taking away their first dragon, things have slowed down considerably.
But you can tell that all the curveballs that have been sent by this champion select from LGD have unsettled the Vici lineup. You can tell from the kill score. You can tell from the fact that despite they have multiple later scalings, as Dandy, I believe, doesn't steal away the blue, but despite the fact they've opted into late game scaling advantage, Vici haven't been able to punish them to the degree they've done to King, that they did to Snake, that they did to Gumty. This is definitely an anomaly from what has been an amazing run of form from Vici.
And Vasily actually just popped his ultimate, so Vici were looking for a pick but couldn't find one. You can see Carry, again, a good initiator, like the Righteous Glory pickups in. Most, if not all, Maokais at this stage definitely get away from that Rod of Ages build and just go straight tank now. Abyssal Scepter is done for Galio, so a bit of a power spike there for Akon, and a Fiendish Codex there in Godby's inventory, looking for something else now. Now he's got his 2 major items already done.
I mean, Nomicon makes a lot of sense. That's usually the third big AP item. Sometimes it's after the Rod, sometimes it's after the Zonya, sometimes they rush it. In this situation, it's probably going to be just opting towards 40% CDR. It's gone from a situation where some champions, their first protocol was 40% CDR, to where basically every champion, every mage opts into that situation, just to give those multiple burst rotations and fights. And to be honest, with these high health values, with all the healing coming through from Vici with the likes of Nidalee, it's not a bad purchase to go for that healing reduction from the Grievous Wounds passive on that Nomicon.
No, not at all. And again, Vici still looking around, but Cassidy maybe starting to split push a bit now as well. Level 13, so has the max Q and the E. Very strong wave push right now, and of course, pretty slippery there with his ultimate being available. So we often see mid laners start to split push. Cassidy, not a bad candidate.
Absolutely. 4 seconds, I believe, is the Rift Walk at level 11. Then it goes to the 2 seconds that everyone kind of put their fine magnifying glass on and said, oh my goodness gracious, going to be a lot of Cassidy coming through. Haven't seen much in the elbow. This is his debut performance, but you can see the power of the zoning rupture, and that's the structure coming down. Importantly, the third outer turret for Vici Gaming.
And you can see here Tong, that cooldown build working wonders for him in this stage of the game. And this is what we've seen from a Tong Strogat in particular. Move, rotate around, just help win sieges, help zone people out, because if you ever get hit by one Cho'Gath CC, you're usually getting hit by the rest.
Absolutely, it definitely doesn't stop in that situation. 5.4 second cooldown is the rupture at highest level. Of course, has a slow after the knock-up effect, so theoretically it can be chained and chained once you move towards 40% CDR. They go back to keeping their waves. Wave control has been another central point of a Vici Gaming comp. LGD, to some degree, with the likes of Ashe and Casson, are trying to delay out this game, so they're going to be fairly happy with the fact that none of their inner ring of turrets, that there is no dragon advantage for Vici. There's no win conditions that have been established for Vici Gaming at 25 minutes, when previously their games have been over at this time.
Yeah, and Vici, again, have had blisteringly fast games in recent weeks, but this is a very slow-burning game right now. Minute 35 to the next dragon. That's our next big point of pressure you have to think as these teams look. But Imp, he's just giving POL, let him babysit him, going into the waves, farming it up, and then immediately leaving via the Lantern, farming incredibly safely for a carry that, as you've even seen in last team fights this game, is often rather aggressive.
And the fact that an Ashe has been able to out-farm and have the highest amount of CS in a game against Vici Gaming, who's been running Twisted Fate, who's been out-rotating opponents, and stuff like that is considered as there's the on the hunt.
Yeah, Marta flashing in there. Vasily helping him get into the mix as PYL will look to go down. The shield will protect him. Flay coming through as well. The ultimate there from TBQ just for some vision, but Vasily gets another kill, and this seems very common in Vici games, but Vasily has quietly crept up to quite the score.
An aggressive on the hunt use is what I was expecting earlier, just to get picks while this LGD team hangs back, just wants to farm up. The pings come onto Baron, but no, Vici back away from it. They need to start bunkering up, they need to start sieging this LGD lineup and ensure there's no more free time for Ashe and Cassidy to farm up for the late game.
And I mentioned Vasily's score, 5-1-7, very impressive. Strong CS there as well, sitting at 230 currently. Not too sure what's going on with the item builder now. Apparently just wants a lot of flat AD because he has both a BF sword and a pickaxe. That would normally scream Infinity Edge, but he has one of those, so probably not that. But that is a lot of upfront damage, and these waves especially will melt to the ricochet.
I mean, the thing about the flat damage, you know that's eventually going to be a Bloodthirster and a Last Whisper in most situations. More flat AD just means between the ricochet and the bouncing blade, you're instant clearing waves. You're instant pushing in a lot of minion waves, and again, control of minion waves has been one of their strengths, so clearly that's what they're valuing at this point, is as much flat AD for both poke and wave clear as possible on this Sivir.
Dandy bouncing forward, they're going to try and find for a blue up, but none forthcoming. Imp actually getting aggressive on the tower, sieging reasonably well. Again, Ashe, one of the odder carries, I suppose, as far as natural range goes. 600 her range, so quite a bit longer than any others. And Siege is not too bad. PWL can help her get out, but LGD is struggling to get this tower. They find carry, but that is not the hook target they want.
I mean, the siege from Ashe is good in terms of turret damage and from range, but everyone else on this team is melee apart from Thresh. So in general, it's going to be one of those situations where we try and get cute and try and position everyone aggressively and just rely on Ashe for turret damage. There's no escape AD carry, a risky proposition.
Yeah, Dragon is back up as well as Imp continues to aggressively farm waves. LGD probably want this turret first just for a bit of extra vision control for getting on top of that Dragon, but they're about to contest for the second here between these two, and again, both teams have won. This next Dragon will be a lot to determine momentum. There's no snowball currently happening right now, but a team could start it by picking up their next.
And Vici just want to keep this fight and either want to initiate a one-team fight or buy time, because look at these side minion waves. Massive red minion waves in both top and bottom. This is what they've prepared earlier with their flat AD and just excellent side minion control. Things will only get better for Vici the longer they drag out this engage.
Wonderful flank looking there for TBQ, but LGD do not pull the trigger, just clearing out some vision for themselves. Acorn also quite tanky, could initiate, but there's the ulti again coming through for Vasily. Acorn in trouble actually as the Tong able to take him out. Imp throws in an arrow just for fun, but nothing happening there. And now 5v4, Vici will take the Dragon.
Yeah, the rest of LGD seem to have given up on the Dragon. It's scattered in different directions, so Acorn just overstayed in that situation and was caught out. You're always going to get caught out by rotations when we're talking about the on the hunt, and even the lightning rush coming through from Mata have to respect the initiation CC coming out of the Mark of the Storm. They had to move away and contest these side wave minions, so LGD, they at least managed to do that, but that's opened up time for Vici to try and just power down this mid turret. That's a lot of turret damage from Sivir.
Yeah, PWL and TBQ probably not enough to defend. That tier 2 turret will fall carry. Gonna get locked up. PWL uses the box actually, but Mata just uses his ulti. TBQ getting locked up for far too long. Can't take the lantern that PWL tried to leave for him. Carry gonna get flayed back. Imp doing decent damage, but no last whisper done yet. Carry again very tanky with now twisted events on Dandy. Finds a spear on top, and Vasily cleans out an easy kill for himself as Godv diving into the back onto Vasily, wants it but can't get it. PYL locked up Vasily, but he's still alive. Actually going to go down to the Threshers. Acorn has made his way in the back, still has his ulti, but won't live to use it as the ace is completed by Vici Gaming.
That's an ace from a fight that was initiated by LGD after they'd already lost a structure. Very curious time to start to go for a fight. You could see from how Imp was auto-attacking the Ashe with a lack of steroid. She does very, very low damage with just the Infinity Edge and the Static Shift. Now has the Last Whisper completed. Did not have it before. No tank busting coming through from her abilities just means that, again, she was caught out by carry during that fight. And now LGD, they have a mountain to come back for us. Out of nowhere, Vici have a 6,000 gold lead.
And you know what? I did kind of mention Vasily Sivir and saying we haven't seen it in a while. It's kind of a weird pick to me, but with the way they've been playing, you know what? We have a replay.
So look at this fight. It's initiated when the turret's already very, very low. Vasily backstory is actually low health, but the re-engage comes through from Mata, and you're just going to be able to see the difference in AD carry damage. When Vasily does enter the fight, he is doing huge damage. Imp starts auto-attacking carry, and let me tell you, he is tickling carry in the front line. That's why they choose to re-engage. The spear comes through crucially. The flash crit for about 600 damage comes through from Vasily, who already had a huge amount of AD built up. Will get another kill on the front line. It's actually a clean ace coming through. No, Vasily does fall. Acorn dies. A 4-for-1 in general. They break the base. Everything goes right for Vici
And
game.
that big tanky Galio can't really shake off the true damage here of Feast to Tong, using the ultimate very nice here to clean out the Galio, and has got a Zhonya's Hourglass for himself along with Dandy, who's gotten quite tanky. Mata will eat the arrow there from Ashe, and Imp will just poke him in. Acorn flash ulti onto 2 there as he moves in, but Tong, Zhonya's there. Mata going to dive straight into the back and Ashe in a whole host of trouble as Carry dives on top. Imp actually gets the kill, but does not live for long enough as Acorn and Godv running away there. The Sapling almost getting the kill onto Cassid, and Acorn getting some kills, but Vasily aggressively flashes for a couple more, and Vici lose a 2-for-2 trade actually, yeah. All even.
And an even trade definitely suits the LGD comp that's still scaling into the late game. Finally, Wayless is looking scary. Actually opted into the Athenes rather than the Murlonomicon. Probably in a Death Cap or a Void Staff away from doing relevant damage. Has gone for the CDR, but so definitely has 40% CDR. That Rift Orb is going to be on a hilariously short cooldown in general. But Vici back away. They have to clear their waves. Some time is bought from an LGD comp that desperately needs to get more and more items, specifically onto their Ashe. This Bloodthirster could start to turn fights.
Yeah, they need time, absolutely. Still scaling on the Cassidy and scaling on the Ashe. Even Acorn here has got now a Seeker's Arm Guard, possibly looking to mix a Zhonya's into the build there as well. They've got decent damage deals. They all scale relatively well. Cassidy especially, and I think Ashe probably second in there. We'll see if they can get it done, because Vici, once they start assaulting you, they never tend to let up their pressure.
The amount of money spent on mana regen by Godv, or Wayless, of course, as we know him better, is actually quite smart on this patch, because at 40% CDR, with the Athenes now giving 30% refresh on assists or kills in terms of max mana, and just a huge mana pool and mana regen in general from those items, Godv is going to be able to channel that Riftwalk multiple times, use it for damage. If he's not focused in a fight, you will see execution damage coming out that mana ratio Riftwalk.
Yeah, and I mean, if they can find the perfect fight, LGD will look great, but it's so hard with the amount of CC that Vici currently have, and again, they're not letting up the pressure. And to go back to where he was before all the action started a few minutes ago, again, Vasily Siva, haven't seen it in a while, but with the way Vici have been playing all the rotation-based play, Siva does fit into that style perfectly.
It's almost a surrogate Twisted Fate in a lot of ways, and honestly, as the LPL's developed, those champions are very similar. Twisted Fate's never been about lane. Siva no longer is about lane. It's not the first pick Siva and saying, hey, what you got? I'm going to win lane. No, you have to avoid tricky lane matchups like the likes of Jinx and Draven. Siva now is more about comps, and when you're going to pick two melee champions and a cannon, that's when the go button is for Siva, and they've done fine in lane. In fact, they were against, arguably, well, against definitely a weaker laner than Ashe, so it went better than expected for the Siva. And the power of the rotations, you can see every time the On The Hunt comes through, they're picking up kills.
Yeah, and Vici going to scope out the Baron, but not going to go in for it just yet. Ashe will fire out the Hawk shot there for a bit of vision. One of, again, a very weird old AD carry, but lots of utility into this kit. Very much an old school champion.
Would you like a statistic here, Page Time?
Yes.
Vasily has 100% kill participation on the AD carry.
I mean, that's a great stat, and like you said, it's kind of like the surrogate Twisted Fate. It makes sense that they're moving around together. Vasily's getting those people in.
It's a crazy stat, though, because what that tells you is that Dandy necessarily hasn't been that involved this game. On the Nidalee, he had a decent performance. 3, 4, and 11, though, was counter-jungled significantly. It's only when the grouping phase started against a team with Cassidy and Ashe that the kills started rolling in. It was only the AD carry lane that was winning. So this is definitely the worst team performance we've seen from Vici in the early game by leaps and bounds in recent weeks. And it's only Vasily that's actually propelling them over the lines, because it's only when they're grouped that they're getting the value of the ult and actually getting the fights and skirmishes that they've been looking for.
And thankfully for Vici, that rotation style is still carried through to what was a weaker early game. So the mid games look great, though, and now the ulti going to get popped again. Mata going massively far forward in. There goes all the way on top of Acorn. Acorn going to use his ulti. Gets popped immediately, though, by the silence, and TBQ forced to get away. Godv has to rift walk out as well, but gets locked up for days. Double rupture landing in there for her tongue. TBQ has to flash away as Mata has found POAL. Thresh will pop the box, but TBQ running away. Jukes the rupture. They're moving in. Danny, though, has tagged him for the hunted passive, but he's a little too tanky. POAL, same sort of story as they try and get it, but only the 2 kills for Vici.
Godv is the first one to die. If you go for this mana build, you don't have the stasis from Zhonya. If you're appropriately focused, you will be taken down, and Imp was not grouped for that fight, so the only priority target to take out was the Cassidy, and died first. Vici collapsed onto this Baron. I don't really know how LGD are going to contest it.
And I'm loving the Maokai Cho'Gath from LGD, honestly. It's just, again, a train of CC coming through. Baron will go over there to Vici as well. So very few dragons in what's been quite a long game. 36 minutes we're approaching here in this one. A bevy of kills, but Vici a massive lead, and now Baron looking to close things out.
And we're finally able to confirm for your stream, no, we can read, we can look. It is actually the Magus enchant, but it's a Skirmisher's Magus enchant. A very strange enchant, but just given the popularity of Skirmisher's Saber, it gives a bit of 1v1 dueling, because of course you do extra true damage on autos, plenty of autos coming out with the Primal Surge. You of course reduce the enemy damage by 20% and the reveal. So again, it's more utility focused than we expect coming through from the enchant choice, but it's still the Magus, still 80 AP and 20% CDR.
I mean, Saber's seen, I think, a slight resurgence in popularity just because with Chillings might getting nerfed, it seems quite strong. Second Dragon goes over to Vici. No, LGD snuck that one away, I thought so. And now even they're 2 for 2. So again, doing a good job of sneaking away certain objectives. Vici's Dragon control been surprisingly poor this game, I have to say. But given all the fighting that's been happening, can't really blame them too much.
And although it feels like Vici have run over this lineup from LGD. Remember, Ash has 342 CS. The only person in this game over 300 has 4 AD items and wasn't grouped for the previous fight. There's only a 7,000 gold lead at 37 minutes. The base is broken, but the inhibitor is still available. There's still room for LGD to win a fight and start to wrestle control with an Ash and a Cassidy, two very strong late game
They're going to need a
champions.
big ulti though coming through. There's actually one onto Tong. Akon going to flash in there, finds a Tong there, channeling it up at Mata, zoning them off with his slicing Maelstrom as TBQ taking up good damage. Mata goes down there, but the feast comes through and Akon will be the next to fall. Godby looking to go down next as him, going to get flashed on and almost dies to a Vasily Q. Godby pops his Archangels there just to live for a bit longer, and a 1-4 on Trey, but Vici taken in him.
When fighting in the bench formation, even as a 500 range AD carry, that auto attack reset means that Sivir is doing huge team fight damage. With the re-engage though,
Got to jump in onto Vasily, but can't quite get him. And there's just too much protection here. Cho'Gath, we've talked about it, might be a bit of a weird mid laner. Does decent damage, especially in close range, but is best when protecting another carry.
And Sivir in general is diving into these fights, fighting with the melee champions, getting auto attacks onto priority targets, skipping the tanks where possible, whereas Ashe has been wholly at the back, auto-attacking the very tanky Maokai, not doing relevant damage to the front line. That's the big difference, is that Vici's comp can dive in aggressively, and Ashe can keep kiting back, but at some point she's going to be kiting back to a spawn fountain.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Vasily, the Lucian Graves only player for a short number of weeks, playing Sivir a lot like Graves.
Absolutely, getting in there and doing melee range damage, but in this case, how do you punish it when Cho'Gath, Maokai, so much disengaged CC? Hell, Marta's doing plenty of CC when the slicing Maelstrom is available as well. Vici continue to push. They want this bottom inhibitor, and they're going to take it down.
Yeah, going to take the second here. LGD just can't defend. Akon going to running with some poke, but too many tanky members here on the front line. And again, how are they going to get there? Is they going to move Mata back in? Akon actually going to stop him there with the ultimate. A Tong right on top of him. Just going to get the kill there. Godby diving in the back, trying to poke away Vasily. Will dodge the next hook. Dandy going to get low. Godby maybe can do it. Going massive there with the Riftwalks, hopping so many times. People here will actually get another kill. TBQ locking them up, gets the kill onto Dandy. Akon still fighting in as well. LGD might have somehow turned it around. Her Tong looking to go down after his Zhonya's does fall to Akon, and carry will go down as well. A completed ace by LGD.
Very long fight. Crucially, Vasily fell, and that actually took down a lot of the damage coming through from Vici Gaming. The only consistent damage dealer is Vasily, because again, the one downfall of Cho'Gath is if those skill shots are dodged, when those long cooldowns are being waited upon, doesn't offer much to a fight. Only those Vorpal spikes just striking low damage during a fight. So the tanky members brought it back, and this is with Imp and Golby dead. So we're going to restart the fight. Golby's alive and doing so much consistent damage. He's the one to watch, because the zoning ultimate catches 4 people. The damage registers on Vasily. Very poor use of the spell shield means that he takes the damage, and Golby gets the assassination onto Sivir. That's the big factor. Sivir is dead, and you can watch Cho'Gath walking around, not really contributing very much. Despite the fact that there's only minimal damage left on LGD, it's enough to take down these tanky members of Vici, and there's the lifeline coming through from LGD. With the right target selection, they are actually able to fight very competitively.
And again, from what we've seen a lot from LGD, Akon with a high impact ultimate in their mid laner, cleaning house. Even with him just getting assassinated there at the start of that fight, LGD are able to pull it out, and you can see that late game scaling, that Cassidy, who's now got 4 items, that Void stuff being completed now as well. He's a big threat here. I wonder what his last item's going to be. Godvy's the type of player that would maybe scream at Rabadons, but I think Zhonya's might be the better choice.
I mean, target selection, I said a couple of times, that is going to be critical for both teams in general. Remember, Wayless, he hasn't gone for stasis whatsoever, doesn't have a death cap or a Zhonya's complete. So it's not the sheer AP stack or necessarily the Zhonya's for stasis. He's going to need to dodge in and out, weave in and out with that Riftwalk on such a low cooldown. If you get the right timing on the Feral Scream in particular, there's no Merc Treads coming through. That's 2.5 seconds of silence. That's longer than the cooldown of the Riftwalk. You can potentially take him down. That will take away a lot of the threat onto Vasily. He's the only one who can kind of skip around threats and do damage to the backline. Whereas on the other side, it's all about diving Imp. He hasn't gone for the QSS. He's actually gone for the later power spike in the Banshee Veil. That will be good for him when it's completed, but at this point, that Spectre's Cow, it could basically have been a QSS. So they need to kind of wait for Ashe in particular to pick up the extra 1250 gold, I believe, to finish that Banshee Veil before they look for this next fight, LGD.
Akon now going to try and clear out some waves. Galio, decent wave clear, actually has a Void Staff now as well, so a very mixed build here for Akon, but again, relatively tanky just from base stats and his shield alone, and doing decent damage right now. TBQ actually popped his ultimate looking for an initiation, but with that inhibitor still down, in fact, 2 inhibitors down here with lanes of super minions pushing in. LGD have to back off to defend. Carry eats a couple of bowlers, but super tanky now at this stage of the game.
Just waiting for the go button from LG. Realistically, they have to look and try and keep up this last outer structure, this last inhibitor turret. Otherwise, it's so hard to come back when your base is completely in shambles. Plenty of wave clear at this point between the very short cooldown volley and the static shiv procs coming through from the Ashe. Again, waiting on the Banshee Veil, going back to base. You have to assume has the gold now for the Banshee Veil. Could be relatively safe in a fight, so now we wait for the gold button, the go button. We wait for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yep, Ashe 6 slotted now. Does have the Banshee Veil just picked up, like you said, went back to pick it up from the shop, and LGD still trying to move out. Again, the wave clear coming through. Mata actually gets hit by a stray hook, but he flashes straight in there. The Banshee's helping out, but Mata's got a Zhonya's Akon zoning out with his ulti as well. He is going to go down just at the edge, but his Zhonya's going to buy a little bit more time. Imp doing good damage to Dandy, who's dived in to try and take him out, and Godby ripping through people in the back. Takes out Vasily, will die as a result, but there's Imp now on cleanup duty, and PYL going to run in. Dandy will hop away, but another one fight for LGD.
And the late game scaling, it's actually coming through. We never thought we'd hit that point, but hopping around, Wayless doing so much damage on this Kassadin. And that situation, it was just a poor engage from Mata, completely separated from his team, flashing over a wall onto the Banshee Veil. Maybe he didn't notice that the Banshee Veil was completed. You'd have to assume from the way he went in so aggressively and split from his team. Hilarious chase coming through. The Yakety Sax playing in the background. Carry's pretty tanky, guys.
Yeah, he's all that hook. Good work from PYL. Carry will still take a while to die. Pops his ultimate here, and we could see this last quite a while. This is the joy of 5.6 tanks. Carry, though, might... No, they actually give it up. It's too hard.
I mean, they did need a skirmish of Saber at that point to be available. He actually has the Ranger's Trailblazer. Only the true damage coming out. Level 18, of course, about 480 true damage might have been relevant, but far too tanky Carry. With now the Thornmail being completed. Imp, you can see that late game Ashe, it's finally relevant. It takes a long damn time. Level 1 to level 18 seems to be the power spikes for Ashe, but well, I mean level 1 and level 18, not level 1 to level 18.
No, that'd be quite a good champion. Probably see a lot more Ashe as a result, but Imp wants to play his Ashe game today, looking strong now in the later stages despite the score.
Tanky Scuttle Crab.
Have to credit, yeah, he's really tanky at this point. We're 44 minutes into the game, and Imp has got 428 CS. So again, Carry going to come in trying to flangle to this Ashe. Imp though with the Banshees, TBQ going to run for and protect him. PWL's got the Lancer, but that's for TBQ at this point. We'll take it and get away. An initiation misfire by Vici.
Absolutely. They actually used the on the hump, but they're going to rotate down to Baron. It's going to be a fast Baron with Sivir being able to cancel autos, but they're waiting. They have a lot of check. I'm not sure if the Hawkshot is available. No, it's still about 10 seconds off cooldown, so they'll just need to buy time with some wave clear from Akon and mid. Yeah, that's one thing Galio can do.
Yeah, he's actually been doing a good job keeping them off the last inhibitor turret as well. LGD's inhibitors have also respawned, so that's not looking too bad as well. There were wards in the area for LGD. They've got the Baron warded, so Vici didn't feel confident taking it, especially with Akon's teleport. And we'll reset once again, and this time it's for a Dragon. Vici grabbed their third.
And that poor Dragon control is actually coming back to haunt Vici. Only their third Dragon means that we're talking about a 57-minute potential if it's rushed down on spawn. Fifth Dragon, again, buying time for all these 6 items to come through. We're waiting to see what Godby completes his last AP item. Has the Neosy Large Rod. Will it just be damage? At this point, he's been so good at navigating teamfights. Maybe that's the correct choice. Or will it be the Zonius to be even more of a backline diver than he already has been with the 1 second cooldown on the Riftwalk, it feels like at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell when Godby's able to be free in these teamfights on Kassadin, Riftwalk is just constant almost as far as its usage in a fight goes. So he's doing ridiculous damage at this point. We'll get the blue buff. Very important that Kassadin can maintain that blue just for even more damage. I mean, he doesn't need the CDR at this point, but just happy to have so much more mana regen. And LGD, with a bit of a misrotate by Vici, going to move in onto the Baron. There is a ward in the back. They spotted it, but don't clear it. No teleport up for Carry, though. No one here. LGD are going to get the Baron.
But the pings are on the base. Will they get 2 inhibitors at minimum? Yes, it looks like they will. They Baroned up empowered recalls. They're fast, but will they be fast enough?
Akon now actually teleporting in. He needs to get in quicker. The rest of the team running in. TBQ diving straight onto the back, and they're going so deep for Vasily, but Mata peels back, but but Godby just takes him out on the Cassidy. Still alive there as well. Marta using his zone is back in the base, though Imp trying to force off Carry, and there's 3 members peeling. Ash does enough damage. Carry massively tanky, but Hetong's already turned tail. He's too low to defend. That's 2 free kills there for LGD. Gonna dive back in. Dandy has to be careful. Cassidy will run you down, and Marta doing so much. Imp steals that one away.
This is the only time I've ever seen triple mana items work on a champion outside of Rise with all this mana scaling. But it's a genius build with the bust coming through from Athene's, because at this point, the Riftwalk, you're just stacking up the damage, doing massive damage to the backline. Basically popped Vasily like he's nothing, despite having the magic resist from the Mercure Scimitar. With these long death timers, they should break the base at minimum.
Yeah, tier 2 going to go down. Akon and POL quite tanky. POL actually has a frozen heart in his build, so going to be able to move in. Hetong will actually get grabbed up. POL getting low as a result, though. Imp turns on him for some damage, but they need the turret down. Acorn, though, doing work there. Baroned up minions helping out as well. Base is broken. Mid and hit will fall. 20 seconds left.
They're thinking about the finish here, Pastry Time.
They're going to go in. It seems like Akon will tank it up. TBQ will help as well. Big frontline is here for LGD. First Nexus turret goes down. Imp going to start working on the next one. Godly zoning everybody out. Dandy will pop his on. He jumps in aggressive. Atongla tries to feast on, but the surrender comes through. And LGD somehow win that game.
LGD pulled it out so long with Ash and Cassidy as their 2 main carries. Vici, for once, their strategy let them down. Their rotations were poor. Their dragon control was abysmal. And you can see the look on Dandy's face. It looked like troll picks when Galio, the new rework Cassidy for the first time in the LPL, and Ash were locked in, but Vici couldn't play around the super late game power spikes, level 18 power spikes it felt like, and LGD win.
I mean, Papa Smithy, that cast was fat. The cast was absolutely fat there in that game. And Wayless did it. I mean, took a while, took a long time actually for Ash and Cassidy to make it work, but again, you get to the late game scaling. 5.6 has been all about these scaling champions. Didn't think I'd be saying that about Ash Cassidy today, but that's what we have here in game 1.
Cassidy was insane. He was hopping around like he was playing a game of leapfrog with his mates all around the backline. Nothing Vasily can do on Sivir. Only 1 spell shield available and the QSS from the Mercure Scimitar. No effect against a Cassidy with a 1.2 second Riftwalk.
Well, we have 1 more game left to play this evening, and who knows what we're going to see. The LPL has been absolutely awesome here in Week 10, and its last game is coming right up. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Pastry Time. Joining with me for our last game of the evening will be Papa Smithy, and what a game one we just had. Ash, Galio, support cannon. It's just all of the 5.6 things.
And after some nice support from other regions, China is really getting us over the line, Pastry Time. Finally getting us towards the 124 champions played in competitive. Ash, Karma, all these other picks. Garen, of course, last week. Everything's coming through and everything's viable.
Yeah, I mean, 5.6 we've seen in a lot of other regions. Craziness abounds. People definitely testing the limits of the patch and exploring a lot of new things. Seems like a lot's viable right now. China, though, not to be let down, being the last region, major region, to move over to the patch and start playing on it. They have thrown down the gauntlet for shenanigans this weekend, and that last game really delivered. That was the most... I'm not going to say silly. It was an insane, awesome game of the weekend.
I mean, this is a weekend that included a Bard support coming through from LGD. Look, at least that was a support champion in a support role. This was craziness abound coming through that game. Don't really know what to dissect from it apart from Vici. They were definitely the disappointing team. We did not see the excellent rotations, the on-point timings, the dragon control, and the strangulation that's really been the calling card of Vici Gaming in their last 3 series. They were desperately poor in that game. They let Ash and Caston both get to 6 item, both get to a level 18, and they paid for it. They deserved to lose that game, and they need to be much more on point. Only a couple of series left before the playoffs. You can't afford to slip up and just really get yourself down in terms of gameplay, because it's hard to stop gameplay problems. I mean, okay, some of their picks could be more refined, but to just misrotate and other kind of things, can't let those sort of things slip up.
Yeah, so we had one crazy draft in game 1. We'll see what game 2 brings for us here today. It's our last game of the week, unfortunately, here in week 10, and it's been a great week of the LPL on 5.6. Diana, the first ban from Vici, again away from GodV, that mid laner there on LGD, formerly known as Whaler, seems to have changed his tag around. Sedwani, another ban from LGD, going to keep it away from the blue side this time around, being on the red, and things are settling in to be at least normal for now. LeBlanc, the second ban there for Vici.
It's the new normal, Pastry Time. It's the new normal where Karma, Ash, every champion comes in. You just have to work out what it does and what it contributes to a comp. LeBlanc is the second ban, so a lot of bans coming through to Whalers.
Yeah, I mean, he played a fine game, I'd say, on Cassidy. Late game was spectacular, but definitely struggled a bit in the earlier stages. I like the Maokai ban there from LGD. Was a strong pick, actually, for Vici. Yeah, they're on carry in the top side of the map, so take that away from them. Possibly unlock a couple more assassins in the mid lane there for Godfrey. Curious to see what else happens here, because, again, we had one crazy draft, and maybe things will normalize slightly. And for me, Vici, mid-game looked great. They were still rotating like the team that we've seen in the last few weeks, but the early game just not quite there, so get back to that aggression.
Yeah, worth knowing that Flame has stepped in for Acorn despite the victory again. Never really sure who you're going to see in the top lane, but it's the return of Flame. Will we finally see the Flame cannon that we've hoped and prayed for 10 weeks of the LPL so far? Ari's the third ban, so Godfrey, 3 targeted bans come through. His mid lane champion pool, not necessarily decimated because we've already established that he's played 17 champions in competitive already. He'll have something different.
I think Attic won last game as well with the Cassidy mid particularly, so
18.
Yep, you know, not too shabby as far as depth goes. Certainly trying to be unique before it was cool, I guess, here on 5.6. But literally the last ban there from LGD. Love that takeaway from Dandy. As I've said, if you're going to take away one jungle champion, it should probably be the Nidalee. But Dandy might just take up the Rek'Sai that was banned last game.
Okay, but they have a hard decision. They first picked Hecarim over champions like Rek'Sai in their first game of this weekend, but no, they lock it in. So that is the Rek'Sai lock-in coming through. They prioritize that over the Hecarim this time around.
And so Flame, he flashes the cannon. Now that's what everybody wants. Flame currently sitting with the teleport smite summoner zone. We've seen this already. That's not a holdover from the last game, I don't think. Maybe he's been practicing in some custom games, who knows, but we'll see what Flame wants to do. TBQ, of course, hovering the Xin Zhao, because why not? That's something we haven't seen yet. He's like, what champions haven't we seen? Maybe that's LGD's strategy. What can we get into competitive?
I mean, Xin Zhao would again be another one coming through. PYL looking to pick away the Janna from Mata. Makes a lot of sense. Definitely Xin is the Chinese Mata in terms of his support excellence. Last second change away to something we have seen this season. Of course, Insect loves that jungle Kha'Zix, and TBQ, he'll be giving it a go this game.
And I think I can see Flame kind of nudging his teammate TBQ. They're saying, hey, you know what you did to people. They wanted to see the Xin Zhao. It is Janna Kha'Zix, the first 2 picks for LGD.
Not too much to take away from that. Kha'Zix, it's probably going to be a jungle Kha'Zix. I guess there's the potential of a lane Kha'Zix coming through. Probably going to have to go for a full AD build. So you know there's going to be a lot of damage potential, but not a lot of tankiness coming out from the jungle.
Yeah, and we saw actually the opposite of that in the last game for LGD. Big full tank Rengar coming through, but we've talked a lot about Cinderhawk junglers. That's not Kha'Zix. He's probably more of a warrior, so we'll see what he does want to do. But Nautilus and a Hecarim are the next two picks for Vici.
I mean, now we're talking about real tankiness coming through from Vici. You see a Kha'Zix, you don't want any resets coming through in terms of that jump ability, the E that Kha'Zix has. So you just go for the tankiest lineup possible. And Imp, yep, everything's viable. Insta-lock with the Misfortune. Again, going to see something different.
Oh, and there's the Shyvana. I thought we might be seeing it from Flame. I'm assuming that's who it's for, given that we already have a Kha'Zix, but those summoners do not lie there for LGD Flame. He's going to be mixing it up, and we talk about him playing a bit more carry style. The Smite Teleport Shyvana might be a bit more in Flame's wheelhouse.
And look, if Kennen is the most trademark of champions for Flame, Shyvana's a close second, so well known for freezing waves, building up massive 100+ CS advantages onto this Shyvana. Of course, the lane swap meta came in and everything changed a little bit, but now with Shyvana, we've already seen the top lane Smite Teleport Shyvana twice. Now has changed over the Ignite, so maybe we're looking for a counter combat summoner against the Hecarim. Flame on Shyvana. It's not Kennen, but it's pretty damn good.
No, and Twisted Fate and Urgot are the last two picks for Vici. So we're going to see a Tong's Twisted Fate. We've seen quite a bit of it recently, and it's been fantastic. But Vasily, again, has the Graves ready, has the Lucian, has the Sivir if they wanted it again in this comp, but instead goes for the anti-carry Urgot. We've never seen him play this.
And you just look down this Vici lineup. There is no one to kill as Kha'Zix. Everyone is going to stack armor. So they're going to look for some magic damage mid lane here. Ryze is in a bit of popularity. Of course, Korn pulled it out earlier this week. Dade tried it a few weeks ago. I really don't want to see the Talon come through. He's going to lock in Riven.
Well, I don't think God V really cares. He's going to play whatever he wants today, apparently, or LGD. Another ragtag T-com kind of glued together with a bit of scotch tape. But we'll see if LGD can make it work. They somehow pulled out Game On with some sick scaling, but I don't really know what this team comp does yet, Papa Smithy.
I mean, this team comp has fun, pastry time. That's all I can say. They've not really necessarily gone for a true team comp in this situation. You don't see setup for the bullet time necessarily. Don't see a lot of magic damage coming through except for the abilities coming through from the Shyvana. The Kha'Zix has literally no one to get a reset on because everyone's a tank coming through from Vici Gaming. Look, they made me a believer in the first game. At least there was some semblance of logic coming through from those picks. But this is solo queue central.
Well, let's go through some of these matchups. Hecarim in the top, up against Shyvana with the Smite Teleport. There's Rexo versus Kha'Zix, bit more normal. Dandy seems to be the only one playing normal champions in air quotes there. Twisted Fate versus Riven, though. This, to be fair, is a counter matchup for Wayless.
It's definitely a counter matchup. It just doesn't necessarily help the team comp to have another physical damage dealer. In the bot lane, look, Imp plays the Misfortune. I can see your amusement at the pick. Misfortune is a lane bully, but so is the Urgot. Misfortune actually will have a lot of advantage at levels 1 to 2, and then of course Urgot will really start getting going when he gets a couple of points in his Acid Hunter. Does a lot of magic damage on the bullet time now, especially as they change the way that ability works. No longer can you just go Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and blow people away in an AoE. Can be a lane bully, but Urgot, he takes away a lot of fun when it comes to AD carry lane bully.
Yeah, and Imp, we've said it before, whenever he insta-locks an AD carry, he's usually feeling confident. I believe he's won every game where he's insta-locked his AD carry, starting with Vayne and finishing with Ashe from the last game. Basically, insta-lock the MF here. I don't know if he can do it, but let's find out. Welcome back to the LPL, of course. Our last game of the evening with LGD currently up a game against Vici. They did it in a pretty stylistic fashion in Game 1 with the Ashe and the Cassidy, but they've gone even further off the deep end, Papa Smithy.
And in Week 10, our first week on patch 5.6, we started in the deep end with a Vladimir versus Karma lane. We've moved to an Ocean as far as I can tell. Or maybe we're in the kiddie pool. I guess we'll find out as we have some more off-meta picks. LGD going for a very aggressive early invade. With the Smite Teleport, you always want a bit more predictability on where Flame will be starting, where the jungle follow will be happening. You have to expect a lane swap in this situation because honestly, as a Shyvana with Ruby Crystal and a couple of potions, you can do a whole hell of a lot of jungling before you have to enter lane.
Yeah, you can see a lot of early warding there, scouting out for LGD, because you know that Vici are looking for the flame swap. Everybody swaps on this guy, and you can tell why. He's, again, one of the best-known 1v1 carry top laners to ever play, actually, in the game, and nobody ever wants to give lane that solo lane.
I mean, if you're taking the Smite Summoner spell, before you finish a Cinderhulk item, you're certainly not losing that for any sort of combat stats in lane. You're happy for a lane swap in this situation because you're going to burn down camps. Usually you want to start on a Gromp as Shyvana just because, again, it gives her even more AoE push because every time a minion aggroes you, it takes the Gromp debuff damage from the Smite. So, in general, they're going to start and hold back as we see, yep, the red buff start and the lane swap. It's been initiated.
Yeah, we start vertically here. Carry going to do the Raptors on LGD's side of the map, but again, just has the Flask, so will go back and spend his extra gold whenever he feels happy. Dandy taking away the red flames, already finished the Grump. I might even look to go somewhere else, but the lane swap has been started here, and you have to think Misfortune's at least happy to get away from Urgot.
They're just going to watch the path in. Will they try and share experience on the Raptors? Will they go for other camps? Hard to say. No, they're going mid.
Really good gank there onto Godby, flashing away as the Riven Flames here as well, but TBQ also coming around the side, uses the slow there with a W, and Riven somehow gets away.
So that was a massive gank into the mid lane. No one falls crucially. It looked like LGD might have taken too defensive a path to meet lane, but Godby couldn't be taken down. And Twisted Fate, he does have a level advantage. He is able to control this wave at least early, but as you mentioned, when that gold card is on cooldown, especially, a lot of kill pressure coming through from the Riven.
And look, it's so smart from VT to early gank this mid lane, because when you have these lane swaps, what's the other thing we talk about? Mid lane isolation. That's exactly what Riven wants. So Vici break the isolation for a little while longer, but they can't do that too many times.
No, they can't do that too many times. And you have to feel on some level this game is on a timer for LG, just because even Vasily on Urgot is going to build a Frozen Heart and build a huge armor stack. There's going to be so much armor coming through. See Flame actually smiting a minion for lane control. What a world we live in.
I mean, Flame, if this is what the meta's come to, he's probably quite happy that Smite teleport Shyvana is a thing. It suits him in a lot of situations. He gets to just be a menace and farm up as much as he can. We've talked about Flame Shyvana. He's finally playing, although maybe not in the style we thought.
And hilariously, if you auto-attack the Shyvana when she has that Gromp debuff, you take a little bit of damage yourself. You lose Trace despite being a range versus melee match. And speaking of range,
here comes Godby now. Twisted Fate in way too much trouble. Flashes actually into the wall, and TBQ picks him up with a spike.
Awkwardly goes to fail Flash, which is that both escape summoners lost. Suddenly, the kill pressure that was looking good for Godby is looking real good for this Riven.
Yeah, the classic double there from Hetong, and again that pressure starting to mount here, and Godby's always been a strong mechanical player. Riven is a champion that certainly suits him on that end.
Actually, there's a reason why people dissect those replays from FLICKR and look at all the animation canceling. I know you're a big fan of that personally, Page Time. You can get so much done if you're a practiced Riven player, and Godby, he hasn't shown us necessarily the top of his Riven mechanics just yet, but I'm sure he'll have a chance to shine.
You know what? Welcome to Godby's 19th unique champion then. Again, trying to deepen the pool. Maybe there's a competition going on as Mata finds Flamey. Hook does land in. TBQ in there as well. PYL's going to get the damage in. Mata only level 2 and will go down to Flame. Suddenly lane is getting kills for LGD.
Absolutely, and the jungle pathing coming through from TBQ is really impressive. That's something we've consistently talked about for Dandy. Always seems to be in the right spot at the right time. Speaking of Dandy, he's looking to dive Imp in this situation. They're going to have to be careful. Remember, they do have an Ignite for this dive.
Imp does have his summoners. Here comes the Prey Seeker down as well. Carry going to move in. Imp already used the heal. Hatong is down here as well. Knockup comes through, and Dandy, an easy tower dive for the Rek'Sai.
That wasn't that easy. It was actually a very smart adaptation for Imp. Used his heal proactively to stop the Ignite from cutting off half that heal, but still were able to get just the right amount of turret shots onto their members. Very nice dive coming through. Dandy, he buys a bit of pressure for the bottom lane, but still, 2-1. It feels like things are looking good for LGD.
Yeah, Misfortune, certainly a champion that, without her flash in particular, very easy to gank. No gap closes, isn't mobile, even stands still and channels that ulti when she has to use it. So divers can get onto her. Not too many of those here for Vici, but between Urgot CC and Rek'Sai dive and the Nautilus CC, probably enough here for Vici. Never mind, we've got Hecarim in there as well.
And with the double longsword, not sure if it's going to be a Brutalizer rush or if he's looking for just a bit more lane pressure. The two bits of AD in that situation. Obviously had less than 800 gold from his shop, you'd have to assume, with the purchases he went for. But again, Misfortune is a lane boy, does a lot of trade damage in the early game. Hecarim has the Ninja Tabi though, that will do a lot to move away some of the damage from it.
Yeah, Dandy now going to clear out the Scuttle Crab for himself as Imp has been joined back with PYL. PYL quite low on levels, only level 2 here on the Janna, but they'll return to the dual lane. And apply a bit more pressure to Carry, who might look to swap back here. A bit of an early swap back here for LGD, at least moving PYL back, but they want to make sure they have enough presence around the Dragon.
I mean, speaking of presence, you have to think Twisted Fate, when he does an AoE wave to clear, he's going to just leave lane whenever possible. Like, A, to threaten the Destiny, but B, just to have a chance to remove kill pressure coming through from Godby. Already has quite the AD stack. Actually goes back and finishes his Tiamat. Suddenly, you use that card for mana sustain. You use a blue or red card. There's immense kill pressure for Godby.
Yeah, Riven level 6 now with the Tiamat super quickly finished up here. I mean, Marta going to try and find something, but Hetong's going to use that ulti. Great flash from PYL, but it might not be so lucky. He has his flash. Will finally use it now after getting stunned. Very smart play.
Yeah, the Dredge line, very long cooldown. Couldn't even flash auto in that situation because wasn't in range for it. Very smart disengage. They blow both flashes, so it's still a successful Destiny to some degree. And Flame, he's finding camps wherever he can.
Look who's back. It's Flame walking into the enemy jungle, taking away camps. Flame probably feels reinvigorated, relit, if you will, here in this game, because he is playing exactly in his home.
And you just know the moment that FLICKR brought this out, there'd be plenty of people around the world that would take a leaf out of his book and try and do the same thing. It's basically, again, shades of Darien many years ago, but with the Bami Cinder now building into Cinderhawk without really losing any laning statistics. You know, so many great things coming out from that item. You can do so much work, and you can wreck the enemy jungle and try and hold Dandy behind.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, Smite's obviously the adaptation they're needed and gives you a bit of extra pressure. Is Godby going to find Dandy? Tremor Sense spots him off. Very smart stuff for Dandy, and unfortunately for Riven, not going to commit to the kill. Worried about the rotation.
I mean, speaking of rotation, he's now going bottom. He's been pinged out a couple of times, yes, and spotted by a pink ward. It looked like they were a bit too overextended in bot, but they back away, and nothing is able to be gained from Wayless.
A decent roam, but Hetong there didn't have his ultimate, did have Ghost, so maybe that's what Godby was worried about as far as collapses go, but could have probably pulled the trigger and gotten the kill onto Rexa. And we talk a little bit about junglers. Of course, the Smite required for that Cinderhulk enchant, so Flame can get the jungle item, but the nice thing, he got some good deep wards down there, and then Smites the Wolf Spirit, which gives him even more vision in that side of the jungle.
As you expect, very good mechanic coming through from Flame, very good knowledge even of this very new thing in terms of Smite top laners, and able to wreck them and pick up CS. It's not necessarily grown a CS lead compared to his direct opponent, as Hecarim has found plenty of CS after picking up the very early Ninja target. But after all the pathing, it should be the first Dragon coming through from VG.
And this is a poor swap in vision here for LGD, although TBQ will find in. Flame is coming in. It's going to be too low to smite it. Dandy will get it, but they're going to dive in. Godby gets swapped back in and just deleted there by Dandy. Carry coming in as well. Imp channels his ulti, gets some low. Flame in the backline trying to fight, but he's peeling off now onto Hetong. Marta on top of him, though, going to take him out. PYL's the next target. Double kill there for Vasily. Might be a triple as PYL's going to go down. And yes, it is. Flame still fighting in the sides on Shyvana, but he can't do anything else. And that's 4 kills for Vici.
The Ghost came up big for Twisted Fate, but the dive continues. Marta actually picks up the kill called delayed ace coming through for Vici. We said they would eventually outscale LGD. They're already beating them early, and that's a concerning thing if you're a fan of LGD.
Yeah, to lose the first Dragon with 2 smites on your team and Flame having his teleport up, not what LGD would have wanted for their early game. And again, they had some great early pressure, good ganking, especially from TBQ. We're going to see this again.
So Godby comes in range of the Hyperconnect position reverser and gets basically collapsed upon. Hetong stuns him up with the gold card. Godby, the only person who really snowballed, had most of the team's gold, dies instantly. Imp channels the ultimate in the backline, but doesn't really have the AD to back it up. This isn't the Misfortune board time of old. And Hetong's masterful with his use of Ghost, always looking for another gold card, actually off screen. We'll eventually see Marta pick up a kill, but off screen, Flame, very smart, and continues to fight around Flame with the gold card. It's just great Twisted Fate mechanics. 4-0 on this champion, and even with all the craziness, doing good things here.
That's what we've seen from Hetong, is strong Twisted Fate play, and Vici playing around it. This is much more what we expected from Vici's early games. Even though LGD had a great start to their early jungle pressure, in particular, PYL in trouble. Vasily just going to clean it up. Ulti from Twisted Fate not needed.
Yeah, Destiny only used for vision that situation. Actually went top, but couldn't get the kill onto Flame. Wasn't sure where he was going with that ultimate. Gets pressure, keeps Carry's life away, but of course, Riven, as an AD champion, builds AD, has a lot of turret damage coming through when you're building AD as an AD mid laner, so you get a good chunk onto bit, but not enough to take it down.
Yeah, good damage there, but not enough. So we'll see what Riven can do when she can't keep pressuring Twisted Fate. That's what happens if Hetong is allowed to leave the lane. That's bad news here, and that's exactly what Vici want. Get the rotations happening, start getting some kills, and already a fairly strong gold lead for Vici with about 2,500 gold.
So one of the ways you can punish a Twisted Fate, of course, is taking down his turret. And while Riven, one of the highest 80 seconds, is great at turret damage. Finds Dandy, though.
Yeah, diving in on there. The gold card's going to come through. Godby going to have to get away there. Broken Wings third Q will hop him out reasonably far. Flash is forced out, though, as on. Hertong starting to take over the lane with the help of Dandy.
And that's the second Flash he has to use defensively, and what we touted as a counter matchup for Riven against Twisted Fate. So things definitely not going to pan for Godby. But one thing I wanted to bring up, oh my goodness, it looks like we're going to see a turret dive.
Yep, LGD going for the dive now. Carry's actually used his ulti onto Imp, who's up in the top side. He swapped his way there, but Carry going to find too many members. Does kill Imp instead. Actually gets, no, that's TBQ getting the kill, so the trade will come through. PYL low, though, has to go back to base, and Mata going to try and find him. Can he get in there? Going to recall. No, not in time, and Mata gets the next kill.
Dredge line to death by the supporterless, I guess you could say. Hertong coming to top, isn't able to find a kill, already used his Destiny, could have popped the Ghost, I believe, but decides to hold on to that cooldown.
And Flame going to go in onto Vasily, but Vasily does decent damage. We'll swap him in there for a bit of extra resist, but Flame diving straight on top of him. Vasily can't really go anywhere, no flash or heal to speak of. Flame going to move back in though, and Vasily just too much damage.
Yeah, Vasily didn't have the mana for any more abilities, though. Of course, was able to reduce Shyvana's damage with the passive, which is doing a lot of work in that situation. You can tell by the fact that he fell to below 200 health, but he lives, and that's the critical factor.
Yeah, the low armor values on no armor values on Flame early on, just the Cinderhawk Skirmisher Saber finished up now. Thought he could take on Vasily, did a good amount of damage, but got respectable damage when he lands that E.
Misfortune, though, not doing massive amounts of damage. You can't just stack armor penetration anymore because you do magic damage based on your W scaling, I believe, is how Misfortune works now. So definitely needs to work up towards at least a Bloodthirster to do teamfight relevant damage, I'd say. Carries in the mid lane. He's picked up a lot of CS in this situation. As Hertong already starts the split push.
Yeah, Hertong is moving around there, but this is what Vici want. Take out 2 towers already, work on the third outer. It's actually mid lane that they're looking for, but instead Hertong will try and apply some side wave pressure. Marta and Carry trying to get Riven out of there, actually, as Imps also rotated in. And Dragon back in a minute 35. Both teams frisky for vision, because right now there is none.
And Vici's rotations around Twisted Fate leaving the bases for Godby. Bit of a dandy there when it comes to not being able to get over a wall. Sorry, Dandy, that is a thing now after all those failed Nidalee jumps. Vici have been so good at rotating around the Twisted Fate leaving lane because Rek'Sai, of course, has so many tunnels invariably around mid because of the way he's tunneling through to his camps that he's been able to hold the lane. We just saw Carry in the lane, and now they're rotating to mid and taking down this outer turret. It'll be a third outer turret. That's at a much better clip for Vici Gaming. 13 minutes, 3 outer turrets. That sounds about right.
And this is exactly what we expect for Vici, yeah, like you mentioned. So we'll see what LGD can do here. Kind of backs against the ropes here in the early stages. Gold League growing now as Dredgeline will go just wide there looking for TBQ, I believe. But Dandy popping in, using that vision. And you can see the difference when he gives Dandy one of his big champions. I mean, Rek'Sai might be his best. As Hertong going to pop that ulti. Again, just needs some vision.
Yeah, the Destiny onto Imp, though, was used. Imp had to flash away, so now has his flash on cooldown. We talked about no escape AD carries last game with the Ashe, but no difference with the Misfortune.
No, and Imp, again, picking himself into some interesting situations in this series, but clearly wants to play these champions. Whether he's having fun or, just wants to do something different, we'll have to see. But his Ashe was fine come the late game. Misfortune doing okay as well. But Vici are just playing, I think, much more confident and at a much faster pace.
But he's opted into a very early game-centric build with the Brutalizer into perhaps the Yomas, maybe just going to go to the Bloodthirster. Needs to make it pay off early because the power play isn't there late as here's the face check.
Yeah, River coming in. Vasily, though, immediately ultimates Godby. Going to keep looking in. The combo moving in, but Dandy coming through nicely. Good double knock up there from the Q, but too much damage and Wind Slash not enough to kill Vasily. Dandy gets it instead. Now Flame coming back down, but Marta's here as well. There's the ulti coming through as Flame tries to drag in his way out, but Exhaust will come down for Marta. Dandy will chase in, and Hertong will get that kill.
Yeah, Hertong had the gold card prime, used the Ghost that time. They do rotate to mid and pick up a counter kill, but the kills start to stack here for Vici Gaming. Carry able to farm in the top lane during all of this. 11-3 is the kill score, and TBQ has to back away from blue.
Forced out of his jungle there by Vici, and that blue should go over to Hertong. TBQ actually should be careful, though. Doesn't want to face check Marta. Uses his ulti, actually, with TBQ and tries to hop away. Good slow there as Hertong's looking for the gold card, but a great tornado will zone them off, so PYL will fend them away, but Carry's potted in. PYL will get taken out by Vasily Zergot, who just pokes him out with an Acid Hunter, and Dragon's up. Dandy's already started it.
12 to 3. This should be the second Dragon coming through. It's already being prepped here by Vici and Dandy in particular. 2 Dragons, 3-1 in turrets. Again, much more the speed we expect from Vici, despite all the carnage and picks and bans from LGD.
Yeah, so first Dragon a little late. No, that's the second. That would be wise. Vici have picked up the 2 Dragons now, and much cleaner play absolutely here for Vici Gaming. Looking good as far as objectives go here. We've got Zonya's Hourglass coming through now for Twisted Fate. Trinity Force almost completed. I like the early home guard enchantment there from Carry on his Ninja tab by his own. Urgot coming through nicely, and I have to say, I didn't expect Urgot to be a Vasily champion, but he's done very well so far.
You have to think things are only going to get better for Vici Gaming when it comes to scaling. Basically all AD with incidental damage coming through from Flame in terms of base magic damage values means they're going to be able to stack armor in the late game. So again, we needed a big advantage for LGD in just the early to mid game. Of course, Riven, very strong in terms of laning. It's lost lane, you'd have to say, despite being 14 CS advantage. We already saw when Carry from Vici Gaming, the very noted top lane, the very noted top lane Riven player. Actually, there's the Destiny.
Yeah, Gold Cut coming through. Imp now in trouble as Carry just cleans him out. PYL forced to flash away there as well as Hatong, wreaking havoc now with these Destinies.
But we've already seen the struggles of Riven in a teamfight scenario. Maybe they won't ever teamfight with Riven, as we see Godby has taken a turret as a sideway push.
Going to try and split push here, but Danny going to come in again. Smited actually with the Chilling Blade. Is that Stalker's Blade coming in handy? Godby forced to flash. Will get away. Going to queue over that ridge this time. We'll make it there. Doesn't dandy it up. Even though Dandy's watching there, trying to be like, come on, do it, get into the wall. As the Tongue now getting chased in Flame. Going to go in over the top. TBQ coming through there with the slow onto Mata as they're going to try and take him out as the first kill. Ultimate though used as well. Hatong zoning out nicely and Carry once again, right place, right time. Coming around the back. Hatong getting low. Flame going to get the double kill on Shyvana. So going big on the Dragon, but Carry still going to fight in. Dandy now in for reinforcements as Godby's rotated through as well. Flame will get out and this Shyvana could be the X Factor.
And clearly not doing ignorable magic damage 17 minutes in with the double kill and actually harassing Carry enough that he backs away. That's a big win there for the Shyvana. Starts to get going between the Burnout and the Cinderhawk. We're doing a lot of AoE magic damage. Doesn't have a big purchase to his name yet outside of that item, but after the double kill, probably going to be farmed up.
Yeah, and items here, kind of the problem across the board for LGD Flame. Probably happy to get a nice injection of gold as Godby gets ulted there by Vasily. Will get tagged by the E. Carry's at it again here, and Riven can't do anything. Vasily with a 6th kill.
Yeah, Carry didn't have the ultimate available, has it now, and also the gold for Trinity Force, so we'll back and pick up that item. Vasily, as you mentioned, he likes the aggression, he likes the short range. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that his Urgot, not bad at all.
No, seems to suit him to a T and has been playing fantastic so far. Manamune, charging up nicely. Frozen Heart already completed. The Trinity Force is done for Carry at 4-1-4. Has been influential in these last few skirmishes. Hatong kind of lagging behind, but he's got 8 assists, just helping around the team with that Destiny.
And we can confirm that Vasily does have 40% CDR, so Runes and Mastery is helping him out to that 40%. Already doing a lot of damage. Destiny pops.
Oh, Flame now in trouble, but he's fairly tanky on the Shyvana. We'll get locked up. We'll dive in with the ulti. TBQ gets exhausted as he comes in as Imp channels his ultimate. PYL trying to make it done, but Hatong and Dandy will dive in onto Imp and take him out. Vasily with another kill there. Flame now going to be the next target as Godby trying to make him go massive here, but too much CC for the Riven, and that's 4 straight kills. Make it 5 as Carry dives for the ace.
Too much CC. We're talking about suppression. 4 CCs from the Nautilus and also the gold card from Twisted Fate. They're going to keep pushing. They'll break the base. There's still 10 seconds till Imp is alive. Had his flash available, but could do nothing as a misfortune in a team fight. Marta tanks it up, and Vici, this might be an unassailable lead.
Yeah, Vici Gaming, much more the speed we're used to seeing from them recently. Atong red cards away the minions to clean them out. Just the inhibitor turret, not the inhibitor itself. So going to be a little sad to not get that objective, but 9,000 gold ahead already. And it's just nothing as far as items go for LG. So far behind now.
And we talked about those armor purchases. Frozen Heart, going to be another Frozen Heart coming through from Nautilus. Of course, Urgot already has his. Zonya's gives armor. Randuin's is now completed by Dandy. And the Glacial Shard into what could assume to be a 3rd Frozen Heart coming through from Hecarim. The armor stacking is on, and LG, they have no answers. No time, no gold values for the Last Whisper that's so desperately needed.
And that's certainly one of the things that you pointed out in the draft, that LGD just is a little awkward with their comp. So much AD damage here with an AD mid laner added in last as well. Flame, I guess, doing some magic damage here, now assaulting onto Carry, but Flame, he's actually looked quite good this game on Shyvana, I have to say, but not been given the room because Vici rotating way too well, and Godby almost suicide pushing at this point. Going to be another kill, and who's going to get it but Vasily? He wants it, but Dandy going to dive in. The Acid Hunter's coming through, and yes, it is. Vasily gets it again. again.
Vasily continues to pad his stats. Honestly, should look to give it to some other people. He's not item capped, but definitely has a lot of the items that Urgot needs to be team fight relevant. At this point, doesn't really need the gold. That's a scary thing to say about an AD carry, but has a very low item ceiling, a bit like a blue Ezreal, as Destiny's pop.
Yeah, TBQ can't be invisible there with the Destiny revealing him. Atong going to move in. Dandy going to come through as well. Another gold clock going to get lined up. Good flash away from TBQ. Will keep him safe. Hextrick is saving his life, but Dandy going to come back in, dives in on top of him and just takes him out. No tunnel left. Dandy so tanky though, and Flamey wants it. He's going to dive in. Great knock up there from Dandy. Flame going to get ulted by Vasily. Dandy just too tanky, and another kill for Vasily.
And that's the sort of team play we would not see in Week 1, Week 2 Vici Gaming, but the last second heal keeps Dandy alive. He had flash available. Hertong did not when it came to the turret dive. They get everything, and that's just been the story of Vici Gaming in this second game. They've out-rotated LGD. They outpicked them, and the last pick, Riven in particular, lost lane against the Twisted Fate. That's pretty awkward for Wayless.
I don't know about lost lane to Twisted Fate. Lost lane to Dandy is probably a fairer comparison for this game.
Lost lane to the Vici pressure, you'd have to say. They played around what is, on paper, a terrible matchup for Twisted Fate. Low base stats, doesn't really want to build armor until a second item Zhonya's. Very, very well.
Vasily, though, going to go for the 1v1, but Godby probably shouldn't be in here. Vasily's so strong at this stage of the game, and he'll be collecting this kill, you have to think. An 11th for Vasily, and I'll say this as a compliment. Vasily, he's actually very good at kill securing.
He's very good at kill scoring. 11-0-4. Not 100% kill participation like he had in the previous game, at least towards the 30-minute mark, as carry's big.
Early ulti there for PYL. I think tried to move carry away, but it's just going to maybe be another notch in Vasily's belt. Does get it again. Let's make it 12.
12-0-4. The KDA for Urgot looking pretty good for Vasily. At this point, you think LGD's probably given up. They have no realistic chance of coming back into the game. And that's after a game where they had Ashe and Cassidy need to scale up to the late game. There's just no upside coming through from this game. A slight CS advantage for Misfortune and for the Riven. You know, just a couple of CS, but just the comp and the armor stacking doesn't make for good reading for an LGD fan.
And now TBQ going to get ulted there by Vasily. Destiny used down again for Vision. No ulti going to keep you out of that one. And Vasily gets another kill. Not too surprised at this point. Dragon also goes to Dandy. That's the third actually for Vici. So Hertong even scarier with the ghost moving in. And poor Princess Flame, man. He had such a good start to the game. Everything was going well. He's had his Shyvana. Looked great actually in the situation he was left in. And just too far behind.
It'll be very interesting to see the player cam of Flame, of course, because we remember back when there were those all-star games, looked very disappointed when people weren't try-harding even in a show match. In this situation, with some of these picks, you wonder how hard LGD are trying, but there's the engage.
Good double knockup coming through. Imp there with the ulti, but Godby gets exhausted. Windslash, not enough, but Flame's going to try and make the difference. Vasily still alive somehow as the double kill goes over to carry. Flame's going to get CC'd for days here as he's trying so hard. Hetong even juking back in with a card. Dandy will find him. Carry going to run in as well. Someone's going to get the kill eventually, and it is Dandy.
Yeah, for once not Vasily, but it's another delayed ace coming through. TBQ has respawned after getting picked off. There's a pause, I guess, maybe to talk strategy coming through. But this is a one-sided game if there ever was
I think
one.
Flame may have fainted in his chair, and they're trying to revive him during the pause. No, apparently it's PYL that has the issue. It says LGD should feel quite flabbergasted at this point for the game they just had with some crazy picks, managing to finally pull it out. Vici, I guess, got sent a message there in that game one because they are really pushing into LGD in this second one.
I mean, they've definitely woken up. A lot more meta picks, a lot more Vici picks, I guess you could put it, coming out of Vici Gaming. The Twisted Fate in particular has been their most successful champion in recent weeks. You see the return to priority of carry on the Hecarim. That's definitely one of his strongest champions. You know, prioritizing over things like Marta's Janna, which is very, very surprising for me. Vasily, he's the one with the new champion pick this game, but you can see Urgot definitely one to fit into his repertoire.
And I don't know if you guys caught Dandy at the end of game one, but he was very upset. Looks a bit different now during the pause, hanging out. Looks much more animated in this game, and I wonder why.
I mean, you have to think that dropping 2 points in this situation after losing that first game, you know, maximum of 1 point for this series for Vici Gaming means that when it comes to the second spot, they might have lost their hopes to be able to get the second spot. They needed results to go their way and secure the 9 points. I believe they can now only be tied with Snake at second place. So it's not looking the best in that regard. The chase for second's not looking that hot for Vici Gaming, but this game's certainly looking great for Vici.
Yeah, this is the form that we've seen from Vici in the last few weeks. Teams might look at that game one and be like, what happened there to Vici? Because this is night and day as far as games go. Dandy still counter jungling as well, aggressively 5-0 and 10 on the Rex side. Waiting in the tunnel, was hoping to get a kill. Will tunnel back in now as Hetong going to make the difference. TBQ again can't get out from under that Destiny with the reveal. Carry going to move it, gets gets himself another kill. Now starting to rack up KDA amongst everyone. There's the double coming through for Hecarim as well. And LGD, not a whole lot of options left as carry. Going to dive back in. Godby trying to get out on the river, but Hatong chasing him with a gold card, trying to make it happen. But Dandy training towards the Nexus. Vici are just going to try and win the game.
And they should be able to 25 minutes into the game. This is more the Vici we know, finishing it early, getting a lot of tower damage in between Twisted Fate and the Urgot, and this should be the game.
This game it will be. Here is the Tong working on it. Everyone else from Vici just kind of running interference. Him getting very low as Vasily gets another kill on Urgot. Not too surprising at this particular stage. Flame now getting CC'd up as well. Hatong working on the Nexus, needs a bit of help, but his friends too busy patting those KDAs. Dandy somehow still alive. Vasily going off here on the Urgot with about 15 kills in this game. Princess Flame will fall last there. Can't make it back to the tower in time. And Vici Gaming in a very different game to take it in style.
Yeah, Vici Gaming completely smashed LGD off the map. They managed to make the Ashe and Caston work in game 1, did LGD, but in game 2, bit off more than they can chew. The Riven last pick was definitely outthought and outfought by a Vici Gaming lineup. They were very proactive in that mid lane, stopping even at level 1 the Riven from having any aggression in that lane. It didn't get any better reading for LGD fans. It's a very one-sided game comes through for Vici.
See, everybody's smiling. LGD, I think, quite possibly having some fun with themselves in this series, but picked up a win as a result with some very unconventional picks. And who knows? I mean, playoffs are around the corner. We've got one last week of the regular season of the split here to play for the LPL. Things are getting very serious all of a sudden. It's all fun and games right now in week 10 with 5.6 and Im's playing Ashe and doing all these other things, but that will not last very long.
I mean, the playoffs definitely will be completely serious. You have to wonder about week 11 though, as we might start seeing previews of finals matches. How many strategies do you show? How many more champions are there to get to 124 to catch them all, the Pokemon of the LPL that comes through? There's going to be some more creative picks next week, you have to think, but week 10, what a week it was.
Yeah, week 10's been absolutely incredible, so thank you for everyone that joined in. But for myself, Papa Smithley, Atlas Spawn, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you for our last week. Next week, week 11's coming up.